Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Songwriter. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was getting late in the UA dormitories. 10 o'clock had come and passed a little while ago, and most of the students on the staging or dance team for the upcoming cultural festival had long since retired for bed. Class started bright and early, after all, which meant those still arguing in the common room were bound to regret how little sleep they were going to get in the morning. "I'm not playing if you choose that crappy music," Bakugo growled as he rejected yet another choice of gyros. "You need me to play percussion, don't you? Choose something else." The band team had been trying to appeal to the explosive blonde for the past hour or so. Kirishima, Zero, and Mina stayed if only to talk their friend into just going with the type of music appropriate for the festival, but he wasn't having it. Todoroki, Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, and Izuku, who stuck around in order to make sure they didn't get loud enough to wake their classmates, groaned at his stubbornness. Finally reaching her wit's end, Gyro closed her laptop with a frustrated exhale. "Bakugo, I really don't know how to reason with you. We need to pick some songs that are appropriate for visiting families while also matching the theme of the event. Unless you have some original songs and music sheets for us to learn, we have to go with songs already available online for free. We aren't going to blow the other classes away by being some shitty cover band. Dude, you can't expect her to be able to just write up some songs from scratch." Kaminari scolded as Izuku slowly got up and left the room. The green-haired boy held up a finger signaling to them that he'd be back in a moment. "It takes a lot of work to make a song. There's the melody itself, and the different instrumental parts, writing the lyrics, messing with layers, and so much more. Even if she did have some ideas in mind, there would be the case of having to transpose parts for all of our instrument. I'm pretty good at that," Gyro admitted, "but there's not enough time for me to write some songs now. Original pieces take time." Bakugo opened his mouth to complain from where he sat on one of the couches when his attention shifted elsewhere. Izuku had just walked in holding his own laptop at his side, a shy look in his eyes as he settled back down on the couch his friends were on. "What have you got there, Midori?" Mina asked, her head tilted in confusion. "Some song suggestions?" Zero shook his head. "It's nice you're trying to help, but Bakugo here apparently only wants to play original music. I doubt he'd listen to any of your suggestions anyway. You two don't really get along." Izuku met Bakugo's eyes at the statement, a small smile appearing on the greenette's face. Ever since their fight a while back, they had been more or less getting along. They helped each other with schoolwork, pushed each other when they trained, and listened to each other's suggestions for improvement. In the eyes of others, it might seem like they had finally learned to tolerate one another, but to Izuku he was sure they were friends. The development made him happier than he'd ever admit. "I, actually do some songwriting from time to time," Izuku stated, much to the shock of his classmates. "No way," Uraraka gushed. Tsuyu tilted her head. "You've never mentioned that before, Ribbit. I honestly never pegged you for the songwriting type." Izuku waved them off sheepishly. It's not a big deal. It's really just a hobby. I'm not even that good. I had a lot of hobbies as a kid, and music always called to me, so I tried my hand at it when inspiration struck. I downloaded a free music program on the internet that allowed me to create virtual instrumentals a while back. Another form of software allowed me to add other sounds, mix layers, and even place lyrical text along the track. I could add in my own singing too, but I could never work up the courage to record myself. My voice isn't exactly the best for singing." Gyro regarded him thoughtfully, still surprised at her classmate's lesser-known hobby. "What genre of music do you write?" "All sorts. Ideas just pop into my head and I try to create them as best I can. The music I thought I could share with you is more of a theme though, not a genre. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Songs I wrote about heroes. Well, heroism, I guess. Some of them are from middle school and others I did more recently, especially since coming to UA. So they'll need work, I'm sure." The hearing hero gestured for Izuku to join her where she sat with Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. The latter moved over so he could sit between the guitarists, and Izuku thanked him for making room. Once he was sitting beside Gyro and pulling up the folder labeled Hero Tracks, her eyes widened in realization that he'd written a lot more than he let on. Why hadn't he mentioned this before? "Do you want me to just go through them one by one? There are only 6, so doing so would give you a good idea if you want to use any of them. Of course, if need be, I can work on them to make them longer since they're all pretty short. A few of them have extra lines and choruses that I just never had the motivation to add. But I'm sure I could do it in a couple of hours if you end up wanting to use those songs." Mina threw her hands into the air impatiently. "Stop rambling and just pick something already. The suspense is killing me." Takoyami sighed. "Patience is a virtue, Ashido." "Whatever." With a light blush, Izuku clicked on one of his songs, the music that played catching everyone off guard with how well composed it was. He could easily be a songwriter or artist if he desired. "Hey, Deku, The music is great, but how are we supposed to know what the song sounds like without the lyrics? Uraraka asked after roughly 30 seconds. I never recorded the words. Why don't you just sing them for us now? You don't have to record anything, Ribbit. Singing along right now should be enough to give us a general idea how they're supposed to sound. Izuku shook his head nervously. I'm not really a singer, Tsu-chan. I'll just end up embarrassing myself. Dude, you can't be any worse than me. Kirishima cut in. None of us will judge you. Todoroki added supportively. Well, maybe Bakugo, but if he does he will answer to me. Was that a threat, half and half bastard? Before Bakugo could launch himself of the couch and attack Todoroki, Izuku gave in if only to get everyone closer to returning to bed. I guess I can sing, he relented shyly. Try not to judge the song too harshly if my voice messes it up though. Keep in mind Jiro's voice would be singing if you wanted to use the songs, not mine. His classmates stopped any conversation as Izuku paused the song before messing around on his laptop once more. A few seconds later he was sitting up straight, taking a few deep breaths, and mentally preparing himself. Just as he was about to restart the song, his eyes lit up in realization. I never told you guys the title to this one, did I? This one is That's Why I'm Not Alone. I wrote it a few weeks after coming to UA. It's more upbeat than some of the others. It seems like one of the best candidates for an opening song for the performance. Jiro's voice would be perfect for it too considering the style. A good compliment to the instrumental. A moment later, he started the music. When he sung his voice was soft yet straining to sing a bit higher than he usually spoke. He began, hesitantly going up in pitch each time. Gonna triumph. Tadada, 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 whoa 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 whoa, tadodo, whoa. The last sound was held longer than the others before it, meaning that once he dropped it he immediately went on to sing the next part. How come I am the only one to always face a hurricane? Back then I used to think it all so meaningless, was so alone. But everything began to change. We're getting closer day by day. Together we can take off and chase after all those fleeting dreams. Uraraka stage whispered to Ada, who of which was gaping in wonder at his friend with the rest of his classmates. Deku-kun sings pretty well, doesn't he? Do you hear how well he can modulate his voice? Without a word, Todoroki pinched himself. I'm definitely not dreaming, he mumbled under his breath as he listened to his friend. You'll find the answers if you search the sky. But that's a lie. Why can't it be that easy? But now's the time to prove that we're alive. Take a chance, you never know. Come on, let's go. Whoa. He stopped staring at the laptop like he had been, shy eyes gazing around at his friend's odd faces for a split second before dropping back down to the screen. Again we're crying, but trying to prove we can overcome it. I know that we'll rise above it each and every time. I'll reach for your hand. Yeah, my friend, you are not alone this time. So, make a vow in your heart, he repeated, to not give up. Tadodo, whoa, gonna triumph. The music faded. With a shaky breath Izuku gave a small smile, hand going to his face to scratch his cheek. Was that okay? I know some of the longer held notes probably sounded terrible. And some of the parts I imagined a backup, accenting voice for emphasis, which I can't do alone. I had to skip a few lines that overlapped the mains ones too, sadly. I hope I didn't sound too bad though. His friends stared at him incredulously. Many of them opened their mouths to shower him with praise. But to everyone's horror, Bakugo stood up abruptly. The movement caught everyone's attention, especially Izuku, who stared up at his childhood friend with mounting fear. Kaken, he stuttered when the blonde all but pulled Kaminari from his spot beside Izuku. The next second he was plopping down where the guitarist had been, a fierce look on his face as he brought his fiery red eyes to forest green ones. Their close proximity also sent a wave of heat traveling up to Izuku's cheek. He's so close. Why is he staring at me so intently? It's almost like that time he had me pinned down outside at the end of our fight that got us detention. His hand isn't on my face, and he's barely touching me, but I still feel tingly. Ugh, pull yourself together, Deku. The awkward tension being created in the room built until Bakugo finally spoke, his voice uncharacteristically tame. It was strange to hear his gruff voice speaking so nonchalantly. It figures a nerd like you would be good at something like this. What other songs do you got, music nerd? Play one with challenging percussion if you have it. Despite his shock at Bakugo's request, Izuku recovered faster than the rest of the occupants of the room did. They were wondering where the heck the real Bakugo had gone. Oh, okay, I have a few like that, I think. Here, he said while clicking on another file. This is Heroes. He clears his voice and starts singing with the music as soon as it starts. Everything surrounding me leaving me with nothing left to say. Imagine it, grasping it, it feels so far away. A nice guitar riff played, which caused the three guitarists' attention to peak with interest. Whoa, the drum part Bakugo cared about played, and he nodded in mild satisfaction. Every night I wake up in a dream, and I can't get too close. I let it slip away. I can only hide from all the lights before I hear a voice that calls me to the day, giving it my all as I am. Wandering through the dark, could I find the answer and wake up new? Ada leaned down so he could whisper to Uraraka without interrupting their friend. These songs really speak to his character, do they not? People always equate music being the song of a soul. His words are the sounds of his feelings. What if he isn't comfortable sharing something so personal? I don't think he would be singing at all if he was really worried about that. We're his friends after all, practically family. He trusts us. Everything surrounding me leaving me with nothing left to say. Imagine it, grasping it, it feels so far away. Do I throw it all away if it means that I can cross the line? All aloud scream it out even if I'm alone. Day and night I'll win the fight now I can go beyond. Even if I take the fall and lose it all I'm my own hero. I know that I'll become something new. Izuku closed his eyes. I'll shed all my tears and drop all my fears. Even if I don't bloom, am I a hero to you? The song ended with a few strong notes, and he looked at Bakugo expectantly. So, the blonde was silent for a moment. Pretty decent for you, Deku. I could destroy the ending part easily though, so keep going. At the sort of compliment Izuku felt himself relaxing slightly. If Bakugo thought his songs were at least mediocre, and he was the most critical person in the room to please, then who did he have to be nervous about disappointing? His anxiety steadily began to fade. Alright, Kaken. This next one has more guitar highlights, honestly, but there are a couple great drum and cymbal parts you might enjoy. As for the singing, this one is really better suited for a female voice, or at least a higher pitch than I can manage myself. If my voice sounds strange with the music, it's because I can't fluctuate my voice that much. What's the next song called? Yaoyorozu inquired. Izuku fought off a blush. It's called Because He Is My Hero. This is probably the most recent song I've written. Zero found himself laughing. Based on that title, it's easy to tell it's about your favorite hero. Could you be any more of an All Might fanboy? It's not about All Might, actually. He brushed off quickly before starting the song, not wanting to answer the question that was sure to be thrown at him if he allowed anyone else more time to speak. With a deep breath, he began tapping out the beat. The rest of his classmates listening to the adventurous instrumental that played. Giving up has never been your forte cause you do it your way, and now I can see it's not easy cause even you've been miserable. His childhood friend stiffened momentarily beside him, sending a wave of panic through the greenette. Of course it would be obvious to the person if it was written about that it was about him. Izuku honestly hadn't made it subtle with the reference to giving up, but he still hoped nobody else guessed. Hard times, I'm sure there will be many. If you feel you just can't win, he continued with closed eyes so he couldn't look at the faces of his friends. Any emotion on their faces would be something he would analyze without thinking. He wasn't sure if he could deal with that while focusing on singing well. I will be there. Through the rain and fire, I just want to be with you. We have one chance at life, but you and me I know will make it count. All that I knew was strife, but then you came around, now I can fly. His finger tapping increased. Hey, I pray, I shout to the heavens a prayer from deep within. I'm so glad you're finally here. Now I'm free from all my fear. Hey, I pray, I shout to the heavens. Let me say it once again. It just takes a look from you. He could feel red eyes boring into him even with his eyes closed. And I start believing too. We'll reach our finale. Oh, so go ahead, I'll follow. The instrumental passed with an excited murmur from Kaminari. All because you are my hero. It finished with another set of hard notes. And when it did, Uraraka was clapping. That song was so cute, Deku. I can't believe you never told us how insanely musically talented you are before now. Izuku winced. I'm really not that good. It's just a hobby anyway. That's why I never mentioned it. He turned to Gyro. Did you enjoy the guitar parts, by the way? I think between you, Kaminari, and Takoyami they could stand out really well with your singing. Gyro grinned. Dude, we need to hang out more. Your music is way more awesome than you're giving yourself credit for. You've got a musician's ear, you know that. Do you play anything? Nope, not unless you include this plastic harmonica I got as a kid but broke when I accidentally stepped on it one day. He said with a laugh. I enjoy composing the music and writing lyrics more than anything. Transposing is kind of fun too. Do you have any songs with more cool guitar parts? Kaminari asked from where he now sat on the floor. Izuku merely grinned, clicking on another file on his laptop while Bakugo watched his every move in silence. It was a bit discerning, but he decided to ignore it for now. He was already having a hard time focusing with the warmth radiating from the blonde from their legs touching. Get a hold of yourself, Izuku, he chided himself. This song is called The Day. I originally wrote it before coming to UA, while I was still in middle school, so some of the lyrics are a bit depressing, but I redid parts of the music and lyrics after the first few weeks here. Sometime after the USJ incident, I think, but before the sports festival. Keep in mind this song is faster than some of the others. I don't know if I'll be able to do it justice right now since it requires a lot of confidence and volume, and I'm still a bit nervous, but I'll try. With encouraging looks from his friends, Izuku braced himself to jump right into the song. You see the sun rise, a new day is upon you. You bite your nails and your knees start to tremble. The time is upon you to show them what you can do, and soon they will know that the day has come. The last note, which is meant to be sung long, loud, and with heart, is instead said lower and without as much kick behind it. Izuku simply couldn't bring himself to try to belt it out like he imagined. The guitar and drum parts here are sick. Kaminari shouted enthusiastically over the music. Gyro, we've got to play this one. The purple-haired girl rolled her eyes but nodded nonetheless. We'll see, Sparky. Late into the night I hear it storming, and into the rain is what I pray and I'm hoping. Now I feel the pressure of the city. Oh, how it eats me whole. So many names and faces, sleepless nights spent in unknown places, and every day I walk straight into the great unknown. I'm not to blame. I'm gonna take a stand. You say my name. I'm telling you to reach out and finally take my hand. This time he did try to raise his voice a bit more as he was finally getting into the music, which took his friends off guard. Their reactions embarrassed him a little though, so he toned it down for the rest of the song, heat pooling in his face. Colliding fists, they're what's gonna make you. You grit your teeth or they're gonna break you. The time is upon you to show them what you can do. You're breaking the mold to show you're not them. Will we break through? I don't know. The bells are ringing. Come out and play now. The time is upon you to show them what you can do, and soon they will know that the day has come. Hiroshima and Kaminari played air guitars as the music ended, banging their heads in a way so obnoxious it made Izuku burst into giggles when he finally paid attention to them. What are you guys even doing? He asked between laughing. Rocking out, duh. The redhead said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. We've got to play this one, Kaminari repeated to Gyro. Well, as long as Bakugo is fine with it. I do love the guitar parts. The rest of the band team turned to the explosive blonde, who of which had an indiscernible expression on his face. After a few tense moments he crossed his arms and gave his classmates a determined look. As long as you let me go loose with the drum part, I'm in. I'll even play any other mediocre songs this nerd has that you all want to play. If you ask me to chill or something though, earphone girl, then all bets are off. You can play however you like as long as you play it well. Gyro agreed. The rest of the band team looked immensely relieved to finally be getting somewhere with the music. Do you have anything else, Midoriya? Izuku nodded happily, pride at his classmates' enjoyment of his music. I have 2 more songs that fit this theme, and they're actually ones that I can modify with some time to make longer if you enjoy them. I have notes for additions to the instrumental as well as different lyrics I can put in. It'll take me some time though, so I'll work on it right away if you guys enjoy them. They're actually my favorites. They are a bit personal, he said fondly, but I'm fine sharing them with everyone for the festival. I really want Eri-chan to have a good time. He finished, voice soft. Hiroshima shed a few manly tears. I know she'll have the greatest time ever with all of us there, Midoriya. Don't you worry about that. Izuku smiled before pulling up another file on his computer. Thanks, Kirishima. Also, everyone, this next song has some clapping parts that I tried to add into the instrumental using a sound effect editor. It's not that great though, so if you want to join in clapping you can. It might be a great accent for the dance team, actually. Mina punched the air excitedly. Clapping sounds good to me. It gets the audience pumped and participating. Right. Anyway, this song is called Peace Sign. The original music and some of the lyrics were drafted after getting into UA. But after the sports festival was when I really took the time to make it what it is today. Some of the lyrics I have drafted to make it longer are ones that I came up a few weeks ago though. I've been kind of jotting down ideas whenever they come to mind. With enough being said, he readied himself to sing once more, his voice light and energetic as he dictated the words clearly and melodically. He'd sung this song to himself in private more times than he could count. Oh, an instrumental played that had his classmates eagerly awaiting the rest of the song. One day I set my eyes up to the sky and like a plane my dreams were passing by, and I awoke to tears that had filled my eyes. I need to spread my wings out and fly. A lot of these songs mention crying. Suyu murmured to Uraraka. I wonder if he had a rough childhood. Uraraka frowned. He mentioned not having any friends when he was younger, and that Bakugo used to bully him. I imagine life for him was tough. The 2 girls wished they had known Izuku before coming to UA. I lie awake at night with these memories of feeling powerless and they're haunting me. A throwback to when he was quirkless. I'm always reaching out for this destiny. To make it happen, that's all on me. Cruel fate sets in motion, and no one else know why. Waiting for the day to come, when will it show up, claiming what's before my eyes. With every issue I gotta break through, or the moment might just pass. They all told me I can't. They were laughing. Well, look who's laughing now. Izuku held the note with a smile, his eyes slipping closed on instinct. Bakugo held back a scoff at the lyrics, although a tinge of guilt made itself known. Now that they'd settled their differences and became something akin to friends or rivals, he was starting to feel more when it came to Izuku. Random bouts of regret for his past actions had been driving him crazy. The warm feelings he got occasionally were even worse. Now I can feel the fire burning deep within me. I'll be the hero and no one can stop me. Loudly I will scream it from the top of my lungs. he sang, his body swaying lightly as he got more lost in the music. You've got those tired eyes from crying every moment. You cannot hide it, someone's gonna notice. I'll be your hero, no one's gonna hurt you again. Gonna raise my hand with a peace sign. He smiled. Our story will last forever. The last few notes finished with some fanfare, and a few of his classmates clapped. Izuku opened his eyes, a bit afraid that he'd looked silly getting so invested in the song. You were really getting into that one, weren't you, dude? Kirishima grinned, voicing his worried thoughts. Exactly. I'm not making fun of you or anything. You actually sing really well. Maybe you should sing a few of the songs since they're yours anyway. And your voice did sound like a really nice fit for that one. I agree. Gyro jumped in before Izuku could shut the idea down immediately. Play your last song, and then the two of us are going to sit down and talk specifics about who is playing and singing what. You're going to at least join me in singing that one in particular. It suits you, Midoriya. Wait a minute. I can't sing in front of that many people. I'm supposed to be on the dance team anyway, right, Mina? Mina waved him off with a pink hand. You can dance with us to the other songs. We have plenty of other dancers and you'll probably only sing once or twice anyway, so we'll be fine. But I bet Eri-chan would love to hear you sing, Kirishima taunted. Izuku cast the redhead a betrayed look. Not fair, Kirishima-kun. You know I can't argue with that. The hardening hero grinned cheekily before Mina's patience ran out once more. Enough talking and more singing. I want to hear the last song. Izuku sighed. There would be no debating this, it seemed. The last one is called Singing to the Sky. I started drafting it after the encounter with Stain, but wrote twice as many lyrics and fixed up the instrumental a few weeks after I got my hero license. Taking a deep breath and a second to get into the right mindset, he started the music with a tap of his finger. Cut straight through the illusion, he began immediately, and soar from the confusion to a blue sky revolution. Let it go and sing your heart out. He sang the line quickly since it was supposed to be sung by a second person, but he didn't want to leave it out. Don't you sweat the regret. Can't fade, won't break. Live for tomorrow with our might. We'll fight on once again. Our might. More like all might. Mina whispered to Kirishima with a giggle as the instrumental played. Gyro and a few others had their eyes closed as they listened to the music. Izuku even found himself closing his eyes as he continued to sing. Seeking out all the lies that I've been told. My tears leave me drowning. I say goodbye, everything is on the line, but I'll never know unless I try. Every time you fail, his voice went from soft to strong once more. Every time you cry, make it so it only makes you stronger. At this point he was getting quite into the song. His entire body coiled with energy and his voice was loud with confidence. With his eyes closed as he kept singing, Bakugo could stare openly at his rival, mind racing at how strangely pleased he was to see Izuku enjoying himself like this. I cut right through the wreckage and look onto the sunset. Eternity, I'm flying, singing right into the sky. I can't live with regret. Make way, can't forsake the future when it's this bright, so give the fight all your might. As the instrumental went on before concluding with dual guitar and drum hits, his classmates broke into applause. That was the best one yet, Kirishima gushed, while Uraraka and Mina both shook their heads. It was good, but I still think Peace Sign is my favorite. I think because he is my hero is the cutest. I liked all of them, Ida offered, and Todoroki nodded in agreement. Gyro suddenly stood up. Izuku gazed up at her worriedly. The passionate look in her eye reminded him of a look he sometimes got when he was taking notes or ranting about something hero-related. Everyone, I think we're done here for tonight. You can all go to bed. She turned to Izuku, holding out a hand for him to grab, albeit hesitantly. Midoriya, tomorrow you and I are working on getting those songs ready for the festival. I'll help you get all of the sheet music flushed out so we can at least get the instrumental to everyone as soon as possible, as well as get Mina the music she needs to choreograph to. The pink-skinned girl jumped up and down in excitement. Then it's a break. Good night, everybody. Good night. A few of them immediately headed for their rooms, eager to fall into bed, while those like Gyro and Izuku spent a few seconds packing up their things. Ida waited in order to escort his friend to his room like the kind friend he was. However, before Izuku could join his friend, a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Deku, Bakugo said simply. Izuku gulped nervously. Yes, Kaken. He leaned forward slightly, his mouth close to the brunette's ear in order for no one else to overhear his words. Some of those songs were about me. It wasn't phrased as a question. Parts of them, yes, he replied as panic curled in his gut. Was Bakugo mad at him? You've been a big part of my life, so it makes sense that. The blonde cut him off by poking him roughly in the center of his forehead. Gyro and Ida, who were observing the exchange from a few yards away, blinked in confusion along with Izuku. I'm not mad, idiot. See you tomorrow. With that he walked past the shorter boy, not even bothering to rub shoulders with him like he usually did. It was all Izuku could do to stare after him and wonder, was it just me, or was he smiling? I really don't think this is a good idea, Izuku admitted as he surveyed the song lineup for the festival. He didn't have a problem with the majority of it. Gyro, along with Kaminari and Yaoyorozu as background vocals for a couple of the songs. We're going to be singing the shorter songs he'd written throughout the festival. The plan was to have basic instrumentals recorded in between the songs for students and guests to dance to as they pleased, while also leaving plenty of time for their classmates to rest in between shows. The shows consisted of Class 1 performing a couple songs at 3 points during the festival. There were also 3 main songs being used to highlight each show. Because He Is My Hero was the one going to be used for the very beginning of festival morning, Peace Sign would be the one for noon, and the last one towards the evening to be used as the finale piece would be Singing to the Sky. Overall, the lineup for the festival was amazing. He was sure it would be a huge success for their class if not for one tiny detail. I've never sang in front of anybody before yesterday. Izuku stressed, fingers tapping against the top of his laptop nervously. Besides my mom, I guess, when I was younger. Either way, having me sing the final versions of Peace Sign and Singing to the Sky might not go as well as they have in practice. How can you be so sure I won't make our class the laughing stock of the festival? Gyro rolled her eyes as she got up to grab the folders she'd brought from her room in order to divide the sheet music and lyrics between each band team member. She made a point to pat Izuku's head jokingly. Midoriya, we've been over this. You've got a nice voice. You can sing. There's nothing for you to be worried about. If you could perform solo for thousands of strangers at the sports festival, then singing in front of at most a few hundred with your friends backing you up shouldn't be too different. It's only 2 songs, anyway. I can give you a few crash course singing lessons if it'll make you feel better though. Yaoyorozu and Kaminari are getting some. They're only singing backup, accents, and overlapping lines though. I'm going to have to sing the lead for 2 full songs as well as figure out how to act up on stage while performing. He sighed. It's just a bit much. I don't want to let anyone down. A comforting hand on his shoulder made him look up, and green eyes met deep purple. He won't let anyone down. Gyro smiled at him encouragingly. I'm just as nervous about this as you are. Thinking about singing all day in front of a bunch of other students, staff, and strangers turns my insides to jelly, trust me. Really? Yep. But you know what? When I see everyone else getting so pumped up for this and practicing as hard as they are, I know I'll be able to do it. You'll definitely be able to do it too. We both want to make others happy by putting on this show, right? Izuku thought of Eri. She'd never gotten a chance to have fun as a kid her age should. The cultural festival would be her first experience where she could be carefree and take part in things she enjoyed. It was a chance for her to unwind while seeing what determination even heroes in training display. Mirio and Aizawa would be her escorts that day, and they knew how important this was for her just like he did. I thought dancing would be enough, he muttered under his breath as he tried to figure out what to do. Eri-chan is already so excited to see me on stage dancing alongside of the others who helped rescue her. If I sing too, she'll probably be even happier. Maybe I could. Gyro smiled as Izuku met her eyes with a look of determination that could only belong to him. I'll do it. Great. That means we need to get on to practicing, and then recording. Then we'll be able to give the band and dance teams the recordings and sheet music they need. Izuku winced, suddenly feeling much less sure of himself. Our record. Of course, we can give the band team their sheet music with the lyrics for now, but we can't just give the dance team only the instrumental. Mina might want to work in some imagery with the songs, so having the words added to the music will be better. That makes sense, but whenever I know I'm being recording I sort of choke. Can we send everyone what we have now? We've already gotten so much done today as it is. Maybe after some lessons I'll be able to record myself tomorrow, but right now, Gyro hummed in thought. The problem is you lack confidence in your abilities. I guess. I don't really sing all that often. I can start practicing in my room later tonight if you. I have an idea. She cut him off while moving from her bed in favor for going to her closet. When she sat back down a moment later she was holding a compact black box along with a cable and a couple of microphones. Izuku gazed at her anxiously. And what is that? Karaoke, duh. We just need to get you to loosen up. I'll set it up in the lounge so the rest of our classmates can watch or join in if they want to. Isn't it kind of late for that? Others might be trying to sleep. It's barely 9 o'clock. We still have an hour before quiet hours when we're supposed to be in bed, which gives us plenty of time for you to practice. That way you'll get used to performing in front of more people too. Heck, I might have Kaminari and Yaoyorozu join you at some point. They may be singing backup only as needed, but we want them to be prepared as well, and that means they need to sing. The only way to get better at singing is to sing after all, she explained with a grin. The greenette felt like he was going to be sick. You're right, Gyro, but wouldn't it be better for me to just practice the 2 songs I'm singing? Nope, I'm going to have you sing all sorts of stuff so you can let go of your inhibitions, which will help when you sing your songs in the long run. All we're going to do tonight is get you to ignore those watching and listening to you sing so you won't be as nervous during the festival. Sure, you were a nervous wreck when you tried talking in front of everyone during your short time as class rep, but after last night you're already coming a long way. Singing in front of all of our classmates is the next step. Speaking of, I'll go gather your audience right now. Meet you in the lounge in 5, Midoriya. It was at the moment Izuku promptly fell off the bed that she left the room. Wait a second. Gyro. She was already out the door, but Izuku knew she could still hear his pleas with that quirk of hers. Gyro simply chose to ignore him. 5 minutes later. This is going to be so much fun, Hagakure exclaimed, Ajiro nodding in agreement from the floor beside her while smiling at her enthusiasm. Are you going to sing, Ajiro-kun? I'll pass. Singing isn't really my thing, although I am happy to watch. I assume you'll be joining in on a few songs though? Huh. Yep. I love singing. Although, she said with what Ajiro presumed to be a thoughtful hand on her chin, I had no idea Midori could sing. He can be so shy sometimes. The tailed blonde nodded. Around them other students were chatting while Gyro and Kaminari worked to get the television, karaoke device, and wireless microphones configured. It's true we didn't know about his apparent musical talents. It was only this morning we found out we would be dancing to his songs, he said, and for Gyro to tell us out of nowhere that we were all needed so Midoriya can practice singing for the festival is even more shocking. I have confidence in him though. He gives it his all in everything he does, which means we have nothing to worry about. Just as he finished his statement, a grinning Kirishima and Mina could be seen dragging a pouting Izuku into the room. They plopped him down onto the couch next to Yaoyorozu, who merely smiled at the boy sympathetically. No need to look so down, Midoriya. Unlike Kaminari, I'm nervous too. We'll both do fine though, I'm sure. Okay. He hid his face in his hands with a groan. Surely this would only lead to disaster or embarrassment. Come on, man. Loosen up. You did great last night, Kirishima assured from where he sat on the couch across from them. Beside the redhead, Bakugo ignored their conversation completely as if he was deep in thought. Izuku felt himself pulling at his green curls with a whine. This is different. I didn't write the songs I'll have to choose from, and I feel really self-conscious singing songs that are out of character for me. I know Gyro going to have me sing things out of my comfort zone too, because despite wanting to boost my confidence, she also wants me to work on trying new, different things with my voice. Since I don't sing all too often, I feel like I'm going to sound silly. Oh, you'll be fine. If you're really that scared though, I could join you for a couple songs, Midori. Mina volunteered. The greenette could have hugged her. Really, thank you. But, she added with a grin, I get to choose the songs. Oh, okay. That's fine with me. Somehow he felt as if he'd made a mistake. Just then Gyro sat down on the other side of him, handing him a microphone at the same time. He looked at it with a mixture of fear and hidden excitement. As terrified as he was, he knew Bakugo would be listening. Some part of him wanted to impress his childhood friend similar to how he had last night, and this would be a perfect opportunity. Unfortunately for him, the hearing hero had no room for mercy tonight. I'm sorry you're uncomfortable, she started sincerely, but this is the only way to work you up into singing for a large crowd. Trust me on this. Try to relax though, okay? This whole thing is supposed to be a low-stress, fun way for you, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu to practice for the festival. A few others just want to join in for fun, so you won't be alone, alright? You're a brave guy, Midoriya. I know you can do this. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her words. Thanks for your confidence in me. You're welcome. However, you might not want to thank me after I tell you what I have in mind to make karaoke interesting. Okay everybody, she announced in order to get everyone's attention, we're going to play a game. The entirety of Class 1 had gathered in the middle of the common room at this point, splaying over the couches, armrests, and floors in rapt interest. Gyro pulled up a song search database while the rest of the class waited curiously for her to finish. Those who had not been there to listen to Izuku sing the night before had all been informed of his apparent songwriting and singing skills before, which meant they were just as curious to hear him sing as they were to find out what this game was. I'm sure you all know how to do karaoke, but in the Karaoke household we like to play a game from time to time called musical songs. Musical songs. The entire class echoed in their heads, like musical chairs. What happens is the first singer, who will be Midoriya, and anyone who wants to join him, picks any song from the database they want. The downside is that once a song from that artist has been chosen, no other song by that artist can be sang. On top of that, another song has to be chosen by those not singing before the song being sung is over. You can actually start playing another song after the one currently being sung has been done for at least 1 minute. Since this is for practice and not a competition between anyone though, I'll just say to just make sure to vary artists and pick another song before the other finishes. The more random genre changes, the better. You guys got all that? After seeing mostly nods, Gyro checked the configurations on the television, karaoke machine, and each microphone over once more. Once she was satisfied, she made her way back to her seat. Ready to begin? Gyro asked Midoriya when she sat back down. She had adjusted the sound system to play the instrumental a bit louder than the microphone volume, which meant to be heard over the music those singing would have to sing strong. It also meant if they became self-conscious they could lower their voices to hide under the music or the others singing. The greenette gulped in spite of the small kindness. I guess so. Someone else will be singing with me, at least for the beginning, right? Hagakure and I will, Mina shouted, another microphone already being twirled around in her hand. The third microphone had found its home seemingly floating in the air next to Ajiro. And I know exactly what song we're going to start this party off with, she grinned frighteningly. Gyro frowned. This isn't really a party. She was ignored. A moment later, Mina was using Gyro's phone, which was connected via Bluetooth to the karaoke system, to look up what songs were available. It was with a downright evil-sounding cackle that she found what she was looking for. She barely even spared a moment to show Hagakure, who said she was fine with that choice, before picking it and grinning at Izuku. You should be happy I went with this one and not something really wild. You're welcome, Midori. The music began, the familiar tune instantly making a few of the other students groan. Really, Pinky? You picked a song by P and K. Zero laughed. He figured she'd pick something like that. This one is kind of outdated, isn't it? Shut up, tape dispenser. We grew up in the 90s and I will represent. With that she took the lead singing, Hagakure quickly joining in while Izuku merely watched them. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started, they sang. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. Get this party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me to arrive. Mina pointed at herself, voice smooth as she bounced around the living room. Hagakure moved around a bit as well, but seemed to be staying relatively in place so she could read the lyrics from the screen. Sending out the message to all of my friends. Mina gestures to everyone gathered and sends a wink towards the Baka squad. We'll be looking flashy in my Mercedes-Benz. Yeah, right, Bakugo muttered under his breath. All Kirishima could say beside him was, dude, Mina can sing. I got lots of style. Got my gold diamond rings. She swept a hand out exaggeratedly, wiggling her eyebrows suggestively as she sang the next line. I can go for miles if you know what I mean. God is real, Minta whispered. I'm coming up so you better get this party started. I'm coming up so you better get this party started. Her jumping brought her in front of Izuku, and she pulled him by the arms off of the couch before he could protest. Come on, Midori. You're supposed to be singing too. It was now or never, it seemed. Uraraka was already in the midst of finding another song to play before this one ended, pumping up the volume, breaking down to the beat. Izuku joined in quietly as Mina and Hagakure dominated, cruising through the west side. We'll be checking the scene. Boulevard is freakin' as I'm coming up fast. Izuku sputtered as he began singing the next line, which Mina accented by grinning wickedly. I'll be burning rubber, you'll be kissing my ass. And here comes the first song change. Uraraka's choice, Gyro said loudly. Those who want to sing raise your hand and someone with a microphone will give you theirs if they're done. Aw man, we were just getting Midori into it, Mina complained before relenting. As the next song began, Hagakure passed off her microphone to Uraraka, who decided to stay seated next to Ida on the couch during the song. Irakan, sweetie, is this old Taylor Swift? Girl, the brunette blushed, ignoring the pointed look she was getting in favor of looking at Izuku. To her surprise, and everyone else's, Izuku was tapping out the song's beat on his knee from where he sat back down on the couch. What? He questioned before the lyrics appeared on the screen. I like this album. I used to think one day we'd tell the story of us, how we met, and the sparks flew instantly. He sang with his eyes closed since he already knew the lyrics by heart. People would say, they're the lucky ones. I used to know my place was a spot next to you. Now I'm searching the room for an empty seat cause lately I don't even know what page you're on. Uraraka, Mina, and Izuku's voices blended together as they went on. They mixed well together, all things considered. Gyro was happy because she could actually hear Izuku this time, since he kept so quiet for the short time he'd sang the last song she hadn't even heard him. Oh, a simple complication. Miscommunications lead to fallout. So many things that I wish you knew. So many walls up I can't break through. Izuku couldn't help but think of Bakugo. This song had always reminded him of his explosive friend, which flustered him to no end, yet he couldn't shake the connection. The lyrics more or less explained what kind of relationship he'd had with the blonde ever since he'd been deemed quirkless as a kid. Sure, things were different now, but the song still held the meaning of a more strained time between the two. Now I'm standing alone in a crowded room and we're not speaking. They belted collectively, Mina's free arm waving about as she acted out something akin to a tragic scene. And I'm dying to know, is it killing you like it's killing me? Yeah, I don't know what to say, since the twist of fate when it all broke down, and the story of us looks a lot like a tragedy now. Next chapter, Uraraka sang, getting a thumbs up from Tsuyu. How'd we end up this way? See me nervously pulling at my clothes and trying to look busy. It really felt like Izuku could just turn towards Bakugo and sing these words directly to him. And you're doing your best to avoid me. I'm starting to think one day I'll tell the story of us how I was losing my mind. Izuku's brows furrowed as if he were troubled. When I saw you here, but you held your pride like you should have held me. It took everything for Izuku not to look at Bakugo. He could have sworn he felt red eyes on him. Was he getting too into the song again? That was too bad. That's why Gyro was having him do this anyway. Oh, I'm scared to see the ending. Why are we pretending this is nothing? I'd tell you I miss you, but I don't know how. I've never heard silence quite this loud. They were positively jamming now, with Mina singing into the microphone like her life depended on it. Uraraka singing louder than she'd planned to, and Izuku sitting up in his seat trying to get access to more air as he let himself sing freely. Now I'm standing alone in a crowded room and we're not speaking. And I'm dying to know, is it killing you like it's killing me? Yeah, I don't know what to say, since the twist of fate when it all broke down, and the story of us looks a lot like a tragedy now. Suddenly Mina was gesturing for Uraraka to stop, and Izuku got the hint when he noticed the girls drop their microphones. This is looking like a contest, he sang by himself quietly, of who can act like they care less, but I liked it better when you were on my side. His eyes drifted to Bakugo without his consent, and to his surprise the blonde met his eyes only to hold them until Izuku looked away. The battle's in your hands now, but I would lay my armor down if you'd say you'd rather love than fight. So many things that you wish I knew. His volume grew, but the story of us might be ending soon. Song change. Takoyami's pick. Izuku became nervous as both Uraraka and Mina set their microphones down, no one else moving to grab them. When he heard the guitar instrumental of the song start, on the other hand, his heart rate settled slightly. He knew his one too. Fall asleep to dreams of home, where the waves are crashing. He thought of the waves at Dagaba Municipal Beach Park, the only place I've ever known. Now the future has me. His voice was smooth like honey, filling the air with pleasant sound as he emulated the original singer perfectly in pitch and emotion. I see the fire in the sky, see it all around me. I said the past is dead, the life I had is gone. Said I won't give up until I see the sun. His classmates listened in awe, some of them really hearing Izuku sing by himself for the first time. Hold me now, he held the note, till the fear is leaving. I am barely breathing. Izuku bobbed his head slightly as he waited for the next verse, oblivious to the looks of his classmate. It actually physically hurt Kaminari to look up the next song for the game. Waking up and letting go to the sound of angels. Am I alive or just a ghost haunted by my sorrows? Hope is slipping through my hands. Gravity is taking hold. I said I'm not afraid, that I am brave enough. I will not give up until I see the sun. The hand not holding the microphone rose into the air in front of him, starting out flat as if patting something before slowly turning into a fist as he continued. Hold me now till the fear is leaving. I am barely breathing. Crying out. His eyes squeezed themselves shut tighter despite already being shut, voice becoming more strained and fluctuating as he went on. These tired wings are falling. I need you to catch me. As I burn, as I break. I can't take it anymore. I return to the place where the water covers over everything. Rescue me somehow. Next song, Gyro said sadly once he'd tapered off, chosen by Kaminari. Izuku snapped out of it immediately, becoming flustered as he noticed one dropped jaw from a classmate in the midst of several thumbs up. What mattered the most to him was the slight nod he could have sworn Bakugo gave him. Electronic music began playing as Kaminari got up and grabbed a microphone. Do you know this one, Midoriya? I freaking love Owl City. His statement was met with a smile and nod. I do. I like a lot of their songs, this one included. With that they launched into the song together, each of them grinning at each other when their voice mixed extremely well. Close your tired eyes, relax, and then count from 1 to 10 and open them. All these heavy thoughts will try to weigh you down, but not this time. Way up in the air you're finally free, and you can stay up there, right next to me. Kaminari stole a look at Gyro, who smiled at him fondly. All this gravity will try to pull you down, but not this time. When the sun goes down and the lights burn out, then it's time for you to shine. They harmonized, Kaminari going lower as Izuku went higher at the last word, brighter than a shooting star, so shine no matter where you are. Fill the darkest night with a brilliant light, cause it's time for you to shine. Izuku smiled as Yaoyorozu tentatively took the microphone that had been passed to her before joining in quietly. Brighter than a shooting star, so shine no matter where you are. Tonight. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The girl's voice was pleasant underneath the boys' voices, and she found herself singing a bit louder. Brighter than a shooting star, shine no matter where you are. Tonight. Gaze into my eyes when the fire starts, the trio sang, and fan the flame so hot it melts our hearts. Oh, the pouring rain will try to put it out, but not this time. Let your colors burn and brightly burst into a million sparks that all disperse. Izuku kicked himself for thinking of Bakugo yet again, blatantly ignoring the fluttering in his chest that he attributed to thinking about his childhood friend. And illuminate a world that will try to bring you down, but not this time. Switcheroo time. Hagakure's pick. Upon hearing the next instrumental into the song, Kaminari put his microphone down. Izuku was happy to see Yaoyorozu's eyes brighten as she heard the familiar song and continued holding on to her own microphone. They gave each other shaky smiles of encouragement as they started the song off quietly. I can hold my breath. I can bite my tongue. I can stay awake for days if that's what you want. You're number one. I can fake a smile. Izuku was good at that. I can force a laugh. That too. I can dance and play the part if that's what you ask. Give you all I am. What was wrong with him? Why can't he sing without thinking of his friend? Maybe he'd need to write something later to get it out of his system. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. But I'm only human. The two singing raised their voices, becoming more powerful as they kept on, and I bleed when I fall down. I'm only human, and I crash and I break down. Your words in my head. Izuku sang by himself as Yaoyorozu took a breather, knives in my heart. You build me up and then I fall apart. The girl finished by herself. They came back together. Cause I'm only human. Kirishima's choice. Sorry guys. At the country-esque instrumental, Yaoyorozu put her microphone down only for Aoyama to pick it up with a sparkle. I don't sing too loud, Midoriya-kun, so I'll allow you to have the lead. Izuku nodded at his friend, one of which he'd just begun coming closer to after some strange and cheese-related events. All day, staring at the ceiling making friends with shadows on my wall. All night, hearing voices telling me that I should get some sleep, because tomorrow might be good for something. This was reminding Izuku of his elementary and middle school days, which caused a frown to grace his face as he continued. It didn't help that he'd never heard this song before. Hold on, feeling like I'm headed for a breakdown, and I don't know why. But I'm not crazy, I'm just a little unwell. I know right now you can't tell, but stay a while and maybe then you'll see a different side of me. Aoyama was doing well, voice carrying both of theirs from the bottom. I'm not crazy, I'm just a little impaired. I know right now you don't care, but soon enough you're gonna think of me and how I used to be, me. I'm talking to myself in public. Izuku fought off a blush at the lyrics. They fit him rather well, what with his mumbling habit, dodging glances on the train. And I know they've all been talking about me. I can hear them whisper. It was his old classmates' whispers and taunts in his ears, and it makes me think there must be something wrong with me. They were never kind to him after they found out he was quirkless and Bakugo turned on him. Out of all the hours thinking somehow I've lost my mind, there was a knock at the entrance to their dorm, which startled Class 1 more than they'd like to admit. Izuku was grateful for the interruption since it caused Gyro to pause the song. Who would be here at this hour? Zero questioned, turning to Ada. The class representative glanced at the door in confusion, getting off of the couch he'd been sitting on cautiously. I'm honestly not sure, but it is my duty to represent us, so I shall see who it is. Before he could reach the door, however, whoever was outside seemed to have used up all of his or her patience. The doorknob wiggled as a key was inserted into it. A moment later, it was to the students' relief that it was their teacher visiting them, although they immediately switched to concerned upon noticing the small figure next to him. Aizawa-sensei, why is Yuri-chan here? Uraraka asked worriedly. Beside her, Tsuyu seconded her question with a soft ribbit. The tired hero sighed, the girl holding his hand looking across the room until she noticed Izuku. As soon as she saw him, she let go of her escort's hand and rushed towards the greenette. Deku-san, Yuri-chan, he gasped as the little girl jumped into his arms, his protectiveness for her spiking when he noticed the dried tears on her face. Did something happen to Mirio-kun? What's wrong? When she didn't say anything, instead deciding to hide her face in his shirt, Izuku looked to Aizawa for an answer. Mirio is just fine, though maybe a bit worried about Yuri. He informed me not too long ago that she had a nightmare and woke up insisting that she see you. We tried to avoid it, he sighed with arms crossed. I would have rather not had to open school gates after curfew, but it seems you lot were up anyway. At the accusatory tone, Ida bowed deeply. My apologies, Aizawa-sensei. We were only doing karaoke in order to help our friends who will be singing in the festival more comfortable. We were planning on turning in for the night soon, I promise. Their teacher seemed unimpressed. I'll take your word for it. Be that as it may, I don't want to be here all night long, he gestured towards Yuri. Izuku looked up at the underground hero after catching the hint, as he let his fingers run through the girl's hair reassuringly. He met his teacher's eyes with determined green ones. She can stay here tonight, if you'll allow it. You or Mirio-kun could come get her in the morning. I'm sure she'd be more comfortable here tonight anyway, and I don't think anyone else has a problem with it. Right, he looked around for support, and nearly everyone nodded in approval. She cannot sleep on the boys' side of the dormitory, Aizawa warned. Yuri-chan could room with either me or Tsuyu-kun, Uraraka offered. That way she'd be on the girls' side. Kirishima cleared his throat. Not to rain on your parade, Uraraka, but I think she wants to stay with Midoriya. But she can't stay on the boys' side, especially with Minta being in the room next to Deku's. How about a sleepover in the lounge? Shoji suggested. Sleepover, Mina cheered excitedly. Aizawa-sensei, can we please? The adult in the room stood there for a moment and thought. I suppose you won't be breaking any rules. And there isn't school tomorrow. I also trust Ida and Yaoyorozu to keep you all in line. However, Minta, the grape-haired hero, froze in fear. If you so much as leer at one of your classmates, especially while Yuri is here, you will be expelled. Do I make myself clear? Why, yes, sir. He turned to Izuku. I trust you to take good care of her tonight then, Midoriya. If something troubling happens, you have the number to call. I'll be back with Mirio around noon tomorrow to pick her up. Izuku nodded. In his lap, Eri finally looked up, a relieved smile on her face as she heard she wouldn't have to leave just yet. You can count on me, sensei. Good. Now, do you brats have any coffee in the kitchen? With that, they watched their teacher make his way to the kitchen to prepare some coffee before heading out. Most of the students had their attention on Izuku and Eri anyway, none of them sure if they should put an end to karaoke in favor of doing something more kid-friendly or not. Their question was answered a minute later for them, though, when Eri looked up at Izuku with wide, curious eyes. Deku-san, what is karaoke? Oh, it's singing. There's a device hooked up to the television that allows you to select any song available on the internet. It plays the music without the words and displays the lyrics on the screen so whoever has a microphone can sing along instead. We have 3 microphones, he explained as he held the one that had been at his side up to show her. She took it hesitantly, looking at it in awe. Singing. That's what you all were doing. Yep. So, were you singing, Deku-san? A sheepish look swept over his face as if embarrassed. Yeah, I was. You remember how I told you I would be dancing at the festival, right? I just learned that I'll be singing 2 songs as well. We were all doing karaoke so I could get used to singing in front of people since I'm pretty shy. To his surprise, Eri looked at him in awe, causing a few of his classmates to coo at how cute she was. You're so brave, she said, voice soft. I don't know much music though, even if I wasn't too shy to sing in front of people. But you, can you sing me a song, please? Izuku smiled down at her lovingly. It was as if he'd gained a little sister for how much he wanted to protect her and make her happy. Of course, Eri-chan. We can do karaoke for a little while longer. Gyro, can you pick Safe and Sound by Taylor Swift? He asked while taking the microphone back from Eri. I know we already picked one of her songs, but I've got you covered, Midoriya. She selected the song relatively fast, barely giving everyone else time to be surprised at Izuku's sudden eagerness to sing. I guess having a cute young girl asking him to sing was all the motivation he needed, Kaminari Stage whispered to Gyro jokingly. Oh, shut up, Sparky. A moment later, the music began to play, the soft notes of string instruments and percussion filling the air with a light lullaby like Izuku finally came, and his voice was just as light. The soft emotion he poured into his words as he held Eri tugged at the heartstrings of many listening. I remember tears streaming down your face when I said I'll never let you go, he breathed, looking down at Eri. When all those shadows almost killed your light. He thought of Chisaki and Eri's rescue, but pushed it from his mind. I remember you said don't leave me here alone. Their first meeting in the alleyway sparked into his mind, but all that's dead and gone and past tonight. He let his eyes slip shut as he continued, voice fluctuating with almost masterful control as he serenaded the girl. Said child stared at him with eyes filled with surprise. Just close your eyes, the sun is going down. You'll be all right. He placed a hand on her head and smiled. No one can hurt you now. Come morning light, you and I'll be safe and sound. A small sniffle escaped Eri at the words, and she found herself hiding in the boy's chest as he continued. Don't you dare look out your window, darling, everything's on fire. The war outside our door keeps raging on. He's amazing, Uraraka found herself whispering. How he can pull off this song better than the original is just wow. Suyu shrugged. I'm not much a Taylor Swift fan anyway, Ribbit. Midoriya is just great at singing overall. I can't believe he's still self-conscious about himself when he sounds as good as he does. My voice is too nasally to sound that good, unfortunately. Hey, I'm sure you sound fine. I always get off key when I sing. Hold on to this lullaby. He continued, even when the music's gone. Just close your eyes, the sun is going down. You'll be all right, no one can hurt you now. That was a promise. Come morning light, you and I'll be safe and sound. There was a long string of instrumental where Izuku sang the sounds since there were no words. As he did so, Eri listened happily, enjoying every moment. She couldn't remember feeling this safe and content in her life. Just close your eyes, he sang as he stroked her hair lazily. You'll be all right. Come morning light, you and I'll be safe and sound. None of his students knew this, but Aizawa was mildly impressed from where he stood in the kitchen nursing his coffee tiredly. The boy has potential when it comes to singing, it seems. He hummed under his breath. As interesting a development as the discovery was, however, he had a lot of things that had to be done. He slipped out one of the back doors that lock automatically without another thought. In the lounge, Eri was squeezing Izuku for everything he had. That was really good, Deku-san. Can you sing more? Izuku chuckled, attention too focused on the little girl before him to notice the soft look his crush was sending him. Sure. Gyro, can you pick Gift of a Friend by Demi Lovato? She answered with a sure thing the same moment Kirishima reached his hand out and begged for a microphone. Dude, this was in a Tinkerbell movie. My little cousin loves this song. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Huh, I didn't know that. You're going to sing it with me though? Yep. We can switch off every now and then too. We gotta impress Eri-chan somehow. he said with a friendly wink at the girl in question. She offered him a minuscule smile back. It was all she was capable of, as smiling was still a bit new to her. The music started with a light, carefree feel to it. Sometimes you think you'll be fine by yourself, 'cause a dream is a wish you make all alone. Kirishima sang by himself, normally this time, which was vastly different when compared to the screaming he demonstrated during the band team auditions. It's easy to feel like you don't need help, Izuku finished. But it's harder to walk on your own. Izuku knew this well. You'll change inside when you realize. They came back together. The world comes to life. Izuku swayed in his seat, taking Eri with him, and everything's bright. From beginning to end, when you have a friend by your side that helps you to find the beauty of all when you'll open your heart and believe in. They both took in a quick breath. The gift of a friend. The gift of a friend. Neither of them could stop themselves from picturing their respective friend groups as they went on. Izuku thought of Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, and even All Might before picturing his entire class, while Kirishima glanced at Mina, Shiro, Kaminari, and Bakugo. Singing really reminded them how thankful they were for everyone. Someone who knows when you're lost and you're scared. Kirishima swallowed again. There through the highs and the lows. Someone you can count on, Izuku resumed. Someone who cares, beside you wherever you go. You'll change inside when you realize. The world comes to life, and everything's bright. A few of the students began clapping with the music, making the room feel even lighter. From beginning to end, when you have a friend by your side that helps you to find the beauty of all when you'll open your heart and believe in the gift of a friend. The gift of a friend. The boys raised their voices, emotion permeating the air. And when your hope crashes down shattering to the ground, you'll feel all alone. Izuku and Kirishima both thought of time when they were down. Izuku remembering being told time and time again that he could be a hero, and Kirishima remembering his middle school days. When you don't know which way to go and there's no signs leading you home, you're not alone. The world comes to life. Kirishima began before they alternated, and everything's bright. From beginning to end. When you have a friend by your side, Izuku held the note strongly. That helps you to find the beauty of all when you'll open your heart and believe in. Kirishima joined Izuku once more. When you believe in, you can believe in. The gift of a friend. As the song ended, a few classmates broke into cheers. Mina and Shiro whooping loudly at Kirishima for ripping Demi to shreds, as they called it. Eri looked up at Izuku again, mouth opening and closing a few times as if unsure if she should ask the question she was preparing to. Did you like the song? Izuku asked gently. Eri nodded. Yes, you both were amazing. I wish I could sing like that. You can join me in another song if you want, he offered while placing a hand over one of hers reassuringly. No one will judge you, I promise. Do you have any songs in mind? The question seemed to make her sad. And Izuku had the itch to punch himself in the face. I don't really know very many. I watched Frozen with Mirios a few days ago though. I really liked it. Do you know any songs that were in the movie? He thought about it for a moment, a hand coming to rub the back of his neck self-consciously. Everybody knows Let It Go. Is that one okay? Yes. I don't want a microphone though, if that's okay. She averted her eyes. I'm not comfortable with everyone hearing me right now. That's fine. You can sing along as quietly as you like. Preparing himself mentally, Izuku almost didn't notice Todoroki of all people carefully pick up one of the microphones while Gyro searched for the song. Green eyes met heterochromatic in mild surprise. My siblings and I watch all of the Disney films together because Fayumi loves them and father hates them. I quite like the music in the movie. He thought for a moment. Honestly, Elsa is my favorite character. It's not because half of my quirk is similar to her powers either. He sent a withering look at most of the Baka squad, who started laughing at his admission. Eri tilted her head as she gazed at Todoroki. Elsa is my favorite character too. The way she didn't know how to control her powers reminds me of myself. The way she feared them reminds me of myself too. That makes sense. Want to know why she's my favorite? Why? Todoroki sat down in front of where Midoriya sat, making it so he was closer to the young girl. She didn't use her power because she was afraid of becoming a monster, and out of fear from hurting people. I used to be like her too. And like how Anna reached out to reassure her she was capable of controlling her powers, I had someone that knocked some sense into my head about my own capability. He explained with a subtle gesture at the boy holding her. One day you'll be able to control your powers just as well as she does. The two gazed at each other for a long moment, only breaking eye contact when Gyro began the song. Todoroki needed to see the lyrics. As the instrumental finished up and readied to jump into the lyrics, he and Izuku took a breath before launching it. The snow glows white on the mountain tonight. Not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation. Todoroki allowed his volume to gradually get louder as he sang. And it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in. Heaven knows I've tried. Izuku already had his eyes closed at this point, the song having been burned into his brain long before. It was catchy and sung by an amazing singer after all. Don't let them in, don't let them see, be the good girl you always have to be. Izuku smiled when he heard Eri's small voice. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know, they sang in harmony. Let it go. Several others joined in at the chorus. Hiroshima, Shiro, Koda, and the girls save Gyro were the most noticeable. Let it go, can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, turn away and slam the door. Mina and Kirishima were now standing, acting out the lyrics while Eri watched in shock. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on, the cold never bothered me anyway. It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small. Izuku sang with a brilliant smile when he noticed Eri genuinely smiling at his friend's antics. The fact a couple more had joined them in song made him happy too. And the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. It's time to see what I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me, I'm free. Let it go, I am one with the wind and sky. Nearly the entire class belted, no longer trying to sing seriously. There were too many voices for that. Hiroshima and Mina were probably trying to out-Oxonius each other anyway with the way they were spinning around and nearly yelling. Let it go, you'll never see me cry. Here I stand and here I stay. Let the storm rage on. Todoroki. Mina laughed during the small instrumental, Use Your Ice Like Elsa. The boy in question merely stared at her, not giving her request an answer. My power flurries through the air into the ground. A few of them threw their arms into the air dramatically. My soul is spiraling in frozen fractals all around, and one thought crystallizes like an icy blast. I'm never going back. Izuku nearly stopped singing in favor of laughing as he noticed Mina and Kirishima throwing their arms around a silent Bakugo, singing loudly in their friend's ears despite the murderous look on his face. The past is in the past. Eri watched as Todoroki produced a spray of ice from his right hand, the boy rolling his eyes when Mina had to stop singing because she was laughing so hard. He did give Eri a soft smile when she positively lit up at his display. Izuku thought he could hear her say something along the lines of Todoroki being a Disney prince, but he couldn't hear her clearly over the sound of Class 1's singing. Let it go, and I'll rise like the break of dawn. Hiroshima jumped up on the couch only for Ada to stop singing so he could tell him to stop disrespecting the furniture. Let it go, that perfect girl is gone. Mina posed dramatically. Here I stand in the light of day. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. The song ended with bouts of laughter. Even Bakugo didn't look like he was going to immediately kill somebody. As his classmates chatted about getting their pajamas on, grabbing some snacks along with their blankets and pillows, the talk of building a fort in the midst, Izuku turned to Gyro with grateful eyes. Thanks for this, Gyro-kun. After I got over my nervousness, it was actually a lot of fun. I think maybe we can work on the recordings tomorrow afternoon, he said sheepishly. If that's all right with you, that is. Sounds like a plan to me, Midoriya-kun. You're going to do great. He lit up at her praise, almost missing the red-eyed gaze of Bakugo on him from several feet away. His heart almost stopped when, despite the unimpressed look on the blonde's face, he noticed him causally giving him a thumbs up before looking away. Kaken gave me a thumbs up. Oh my gosh, he squealed internally. It took Eri a couple of tries to snap him out of his daze after that. Izuku's spirits had started off high the next morning. For starters, Sato had offered to make pancakes once most of the class was awake. Nearly everyone had enthusiastically taken him up on the offer. With the help of a few classmates, they gathered in the kitchen barely half an hour later to see various plates stacked with a variety of pancakes and an assortment of toppings. There wasn't enough room for everyone to sit at the table, so much to Ida's distaste it was decided they could take to eating at the work table, the living room as well. Izuku couldn't have been happier eating a stack of chocolate chip pancakes next to Eri, who ate apple cinnamon pancakes with a look of pure bliss on her face. Even Bakugo had been in a rather good mood. He had found cumin in the cupboard and doused his mediocre pancakes with it. Shiro and Kaminari had looked upon the sight with horror, cradling their own syrup-drenched plates protectively. After that, there had been some downtime before Aizawa and Mirio would arrive. They decided collectively to curl back down in the living room to watch a movie of Eri's choice. Can we watch another Disney movie? I've seen Frozen, Tangled, and Mona so far and I really enjoyed them. You haven't seen The Lion King. Guys, we have to watch that one. It's the best. Kirishima shouted. Uraraka sent him a death glare. We are not making her cry this early in the morning. Pick something less upsetting, like Mulan. That had begun a debate over which movie was the least upsetting, several pointing out many sad events that took place in the movies or arguing that the older Disney movies were bad role models for her. Belle fell in love with an animal, Sheethead. Bakugo yelled at Shiro while setting off sparks. You want the little brat to think bestiality is okay. He's not an animal. And oh my gosh, man, you just spoiled the romantic element of the movie. How the hell is that a spoiler? It's called Beauty and the Beast for Fu. Language. Ieyasu cut in. In the midst of all the arguing, Todoroki had taken liberty of putting a DVD in on his own. It was only after the previews for remastered versions of the decade or two old Disney movies began that his classmates turned towards him confused. Todoroki-kun, Izuku asked from Wari, and he sat next to each other on the couch. Ida to his left and Uraraka and Tsuyu next to Eri. What did you pick? He turned his dual-colored eyes to the group and answered without a hint of emotion. The Little Mermaid. Can we ask why? Gyro was curious like the rest of her classmates. The boy's face became serious, eyes narrowing at the question. Unlike Ariel, she doesn't let her father boss her around. Also, he said offhandedly. His face back to normal, I enjoy the music. Nobody had dared to say anything after that. The movie was just ending when Aizawa and Mirio had arrived, the two patiently waiting as Ariel and the prince got married. Once it ended, Izuku and his classmates bid Eri goodbye. Mirio thanked them for having her, leaving after a tired Aizawa beckoned him to follow. As they left, Mirio could be heard telling Eri about how he liked the Little Mermaid too, but never to do what Ariel did and change herself to earn someone's love. It was funny when Eri said she hadn't noticed that in the first place, causing Mirio to try and steer the conversation to something else while Aizawa just sighed. He did not get paid enough for his job. Once the trio had gone, Gyro and Mina made sure to remind everyone that now that their fun time was over, it was time to get back to work preparing for the festival. Gyro hadn't even given Izuku a second to himself before he was dragged upstairs to her room to record the songs like they'd planned. It had taken roughly a couple hours, but the playlist for the festival was complete. There were 3 flash drives with all of the tracks and instrumentals in order of when they were going to be played, and separate documents for sheet music and lyrical text. One of these is going to Mina for the dance team, another for Todoroki on the staging team, and I'm keeping the last one just to have a physical backup with me at all times. I've put everything on the flash drive on a cloud account and emailed the link to everyone on the band team though, in case they lose their sheet music or want to listen to the songs on their own time. As it is, I'm going to meet up with them before and after dinner so we can practice playing the music. We'll try adding vocals in tomorrow. Okay, Izuku said. Gyro seemed to have everything taken care of. If you guys are going to be focusing on playing instruments tonight then, should I work with the dance team? That'd be a good idea, yeah. It had absolutely not been a good idea. Midori, I'm having Aoyama go over the routines with the dance team outside while we head over to the gymnasium. Why are the two of us going there to practice? Shouldn't the whole team be practicing together? Mina feigned disappointment. Gyro didn't tell you. We've got ourselves a one-on-one practice session tonight to help you with your stage presents. Izuku raised an eyebrow. My stage what? Stage presents. You know, like moving around on stage and working in some body movement in lieu of serious dancing so it won't interrupt your singing. You're not just going to stand next to Gyro while you sing, she said as if the idea of him singing in place was a ludicrous idea. If she weren't playing guitar on top of singing, I would have made her join in on the lesson. But as it stands, we need to get you to loosen your body up so you can jump around on stage like me. Is that really Ness? It is absolutely necessary. She cut him off, giving him a once-over before nodding. The shirt and shorts you're in are as good as anything to wear while practicing. I guess this means you're ready to go. Grab some water bottles for us while I fetch my wireless speaker from my room, please and thank you. I'll meet you at the dorm entrance in 5. Izuku wasn't able to get a word out before she turned on her heel and left, leaving him standing in his doorway as he remembered the 2 minutes of relaxing he'd gotten in after recording fondly. Several minutes later, let me just get my phone synced with the speaker, Mina said brightly. She kneeled down next to where her speaker was placed at the front of the stage, the device facing back towards them so they would be able to hear the music better. I do have to warn you though, Midori, we're going to be practicing to music faster and more geared towards the pop or dance genres than yours. We won't be doing any singing at all at the beginning either, because I want you to focus on learning some common dance and stage moves used by a lot of singers. Izuku nodded, having accepted his fate on the walk to the auditorium. It also helped that only the two of them would be practicing, so he was less self-conscious of making a fool of himself. She stood back up a moment later, turning to him, clad in short, loose shorts and a vibrantly colored tank top. She picked a playlist labeled Dance Until You're Dead. The music began to play just as she was setting her phone down and out of the way. Before we begin, the girl said as she motioned Izuku to walk with her to the center of the stage, I want you to do something for me. What is it? Mina grinned, eyes sparkling mischievously. I want you to stop thinking and copy every move I make while we practice. I don't care how weird you might think the moves are. I don't care if you'll never use them for the rest of your life, much less for the festival. My job is to get you to loosen up, get your body moving, and make sure you know the bare minimum of how to dance. We're going to begin doing it the only way I know how. So, Midori, do you know who is singing this song? Izuku seemed to be caught off guard by the question. It was too easy a question. Yes, she's popular beyond belief in America. This is Britney Spears. Wrong. What? No, I'm in. It's Britney, Beach. I don't underst. She put a finger to his lips and shushed him. Stop thinking and monkey see monkey do from now on. Go. With music from the early 2000 seconds filling the auditorium like background music of a training montage, their lesson began. We'll start off easy with some stationary moves. Remember, watch closely, copy, and memorize them. Later I'll just call out the names of the moves I've taught you. Oh okay. From then on, Mina would move or strike a pose, say the name of what she called it, and kept doing it until Izuku got it. They did indeed start with some easy ones. He learned what she called northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. Basically, she would raise her arms diagonally as if her head were the needle pointing north on a compass. Izuku got all of the movements down and committed to memory within a couple minutes. Next came various arm motions incorporating his torso or head. She taught what she called the tummy ache and headache. This involved splaying a hand flat on her stomach with her right hand and bringing her left hand to her temple. Then there was the migraine, which was just him putting his hands on either side of his head like he was having a breakdown. She taught him to look up, down, left, right, which meant him turning his head and looking in the directions the move said. There was the neck roll, which called for him dramatically lolling his head around his shoulders. From there she showed him what else he could do with his arms while singing. She had them out on either side of her, saying moving the arms like that while singing and moving the head in some direction was simple but looked good. She showed him raising them slowly up would be good for building tension of a song, and bringing them back down could be good for dramatic or strong points in a song. She also showed him the hug as she called it, which meant him hugging himself. The left and right sweep followed after. This consisted of him sweeping either his right or left arm out in front of him. On top of that there was pointing, meaning he was supposed to put his left hand on his hip while pointing forwards with his right arm. He learned the simple hip maneuver that was just putting his hand on his hip. She added onto it by telling him to move his hips from left to right in a snappy motion, calling it the hip snap. Now we'll focus on the legs, she said brightly after a few songs had passed and many moves had been learned. This will require moving, so how about you stand so you're beside me? It'll be easier if we're facing the same direction. So they continued, Izuku copying Mina's every move. First they started with what she dubbed the restless leg. It was the easiest move yet, simply requiring Izuku to bring his heel off the ground repeatedly. There was the spin, which was literally just doing a 180-degree turn in whatever direction went before it. Forward and backward meant walking in either direction stated, to the right and to the left being the other commands. The around town was basically bringing their hips around in a circle. Then came the knees and ball. Izuku was told to literally drop down to his knees on the first move and to add curling forward at the second move. Left knee and right knee were just dropping down onto the designated knee. He learned slide next. It was basically stepping in whatever direction specified, but doing so slowly and dragging the non-leading foot rather than picking both feet up. Shimmy was bringing one shoulder up while bending down slightly in the opposite direction, only to alternate shoulders back and forth. Twirl was spinning while also having his arms form a diamond shape above his head, palms facing outwards. Jump and skip were both self-explanatory. Then they got to what Izuku could only describe as oddly specific moves. Phone was pretending a hand was a phone. Not that weird, right? Clothes was a move that resembled his ripping his clothes off, that he was more embarrassed about but repeated anyway. He was even fine with sashaying, which he could only describe as a supermodel walk, although Mina looked more like a tiger on a prowl. He still did it, of course, but when it came to Mina having him do pelvic thrusts, he drew the line. Mina-kun, this is a family-friendly show. Nobody better be doing those moves, he stated with a blush, trying to look anywhere at her smirking face. Oh, I was just having a little bit of fun. It's good to get out of your comfort zone anyway. Speaking of, you're doing really well so far. Think you want to try your hand at dancing a song with me while I yell out the names of the moves we'll be doing? Izuku took a moment to grab one of the water bottles he'd grabbed from the dorm, handing a second one to his personal dance coach without a second thought. She smiled at him gratefully. You really think I'm ready? He asked once he'd drained half the water bottle. Wiping the water trailing down her chin away, the girl gave him a knowing look. You're ready to practice? Yes. And practice makes as close to perfect as we can get in such a short amount of time. You're actually pretty good at moving your body, Midori. I think you're just a little scared to do it. Well, yeah. I don't want to look silly in front of anyone. Tell me something, Mina said with a hand on her hip. Do I look silly when I dance? Of course not. What about our classmates? Do they look stupid when they dance? None of them look stupid. If we don't look silly or stupid, then what do you think we look like when we dance? Amazing, Izuku answered honestly. You all look so talented when you move. I know how much work it takes to dance like you do, and it's really cool to watch. At Mina's pointed look, he trailed off. He sighed as the moral of her question set in. She placed a palm on his shoulder, the moment tender despite if you seek Amy playing in the background. I really wish you could see yourself like you see your friends. You're great at so many things, but you can't get it through those thick curls of yours. Her hand moved to pet those curls affectionately as if to make her point. Anyway, enough with the sappy stuff. Let's get back to dancing. I know just the song. A moment later, Izuku and Mina were standing a few yards apart while facing each other, waiting for the desired song to start up. The filler one she'd chosen ended. At the semi-familiar tune of Toxic started, the real practice began. Baby, can't you see? I'm calling. A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm fallen. There's no escape. I can't wait. I need a hit. Baby, give me it. You're dangerous. I'm loving it. Too high, can't come down. Losing my head, spinning round and round. Do you feel me now? Mina didn't waste a second. One after the other she called out commands like what she'd taught him, telling him to flow from one to the next naturally as he could. They mostly stayed in the same place though, but Izuku knew they would be moving as time went on. With a taste of your lips I'm on a ride, you're toxic I'm slipping under. With a taste of a poison paradise, I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? She began throwing in some new movements, combining ones she'd already taught him and having him perform some moves that involved him lowering himself to the ground. He was a bit slow on the uptake at times. Moreover, many of his movements were a bit choppier or slower than he liked. It's getting late to give you up. I took a sip from my devil's cup. Slowly it's taking over me. Too high, can't come down. It's in the air and it's all around. Can you feel me now? As they went on, he improved. His body felt more at ease moving quickly from one position to the other. It helped that he was actually enjoying himself, a smile lighting up his face as he started being able to keep up with Mina's expert movement. He was even able to copy some of her original moves. With a taste of your lips I'm on a ride, you're toxic I'm slipping under. With a taste of a poison paradise, I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Don't you know that you're toxic? At some point Izuku wondered if they could do this again sometime when the stakes weren't so high. Dancing was a great and fun way to exercise, it seemed, and it was a nice skill to have. Some of the moves gave him ideas for fighting maneuvers as well. With a taste of your lips I'm on a ride, you're toxic I'm slipping under. With a taste of a poison paradise, I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? With a taste of your lips I'm on a ride, you're toxic I'm slipping under. With a taste of a poison paradise, I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? They had been moving across the floor for some time now, still facing each other but often several yards on either side of one another. Now they came back together. Mina directed him to do the knees while throwing in a neck roll with a successive headache. Intoxicate me now, with your lovin' now. I think I'm ready now. I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now, with your lovin' now. I think I'm ready now. The music came to an end with the two of them breathing moderately heavy. Izuku quickly stood back up, straightened his back, and wrung his hands together as he looked at his teacher expectantly. How was that? Don't look so terrified. It was really good for your first time, Midori. Do you think you could have come up with a pattern of moves to perform if I hadn't chosen them? Izuku looked at the ground for a moment before tilting his head thoughtfully. I think so. I mean, I probably would have found a few choice moves that went with the various segments of the song and added a few moves in as the intensity increased. Good. Later I'll have you pick a song and compose your own dance routine using what I taught you along with your own additions of course. But before you can show me your improvisation skills, you first need to pass my own personal test. And what is that exactly? Izuku asked, part of him fearing the answer. When Mina smirked he knew his fear was warranted. You and I are going to raise the difficulty of the dance we'll be doing by upping the general speed or beat of the song. We're going to go fast, and there will be movements we haven't practiced since they're a bit too risky for our target audience. But you're going to do them for the sake of better flow and to build your self-confidence. It's going to feel embarrassing and awkward at first, but trust me, if you can keep up with me I'll know that you're capable and no longer in need of my teaching. Also, it'll be fun. I'm even going to go through the moves with you beforehand while the song is on repeat before we take it from the top. Okay. And so began the most awkward half an hour of Izuku's life. To be fair, many of the moves were similar to what they had learned before. On the other hand, there were so many other ways to move the body that made Izuku want to blush just watching Mina. She was bursting with self-confidence and moved with purpose, which Izuku did admire her for, but knowing he would need to repeat her movements in order to be free from this dance lesson, well, he was just glad it was only Mina that would witness what was about to follow. Think so. She berated him at one movement where he was supposed to run his hands from his waistline and up his torso, throwing his arms out languidly afterwards. And unlike the other dance moves I taught you before today, you want to move with more of a flow and less sharply. Here, watch me one more time. No, Midori. Wiggle your entire body more and then work yourself up into shaking your upper body. Also, when you jut your hip out to the side, do it with more power. Okay, it seems you've gotten a hang of all of the movements. You're just doing them hella awkwardly. Move with confidence, like an animal on the prowl. Pretend you're trying to attract a mate with your SXY moves. Izuku nearly screamed into his hands at that comment. but thankfully controlled himself and only groaned while his face turned red instead. Finally, after they had another short break to grab a drink, Mina played the filler song that would come before the one they had been practicing to on loop. As the tune of Hit Me Baby One More Time came to a close, Izuku and Mina took to the center of the stage facing where the crowd would be in less than a week's time. They stood 2 yards apart this time since they would be moving in sync together. "This is it," Mina said. Her voice was soft and serious, but when she turned to give him a thumbs up her eyes were bright and filled with pride. "Give it all you've got, okay? Dance like there's someone out there you want to blow away." He took a deep breath and nodded. "All right." They got into their starting position a second before the music began, and then they were dancing. "Lately, I've been stuck imagining what I want to do and what I really think. Time to blow out. Be a little inappropriate, 'cause I know that everybody's thinking it when the light's out." Neither of them could hear anything other than the music as they danced in sync. The sound of the front doors of the gymnasium opening lost as they moved. "Shame on me to need release uncontrollably." Izuku and Mina moved their hands away from their hips simultaneously, going into the practiced arm movements as easy as adding a skip to their step. As they moved into the chorus for the first time, the music played over the sound of gasps of surprise from the other side of the room. I wanna go all the way, I taking out my freak tonight. I wanna show all the dirt I got running through my mind. Whoa. I wanna go all the way, I taking out my freak tonight. I wanna show all the dirt I got running through my mind. Whoa. They got off of the floor, eyeing each other as they went into the next wave of moves. He pushed the small part of him that was mortified having rolled his body in such a suggestive position. The hip movements included, away. He needed to keep up with Mina if he wanted this to be over with. He also couldn't deny that dancing was growing on him. "Lately, people got me all tied up. There's a countdown waitin' for me to erupt. Time to blow out. I've been told who I should do it with, to keep both my hands above the blank blanket when the light's out. Shame on me to need release uncontrollably." The part that was coming up was Izuku's favorite. He found the slower, more languid movements were easier for him to get lost in. He felt less self-conscious, and that lack of worry allowed him to slip his eyes shut along with his dancing partner as they continued. I wanna go all the way, I taking out my freak tonight. I wanna show all the dirt I got running through my mind. Whoa. And then things became very animated, forcing Izuku to open his eyes as his brain and body worked a mile a minute to perform the moves the best he could. For a moment he was so focused he felt as if he were using his quirk to keep up. I wanna go all the way, I taking out my freak tonight. I wanna show all the dirt I got running through my mind. Whoa. They slowed down again, arms and head hanging down as they did a few subtle movements until the chorus returned. "Shame on me to need release uncontrollably." Then it was just the two of them turning towards each other, running past one another before spinning around and pointing an arm in the air as they circled the other. A lot of fast turns, arm sweeps, jumps, and shimmies were thrown in before they finally came to a rest before each other. I wanna go all the way, I taking out my freak tonight. I wanna show all the dirt I got running through my mind. Whoa. I wanna go all the way, I taking out my freak tonight. I wanna show all the dirt I got running through my mind. Whoa. He ended with their fingertips touching, opposite arms thrown out in front of them while the one not reaching out was bent at their sides. Their chests heaved as they took an air they desperately needed after such a workout. Even with the sweat sticking to their skin after all of their hard work, smiles blossomed on their faces as they gazed at each other feeling accomplished. "Looks like you're ready, Midori." "Thanks, Mina-kun." His mouth was open to say more, but before he could another voice cut him off. Unbeknownst to them, they had received visitors just after they had begun their final performance. What the fuck? Heat hotter than what he'd experienced at the sports festival courtesy of Todoroki's left side crawled up his body. He didn't need to turn towards the entrance to the gymnasium to know who that voice belonged to. Not that he could have forced himself to turn that way anyway. All his mind could scream at him was that Bakugo had seen him dance promiscuously to a Britney Spears song. Would he ever be able to live that down? Probably not. His brain supplied unhelpfully. "Midoriya, my dude, you've got moves." Kaminari's voice started from across the room. "Mina, what have you been teaching him?" Gyro sounded stressed, her face pink. "Those moves are not what we talked about you helping him learn yesterday. They're not audience appropriate at all for." "Relax, Gyro. I taught him what you wanted. That last routine was just for fun." The members of band team were making their way towards the stage with their instruments in tow, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to greet them at their arrival. He was too busy looking pointedly away from them as he struggled to keep himself from fainting. Even after the talk with Mina, he couldn't help but feel completely foolish having danced as animatedly as he had without knowing there had been others watching him, judging him. How was he supposed to face them after? That was amazing, Kaminari reiterated once more when he reached the edge of the stage. I can't believe you went from being a passable dancer to keeping up with Mina in just a few hours. A few hours? Had they really been dancing for that long? What can you say? Mina gloated. He had a great teacher. The fact you incorporated your quirk was creative too, Takoyami added. Wait, he did what? He thought he felt the power of one for all at some point during the routine, but he thought he was just imagining it. I agree, Yaoyorozu said. Perhaps you could incorporate the glowing effect your quirk produces while performing one of your songs. It could be symbolic. That was definitely a thought to think about. Either way, you did look great up there, Midoriya. Gyro complimented. I know it took a lot of hard work and guts, so congratulations. Izuku slowly turned his head to look at them, green eyes wide with disbelief. Ah, Mina cried dramatically while throwing a friendly arm over his shoulders. You guys broke Midori with your words of encouragement. At least he'll finally get that he looks damn good dancing. I swear, he was blushing at every move earlier today. He only freaked out this time when you all surprised him by announcing your arrival. Gyro shrugged, a sheepish look on her face. Sorry about that. We wanted to practice some of the songs in here to see how the room alters the sound so we can plan for it accordingly. Do you guys still need the stage? Nope. It's all yours now. Midori and I worked hard today, so we'll finish up with what we were going to do originally tomorrow. Okay, just make sure not to work him too much. Tomorrow evening I want him to join us to practice singing the songs he'll be performing along with the band. If he's exhausted, he won't be able to sing as well. Mina flashed a grin. I'll be sure not to be too rough with him, she said while holding up her littlest finger. I pinky promise. She was met with a couple groans, but Izuku's attention was on Bakugo. The blonde was regarding him in a way he hadn't noticed before since he'd been too shy to look in his general direction. As it was now, it seemed like he wanted to say something. When the rest of the band team began bringing their equipment up on stage, Izuku found himself nonchalantly offering his childhood friend help. Need a hand with that, Kaken? Red eyes practically glued him to the ground. After a tense moment, Bakugo grunted. Grab the cymbals, nerd. I assume you know where to put them. They worked in silence for a few minutes. It didn't take much time or effort to set up his drum and accessories. And while Gyro and Kaminari worked on getting a couple portable speakers set up, Izuku found himself standing adjacent to Bakugo as he set up his music on a stand. So, the greenette started. How is practice going so far today? Fine. Gyro and I tried to make the sheet music easy enough to follow despite a lot of the songs having complex parts. I'm sure they aren't trouble for you though. They aren't. Do you like all of the stuff I added to Peace Sign and Singing to the Sky? I made sure to make it cool and challenging like you wanted. The other classes won't know what hit them, he commented brightly. The crowd will sure be amazed too. Duh. Izuku bit his lip, a wave of sorrow hitting him as he finally got the picture. Bakugo didn't want to speak with him right now. He guessed that was all he needed to come down from the high dancing with Mina had created. Okay, well, I guess I'll leave you to practice then. I'm pretty tired after dancing for so long anyway, he said, voice sounding more off than he wished. He tried to keep his energy up so his friend wouldn't notice his change in mood. But it was hard with how perceptive the blonde was. As he turned away, fully intending on leaving without looking back, he felt a calloused hand grip his wrist tightly. Looking over his shoulder, Izuku's heart skipped at the intensity of the gaze Bakugo was giving him. All he could think about was how warmth was traveling up his arm from where the hand gripped his wrist. It was making him dizzy. You looked good earlier, Deku. Was there cotton in his ears? He couldn't have possibly heard correctly. Come again. Like hell I'd repeat myself. Bakugo barked, his face dusted pink from what could be rage or perhaps something else. He released his wrist and faced forwards once more. Now scram so I can warm up. Also make sure you eat something. You and Pinky missed dinner like the over-dedicated idiots you are. Oh okay, Kaken. I will. There's some leftovers in the fridge with your name on it, the blonde added as Izuku began to walk away. Don't waste them. If you do, I'll set your ass on fire. Izuku paused in his departure, knowing immediately that Bakugo must have saved him some of what he'd cooked for dinner. The act of kindness sent butterflies scrambling erratically in his stomach. A smile not unlike that of a lovesick girl enveloped his face. Thanks. Bakugo pointedly ignored him. Izuku didn't care though. He was already floating on cloud 9. Later that night, Izuku found himself sitting in the lounge working on his music that night. He knew he should be thinking about the new ways he was learning to use his quirk after the training he'd been doing with All Might. But something had been nagging him to work on his music ever since dinner. He had gotten some homework done after dinner though. Seeing that along with everything else done throughout the day as an accomplishment, he found himself situated with his laptop and earbuds in the common room. It was nearing 11 at night, but since it was Saturday, their curfew was extended to midnight instead of 10. Nearly everyone took advantage of the additional free time on Saturdays. This meant the common space was generally filled, and tonight was no exception. The lounge was filled with fellow students as if gravitating together was natural after their bonding session the night and morning prior. Some, like Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari, were relaxing after all the practicing they'd gotten done throughout the day. They sat on the couch watching a silent voice at a reasonable volume. They didn't want to disturb those studying at the table nearby. Mina and Kirishima were trying to get their homework done for the weekend early so they wouldn't have to worry about scrambling to finish it Sunday night, and Uraraka and Hagakure joined them soon after. A few others had also joined watching the movie. Shoji sat in the corner reading, and Todoroki was sitting with Ida in the kitchen brewing tea while discussing further modifications to their hero costumes. Izuku didn't know where Kota, Minta, Sato, or Bakugo were, but he assumed they were busy doing their own thing. That was until the latter suddenly sat down on the couch beside him, the inches of space between them somehow feeling far too wide. Kaken, the greenette asked more than greeted, pulling an earbud from his ear while pausing the program he was running. Thanks for the leftovers earlier. I can't believe you remembered how much I love Katsudeku. Anyway, how are you? The blonde grunted. He seemed like he was debating on answering when he suddenly leaned over, his shoulder brushing Izuku's as his eyes fell on the computer screen. You working on more music? Izuku nodded. He pulled out the other earbud and smiled, pointing to a few layers of sound files placed one on top of the other. Yep, Mina-kun wants me to pick some songs to practice dancing to tomorrow. And there was one I started a while back that I thought would be fun to design a dance to. I was planning on recording a rough version of the lyrics before going to bed tonight. Now listening to it though, I don't know if I'll be able to. Why not? Blinking in mild confusion, Izuku had to ignore the surprise that came with Bakugo seeming to be genuinely interested. Well, there are some parts I have to sing pretty loudly in order for the right notes to be hit. I don't want to wake up anyone else on the floor though. I think I'll just have to make a dance to the instrumental without words. Bakugo made a noise as if contemplating something. A moment later, Izuku found himself without a laptop before being yanked off of the couch by his arm. If you're so concerned about being too loud, then record it in my room right now while most of the idiots are still up. Even if anyone else on the floor comes upstairs before you're done, they're used to a bit of noise. Yeah, Kirishima shouted from where he sat at the table nearby. Was everyone eavesdropping? Baku bro shouts at me at all hours of the day. And he shouts at germs whenever he brushes his teeth too. We're all used to noise, so feel free to sing to your heart's content. Shut up, sheety hair. Excuse me, but could you both quiet down? Jiro spoke up. The movie was currently paused, and several students were looking between Bakugo and Kirishima impatiently. We're halfway through the movie, but we can't hear it with all of the yelling. Kirishima apologized immediately, going back to his homework, while Bakugo responded with a quick whatever. It was then Izuku was ordered at a regular volume to follow his childhood friend. Kaken, I don't know if recording in your room is a good idea. Why the hell not? He raised his voice just as they were out of the shared living space. I need some stuff from my room, first of all, and second of all, I don't know if I'm comfortable recording with you there. Lie. Oh, so you can record in front of earphone girl but not me. Tough luck, nerd. The blonde had them exit the staircase only after going up one flight. Which room is yours? We'll grab your stuff and then head up to my room. I guess I can grab my headphones and mic. Izuku acquiesced. But, Kaken, can I ask why you care if I get it done or not? I didn't think you really cared about anything I do, unless... He trailed off as he unlocked his room, turning to meet red eyes with a grin slowly forming on his face. You want to hear me sing, don't you? His statement was met with a shove, sending the shorter tumbling onto his butt on the floor of his room with a small yelp. Once he collected himself, he couldn't help but laugh at the enraged yet embarrassed look on his rival's face. Like hell I want to hear your crappy voice, Deku. It just pisses me off that you do all of these things for others but won't go out of your way to do something for yourself. Now hurry up and grab your music sheet. Looking at your creepy All Might shrine for a minute longer is going to make me hurl. Izuku shook his head. As he got up to grab what he needed, Bakugo stepped into the room and surveyed the decor with a look of disinterest. They were both silent for several seconds as Izuku debated if he needed anything else. Just as he was about to say he was ready to go, however, he noticed Bakugo walking up to his bookshelf. I can't believe you kept this junk. His voice was soft, much more so than Izuku remembered hearing. It was only when the greenette turned around to see why his friend was so subdued that he realized why. Bakugo was holding an old All Might figurine from their childhood, and his eyes were glued to a small picture frame that held a photo of them from preschool. They were poised with their opposite arms in the air and fingers forming peace signs, large grins on their faces as their arms closest to one another were swung around each other's shoulders. The picture had been taken a few days before Bakugo's quirk had manifested. The toy, on the other hand, had been a present given to him by Bakugo himself. It was his favorite toy as a kid, holding sentimental value because it had been given to him by his best friend. Of course I kept them, Izuku answered as he made his way to stand beside the other. The toy was a gift, And that picture reminds me of good times. I would never get rid of either of those things. I don't understand you. Huh. The blonde turned, frustration radiating off him as he glared at Izuku. Why would you keep this stuff all these years even though I bullied you? I was unfair to you, treating you like shit when all you were trying to do was reach out to me. I misunderstood your intentions for over 10 years, Deku. What kind of hero treats someone like I did, regardless of the reason? Maybe the villains were right to assume I'd be a good addition to their dumb team. I act. Don't talk about yourself like that, Kaken. You're not a villain, and nothing about you is villainous. Really, Bakugo said incredulously, a hand gripping the All Might toy tightly. I told you to jump off of the roof. How is that not villainous? Izuku shook his head. A villain would throw someone off of a roof. A person who made a mistake would tell someone to jump. Some huge-ass mistake. I knew you were too stubborn to ever give up on your dream as a hero, so you wouldn't have thought about it anyway. But that doesn't mean what I said was okay. No, it wasn't. You know that though, don't you? And you'd never tell anyone else to do that. Not someone who isn't a villain, I guess. Kaken. Okay, fine. I wouldn't say something that shitty again to anyone. Izuku sighed, a weight seeming to leave his shoulders. This was progress. You know, the greenette continued gently as he took the toy from the other. You never once stopped being my friend. I promised I would throw away this toy if I thought we would never be able to stand side by side. I kept it, because I was waiting for you to finally realize I wasn't trying to belittle you and your accomplishments. If I were you, I would have given up on my sorry ass long ago. The smile Izuku sent at the blonde caught him off guard. When have I ever given up on anything or anyone? Besides, giving up on you would have been like giving up on a part of myself. For a moment they both stood there frozen. Oh no, what did I just say? Izuku thought. I bet that sounded really, really weird. What if I've scared him away for good? Things were finally getting better too. Then, as if Endeavor had finally admitted his undying love for All Might, Bakugo laughed. Seriously, Deku, you're such a goddamn sap. Wait, I didn't mean it like, whatever, just grab your stuff and let's go. We don't have all night. Getting ready to record with Bakugo sitting next to him was absolutely nerve-wracking. It had been roughly 10 minutes since they'd entered his room to begin with. While Izuku had preoccupied himself with taking in how the room practically screamed Kaken, Bakugo shut the door harshly before barking at him to get a move on. Izuku didn't take long to get set up after he'd been given his laptop back. Only a minute was needed to sit down on the end of his friend's bed with his laptop resting on his legs, headphones in place on his head, and the small microphone that extended from them just in front of his face. The program was pulled up on the screen too. The blonde sat down on the bed next to him, feigning disinterest, as if Izuku could be fooled that he wasn't listening just because he was browsing the internet with his phone. When enough awkward silence had passed, Izuku simply staring at the screen with the arrow hovering over the green button that would start recording, Bakugo finally let his phone fall onto his lap with a growl. What are you waiting for, Deku? Start singing or whatever. Oh, I'm sorry, he drawled back. I thought you were too busy instigating fights in the comments section of HeroTube to pay attention to me. The other was affronted. What the hell? Did you just sass me? Also, I haven't done that since middle school, you damn nerd. Sorry, he replied, serious this time. I'm just nervous. Why? Well, you either get mad at or belittle nearly everything I do. I do not. You used to tell me my breathing was pissing you off, and that I should stop doing it sometime. I never, sheet. Okay, maybe I said that a long time ago, but I didn't. This was last Tuesday, Kaken. You know I say a lot of things, okay. He let out a frustrated groan. I don't mean most of them. Sheety Hair and the others in the so-called Baka Squad. Don't you dare tell them I acknowledged its existence. No, I talk sheet. As for your singing, I'm not going to make fun of you. I haven't said anything bad about that yet, have I? Izuku shook his head. Well, no, but even so I'm a bit self-conscious. Do you promise not to say anything mean if I record here? I'm going to have to repeat lines multiple times in order to get it right. And after that I need to splice the recordings together, layer them, and add effects in order to get a good final cut. You'll be hearing the same lines over and over again. Are you sure you're not going to get mad at me for annoying you? Of course not. I might not sing or record stuff in my free time like you and Earphone Girl. But I still get that it takes a lot of trial and error. Just get to it so we can both get to bed at a decent hour tonight, okay? Green eyes lingering on the blonde beside him for just a moment longer, he relented. He adjusted the headset one more time before stealing his finger over the trackpad. All right, try not to make too much noise then. The microphone will pick up any sounds you make. I know what a microphone does, dumbass. I wasn't. Izuku sighed, his hands flinging into the air helplessly as he gave up trying to communicate casually with the other boy. I'm just going to start recording now. Finally, ignoring the remark, the greenette pressed the bottom. Immediately his left hand grasped the mic so it was just how far he wanted it from his mouth. His right hand hovered over the trackpad on the laptop, poised to stop this recording and start another one in succession. The music began with 5 sharp notes, the power in Izuku's voice catching Bakugo by surprise before he could even get out the first 2 lines. Hearing the boy's voice without any context was strange, but interesting. I keep my ideals with me. My fate is mine. Izuku's singing style was unique compared to the other songs he'd sung before. The way he held the last word while fluctuating his voice was satisfying, if that made sense. Sadly, he recorded himself singing the 2 lines several more times before continuing on. Bakugo couldn't bring himself to tell the other the first take was good enough. Time to pay for all of my mistakes, Izuku sang quickly, that I made without an ounce of shame. I moved on and threw my life away. Thank God I got out while I could. I nearly gave it all away. His voice dropped down to an unknown and empty fate. Dead eyes that know the price that I paid. And if they could only just focus on today, maybe they'll shine. He stopped singing, taking in a deep breath as he pressed the red button that would simultaneously end and save the recording. I'm not very good at singing super fast, the younger admitted sheepishly as he prepared to do a second take. It sounded decent to me. Izuku seemed skeptical to believe him. As it was, it took between 5 and 10 more minutes before he felt he could go on to the next lines. His eyes slipped shut as he pressed record, all of his focus going into getting the words out the way he wanted. What's going on? A brand new life, but I still feel left behind. Every day there's something off. Is this what I wanted? He ended the recording there, because for once he was satisfied with it right away. What's going on? Is this a game? 'Cause nobody else is quite the same. The possibilities have opened up. Squinting at his computer, he practiced the last line half a dozen times before deciding on how he wanted to sing the last word. The entire time Bakugo simply listened. When Izuku continued, he drew himself up more on the bed before warning Bakugo he was going to get a bit louder. He sang into the mic, his other hand waving in the air in front of him as if he were directing an orchestra. Dreaming. My mind rewinds. Diction was being focused on heavily here. Every word was said exactly how it was supposed to be, a few words even choppy in order to get the syllables differentiated. I just can't fill the hole inside of my heart, so let's get out, escape from the dark of the night. He sang the word night just how he sang the word mine in the beginning. And Bakugo found himself nodding at the parallelism. It sounded great if he were being honest. Not that he'd say it out loud though. The future, Izuku continued after a few retries. Unknown seems to twist and distort itself unless we look straight forward. I'm sick of lying to myself. Got to stand up straight and fight. I keep my ideals with me. Each time cause dreams and love, so dangerous, the fuel that we need to light the fire. Gongs are ringing out now. He sucked in a quick breath, both hands on his headset as he sang out the last line. My fate is mine. Once that line was done, Izuku busied himself with going through each of the several dozen files he'd saved in his recording session. As he did this, Bakugo found himself splaying himself across the bed behind Izuku. He stared up at the ceiling, merely listening to Izuku mumble about which sound file sounded the best. The greenette picked the one he was happiest with from what he had available after filtering out the recordings. Then there were the added effects. Finally, after nearly an hour had passed, Izuku took his headset off. He turned around to see Bakugo lying down on his back. The blonde was using one arm as a pillow while the other rested on his stomach. Red eyes met green no sooner than Izuku glanced at his friend, something tugging at Bakugo's gut when he noticed the way the other way kept looking at the part of his torso that was exposed due to his shirt being pulled up a bit. The blonde found himself smirking. Did you turn around to ogle me or tell me you finished your song, Deku? Izuku's face lit up scarlet. Ogle? I wasn't. Sure you weren't. What's the song called, anyway? It's titled Odd Future, and I was not ogling you. You're a shitty liar. I can't believe I'm the only one that knows the secret about your quirk and all might with how much of a crap job you do at trying to covering for yourself. Izuku hid his face in his hands. His childhood friend was too much for him sometimes. Kaken, he whined. You're being a jerk. When am I not a jerk? This sobered the other up, a serious look on his face at the question. Don't say things like that. You're not a jerk all of the time, so don't think that way. I was only joking. Bakugo really didn't care much for this conversation. He sat up, causing Izuku to move so he wasn't sitting knee to knee with him. The change in position didn't get him to drop anything though. I'm serious, Kaken. Time for a diversion then, the blonde thought. If he let the greenette keep talking, he could end up being coerced into talking about his feelings, and like hell was he going to let that happen? Why do you still call me that? Izuku blinked. What do you mean? You still call me Kaken. You only called me that when we were kids because you couldn't pronounce the Tsu sound in my first name. Even when you learned how to speak properly, you never switched to calling me by my first name instead, our falling out aside. Why? Well, you've always been Kaken to me. It would feel weird calling you something else. It's like how you still call me Deku despite us being on better terms now. Bakugo rolled his eyes. It's your hero name, for one. And Roundface among other heroes calls you it too. What, are you telling me you want me to call you Izuku now? They both went quiet for a second. For Izuku, hearing his name from Bakugo sounded strangely intimate. It seemed the blonde was thinking on a similar train of thought, because he winced a second later as if embarrassed. Actually, I get your point. I'll stick to calling you Deku. You can still call me that childish nickname, and I won't even complain. Are you sure you don't want me to call you? Izuku hesitated. Katsuki instead. The blonde shuddered at hearing his name. For some reason it sounded wrong, not coming out of his mother, father, or Auntie Inko's mouth. Hearing it from Izuku was not strange, but rather oddly private in context. I am very sure. Yeah, Izuku agreed. That was really weird. Yep. They sat there for a minute longer, neither of them speaking until Izuku silently pulled the cord connecting his headset to the computer out. His computer made a sound alerting them that sound would now be coming out of the computer's speakers. Do you want to hear the final version then? Bakugo had to work to hide his excitement. Of course he wanted to hear the final cut after sitting there for over an hour. I guess so. Well, I can just go if you don't want to hear it, Izuku said coyly, a small smile slipping onto his face at the outraged look on his friend's face. I'm kidding. Here, I'll play it right now. He was true to his word. It was more pop than techno, was Bakugo's first thought. He had been trying to figure out the genre of the song since the beginning. In comparison to the other songs written and sung by the Greenette, it was much different. The beat and speed of the song were faster for one. It didn't sound unpleasant though. Coupled with the percussion and piano tracks in the background, Bakugo was rather impressed that he was so capable of writing music of diverse genres. The sound effects were another thing. Some of them made Izuku's voice sound a bit distorted at times, which Bakugo found a bit unappealing in his opinion. But he wasn't going to tell the other how to write his music. Mostly he didn't want to have to explain that he found other boys' voice best when it wasn't altered. As the song ended, Izuku looked at the blonde expectantly. It's good. But Greenette cocked his head. That's all you have to say. Is there anything else you want me to say? The drum parts were pretty sick, I guess. I'm not a critic or crazy about analysis like you, nerd. I'm not going to write you a novel about how good your song is. I didn't ask for a novel. I just feel like simply saying it is good is sort of a lackluster response. Bakugo glared at him. Lackluster? I can call it sheedy techno-pop instead. But I don't like lying. It sounded good, all right. I like what you did with those held words at the beginning, middle, and end. The instrumental you put together was excellent. I could do less with the sound effects, but you're the music artist, not me. Izuku blinked at the input. Then he smiled, which sent some unknown tingling feeling spurring to life in Bakugo's chest. Thank you, Kaken. Whatever. You recorded your song, so either keep working on your music, practice your singing, or leave. Is that your way of asking me to sing something else for you, or are you trying to get me to leave? I have no clue what you're talking about, Deku. Sing or leave. It's entirely your choice. Happiness exuded from the Greenette despite the way Bakugo spit out those words. It made sense the blonde was too stubborn to ask for something he wanted that could be seen as uncharacteristic of him. He had an image of pride and power to retain after all. Izuku could humor him this one time, he supposed. He pulled up Hero Tube. Do you like Breaking Benjamin? Who doesn't? The Greenette smiled, pulling up the karaoke version of a song a moment later. I love his music. I'm going to sing my favorite of his, he explained. If you know his stuff though, then feel free to join me. I don't sing. Whatever you say, Kaken. A moment later a soft, familiar guitar tune started up. Bakugo watched with rapt attention as Izuku began bobbing his head just a bit. By the time he was supposed to start singing, his eyelids had already slipped closed. Will the faithful be rewarded when we come to the end? He started quietly. Will I miss the final warning from the lie that I have lived? Is there anybody calling? I can see the soul within. And I am not worthy. His voice sounded emotional, like he was referring to something else. I am not worthy of this. Are you with me after all? Why can't I hear you? Are you with me through it all? Then why can't I feel you? Now it felt like he was singing directly to Bakugo. The blonde didn't have much time to think about it though. He was too swept up in the chorus that came afterward. Stay with me, Izuku sang languidly. Don't let me go, because there's nothing left at all. Stay with me, don't let me go, until the ashes of Eden fall. It amazed Bakugo how quickly some people seem to get lost in music. As he watched Izuku sing, it was like watching someone else take over. The timid demeanor he often gave off disappeared in an instant. And the boy looked so at ease. Every word he sang was sung with the utmost care, and passion permeated every syllable. Bakugo had liked the song before, but hearing Izuku sing it made him wonder if this wasn't his favorite song by the artist too. Will the darkness fall upon me when the air is growing thin? The Greenette thought of the looming threat of evil and frowned. Will the light begin to pull me to its everlasting will? He's been close to death a few times before. Still, even as he remembered the fear that he'd felt, he couldn't help but feel more scared for those he cared about. The sludge villain and stain incidents came to mind. I can hear the voices haunting. There are too many to count. There is nothing left to fear, and I am still calling. I am still calling to you. Are you with me after all? This part always reminded him of Bakugo after their falling out growing up. Why can't I hear you? Are you with me through it all? Then why can't I feel you? Stay with me, don't let me go, because there's nothing left at all. Stay with me, don't let me go, until the ashes of Eden fall. There was a break in the song for an instrumental, to which Bakugo also allowed himself to close his eyes as well. He always enjoyed the ending part of the song the best. He particularly loved the overlapping lyrics at the end. But Izuku wouldn't be able to sing them by himself. Maybe he could. Don't let go, Izuku sang softly. He gradually grew louder each time he repeated the words. Don't let go, 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 why can't I hear you? Stay with me, don't let me go, because there's nothing left at all. Stay with me, don't let me go, until the ashes of Eden fall. As he took in a quick breath for the last few lines, Izuku heard the other boy's voice beat him to the main part. His eyes snapped open in shock as he forced himself to take the other part instead. Heaven above me, take my hand. The blonde sang at the same time Izuku sang Stay with me, don't let me go. They came back together to sing out Shine until there's nothing left but you. They repeated this one more time before the song came to an end. It was only then did the greenette open his mouth to voice what he was thinking. Kaken, you've been holding out on everyone. What are you talking about? You can sing. Anyone can sing. Well, anyone but Minta. Short creep screeches like a dying vulture. That's mean, Kaken. Izuku shook his head to clear it, not wanting to get distracted. That's not what I meant though. Your voice is a lot less rough than I thought it would be singing. It's deep and husky, but in a good way. You also have good control with your pitch. Your singing was really good because of that, he went on. Suddenly it was like a light bulb had gone off in his head. Do you think you sing this one part of Singing to the Sky for me? I don't really like how it turned out in the recording I gave everyone. Gyro was having trouble getting it right too when we practiced it. I can't really get my voice as low as the part demands, but you. Nope. What? Not happening. You don't have to decide right now. Not doing it, Bakugo said with his arms crossed and determined smirk on his face. Something about riling Izuku up was just so entertaining to him. Just think about it for a day or two. It's only a few lines, so it'd be easy to learn. I highly doubt my answer will change. Kaken, he whined again. Humor me, please. Shit, Bakugo thought with some horror. He's using those damned puppy eyes. This is completely unfair. Ugh, fine. Stop whining already, you stupid Deku. Okay. All of a sudden Izuku was all sunshine and rainbows again. And the blonde realized the other boy had been playing him with the fake tears that had began forming in his eyes a few seconds earlier. That conniving little sheet. Anyway, Izuku continued after letting out a yawn. It's already well past curfew. Are you sure you don't want me to leave so you can go to bed? It's not that late. You don't have to go yet. You're not tired. No, you can stay. A look of realization entered Izuku's green-eyed gaze. After readjusting so that he was sitting with his back up against the head of the bed, Bakugo silently shuffling until they were shoulder to shoulder, he nonchalantly moved his laptop over so half of it was on Bakugo's lap as well. Okay then, I'm going to sing a few more songs by this group then, just for practice. Pull up the acoustic version of Without You, the blonde found himself saying. Your voice would go decently with it. Sure thing, Kaken. With that Izuku continued singing, Bakugo joining in every now and then, which sent butterflies fluttering in the other's stomach. They sang until they eventually found themselves falling asleep against each other, Izuku's laptop going to sleep not long after. The next morning, when Izuku woke up, he found he wasn't in his room. A spike of panic went through him. His entire body tensed as he prepared to move away from Bakugo before the other could wake. But it appeared it was already too late for that. A calloused hand grabbed his forearm. Calm down, nerd. It's barely 5 in the morning. Bakugo's voice was thick with sleep. There was no anger behind his words, yet they did not lack authority. Sorry, Izuku apologized as he quickly shut down his laptop properly. It was a miracle it wasn't dead. Thank goodness for sleep mode, he guessed. It just startled me when I realized I wasn't in my room. I didn't mean to wake you. You didn't wake me up. I've been awake for 20 minutes uncomfortable as hell with your head commandeering my shoulder. Sleeping upright any longer was going to leave a crick in my neck, so I just stayed up. The greenette tilted his head in confusion. Why didn't you just wake me up then? I would have understood. Bakugo shook his head. I'm not weak, Deku. I dealt with it. Now that you're awake though, put your computer and junk away and shut off the light. I'm tired as F. An appropriately timed yawn cut him off before he could finish. Oh, okay. He couldn't help but feel a bit dejected as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. His entire body was begging to stay in bed. Be that as it were, he still got up with his belongings and flicked off the light. He was just about to let himself out when he heard a groan of annoyance. What do you think you're doing? It's too early in the morning for you to leave. If someone catches you going back to your room, they're going to want to know where you were. And I swear if someone catches on that you fell asleep here, I will not be putting up with the stupid questions that'll follow. Put your stuff down and come back over here. Izuku was extremely confused. Kaken, wouldn't it be less risky for me to leave now? Surely nobody is awake at this hour. Shitty hair is up at the ass crack of dawn. If he sees you, I'll never hear the end of it. Just stay here until later on in the day when I know everyone else on the floor will be at dance practice. Pinky said she'd meet you at the gymnasium at what time? After lunch. She told everyone to meet in there at 9 for group practice though, which means I should probably be there too. Forget it. Tell her you accidentally slept in. But I should really. Deku, letting out an exaggerated sigh. Izuku gave up on arguing with the blonde in favor of setting his stuff down on the other boy's desk. I'll stay like you asked, but can you at least give me a blanket and pillow? Your carpet is kind of thin and... He trailed off when he heard Bakugo get up. A moment later, Izuku was grabbed by the collar of his shirt and all but thrown back into bed. With the moonlight streaming in the window, he could make out Bakugo's red eyes glaring at him in the dimness. Shut up and go back to sleep, he demanded. You can borrow a pillow, but if you so much as hog 1 extra centimeter of my blanket, I'm making you sleep on the floor. Mention this to anyone and you die. With that, the blonde crawled into bed beside a flustered Izuku, turning away so he was facing the wall instead of the other boy. It took another few seconds for the other boy's brain to begin working again. When it did, however, he settled beneath the blanket and forced himself to sleep on his side facing away from the center of the bed. This is happening. This is really happening. We're sharing a blanket and everything. And he's so warm I can't even. He forced himself to take a deep breath. If he didn't stop freaking out, then he wouldn't be getting any more sleep tonight. After doing some mental exercises to stop himself from having a mini almost panic attack, he felt his eyelids growing heavy. It barely took a couple more minutes before he vaguely felt his limbs going slack. Sleep overcame him all at once then, and Izuku would wake up later having dreamt about what it would have been like to close the gap between him and the owner of the bed. Several hours later, the next day would be a busy one for Izuku. Once he was finally allowed to leave Bakugo's room, he quickly grabbed something to eat before getting in some of his routine exercise and a bit of quirk training in the woods. By the time he finished with that, squeezing in a 5-minute shower before everyone gathered in the dorm for lunch, it was already time for his second dance lesson with Mina. Cue up some songs that you feel comfortable dancing to, Midori. Mina instructed the moment he entered the gymnasium. She handed him her phone once he was on the stage with her. It was bright pink with little alien stickers on it, along with a few stray sparkly star stickers as well. Make sure to pick a mix of genre. I want to see your creative skills shine today along with your newfound dancing skills. He couldn't help but smile widely at her enthusiasm. It was contagious. Sure thing, Mina-kun. Several song picks later, it was time for the warm-up. I don't know all of these songs, but from what I do recognize, this seems like a good playlist. Since you're going to be singing later tonight, we'll mostly just work on improvising choreography. Near the end, I will have you sing along with the music though. It will give you a feel for how much you can realistically move without ruining your singing. After that, it was just Izuku standing center stage while Mina readied her speaker. Here we go, Midori. Show me what you've got. And so he did. There are times when I don't know where I stand. Her speaker blasted. You make me feel like I'm a boy and not a man. There are times when you don't give me a smile. I lie awake at night and worry for a while. Izuku started dancing to the song with a simple repetition of side shuffles and spins. It was nothing much to look at. The moves beginner level for sure, but this song screamed at him for simple, fluid movement. It's okay, 'cause I know you shine even on a rainy day and I can find your halo. He brought his hands above his head mid-shuffle in order to create a circle, or halo, falling to his knees in one slow motion during the next words, guides me to wherever you fall. If you need a hand to hold, he carried out a calculated stretch forward that allowed him to stand back on his feet. In the next moment, he walked quickly forward, almost skipping as he reached a hand out. I'll come running, because you and I won't part till we die. You should know he came to a stop, dropping his head to the side and closing his eyes as he made a heart with his hands and placed it just under his left collarbone, see eye to eye, heart to heart. During the break, he found himself shuffling around with a few spins thrown in. He continued dancing in his self-created box until he heard the verse he was waiting for. There are times when I cry 'cause you shed no tears. Your mind's so far away but your body's right here. There are times when I just walked out your door. He added the hug move Mina had taught him for the remaining line, and thought I'd never get to see you anymore. He repeated his last routine for the repeated chorus. It's okay, 'cause I know you shine even on a rainy day and I can find your halo, guides me to wherever you fall. If you need a hand to hold, I'll come running, because you and I won't part till we die. You should know we see eye to eye, heart to heart. Whoa, Izuku stilled completely, wrapping his arms around himself loosely before beginning to sway as the instrumental picked back up. Whoa, oh sometimes. Whoa, whoa. He swept his arms out to either side, a smile lighting up his face as he spun around the stage as if he were dancing joyously with another person. Wherever you fall, if you need a hand to hold, I'll come running, because you and I won't part till we die. You should know, we see eye to eye, heart to heart. Then he was bending down on one knee, both hands splayed over his heart. I can find your halo, guides me to wherever you fall. Loud clapping met his ears the moment the song ended, sending a wave of pride through him. He was so glad she liked it. Great job. I really enjoyed the flow in that one. Do you need a breather before going into the next song? He shook his head, adrenaline making his body buzz with a nervous excitement. No thank you. I think I'm ready to go straight into the next one. Mina grinned. That's just what I like to hear. And with that she skipped to the next pick. High dive into frozen waves where the past comes back to life. Fight fear for the selfish pain. It was worth it every time. Hold still right before we crash cause we both know how this ends. A clock ticks till it breaks your glass and I drown in you again. This song had Izuku flowing directly into one move after another. He never stayed in one position for long, his body pulling him somewhere else at nearly every other word. Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Chasing relentlessly, still fight and I don't know why. He put his arms in the air briefly. As he quickly got the idea for what he was about to use next, he utilized many of the moves Mina had taught him the day prior. If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? If our love's insanity, why are you my clarity? If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? If our love's insanity, why are you my clarity? From where Mina was watching she hummed, impressed. She thought she might have to ask him to up the complexity or speed of his moves just to see if he was capable after a day of rest, but it seemed that wouldn't be needed. He was honestly already more than prepared to come up with a few simple stage moves to add some flair to his festival performances. Walk on through a red parade and refuse to make amends. It cuts deep through our ground and makes us forget all common sense. Izuku nearly faltered as he found his mind wandering to Bakugo once again. Don't speak as I try to leave cause we both know what we'll choose. If you pull then I'll push too deep and I'll fall right back to you. He nearly messed up another move when he realized he'd been thinking about his childhood friend since the beginning of the first song. His crush on his friend reveling in being at the forefront of his attention after last night. How could it not have flared back up full force after he'd slept in the target of his affection's bed? Cause you are the piece of me I wish I didn't need. Chasing relentlessly, still fight and I don't know why. He knew they were rivals, but things were different now. They didn't fight senselessly after that night where the truth about All Might and his quirk was shared. Still, memories of the past few years of torment were hard to forget even when his heart betrayed him. If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? Izuku was in love with Bakugo. That much was plain and simple no matter how much his mind berated his heart for feeling this way. What could he do though? The boy was a constant in his life despite the strain their friendship had gone through. He admired him to the utmost degree. More than All Might even. If our love's insanity, why are you my clarity? He knew he wore rose-colored glasses sometimes when it came to the explosive blonde. However, he was aware of the flaws in his character when it mattered most. Every time he imagined telling his crush how he felt, fear reared its ugly head and squashed his desire flat. Part of him was scared to lose the friendship they had recently gained back. That same part was terrified Bakugo would react with cruelty or anger. And that was something he wasn't sure if he could deal with at this point in his pining. Why are you my clarity? Why are you my remedy? Why are you my clarity? Why are you my remedy? Maybe he was being too soft again. Uraraka and Ida had both mentioned how he wore his heart on his sleeve, and how letting his emotions lead his actions might someday lead to putting someone in danger. Danger could lead to pain. Was Bakugo worth his pain? After all of the burns, scratches, and bruises Izuku gathered during his childhood, let alone the emotional trauma he'd suffered, his brain was telling him Bakugo wasn't worth more than the dust on his shoes. On the other hand, Izuku's heart was much more forgiving, optimistic, and arguably a bit masochistic. His heart screamed for him to try. It wanted him to be happy. And if being happy meant going after his childhood friend romantically, it would only waver once it was given a definite denial. Curse him for being such a... What had Hagakure called him before? A cinnamon roll. Curse him for being such a sweet pastry. If our love is tragedy, why are you my remedy? If our love's insanity, why are you my clarity? By the time the song came to an end, Izuku was ready for a small break. Not because he was physically tired, but because he needed a brain break. He listened to Mina gush about his moves while draining a third of his water bottle. You're doing amazing, Midori. I think what we're going to do next is do some skipping around with your picks though. There's no need for you to dance to an entire song when experimenting with different rhythms. I don't want it getting exhausted when you have practiced with the rest of the dance team in a few hours and with band team tonight. Izuku made a noise of affirmation, walking back to the center of the stage with a slightly clearer mind. He needed to focus on dancing. Remember, this time you're going to sing along with the song to see how you can handle dancing on top of it. Correction, he needed to focus on singing and dancing. The singing part is honestly more important than dancing in your case, she continued with a slight pout, since the movements you'll be doing are more for aesthetic. You being the lead singer of your songs is more paramount to the performance. Still, I want you to try and see what your limits are by putting dancing slightly ahead of singing during our lesson. You can put singing before dancing later tonight when you practice with the band team. Okay, Mina-kun. With that, Izuku was forced to think up a spur-of-the-moment dance routine for every song Mina chose, attempting to sing along all the while. I want to see you run anywhere you want. The greenette internally groaned. He liked the song, yes, but he didn't particularly singing it since it was difficult for him to match the right pitch of the singer. Never let the darkness hold you back. No fear of getting lost. As for body movements, he stuck to staying in the same spot and relying more on his arms at first. I want to see you fly way beyond the sun. Anything you're ever gonna dream, I pray that it will come. As the first hint of chorus began, he attempted to sing while doing a maneuver that would bring him to the floor. Unfortunately, it ended with him messing up the lyrics, which Mina couldn't hear with how loud the music was around them, but she could tell by the way he stopped singing for a moment. But if you ever fall down straight to the bottom, and you can't get back where you started, any place, anytime, you gotta know for you I'll fight. He repeated a similar routine for the next part as he did in the beginning. This time he threw in some head and shoulder rolls. Where you wanna go? I'd love to take you there. Wish that I could make the road easy. I wish that life was fair. Don't want to see you cry even when it rains, and I hope you don't forget this. You were born for better things. Instead of trying to do a move that mimicked falling, he decided to walk forwards instead. He worked in a few moves that brought him stepping backwards again and reaching his arms out in a motion similar to grabbing something. But if you ever fall down straight to the bottom, and you can't get back where you started, with no strength to stand, I'm gonna reach for your hand. When the going gets rough, right when it's hurting, I will be there to help bear the burden. Any place, anytime, you gotta know for you I'll fight. He had his hands flat and arms held in the air as he repeated the line with more volume. Any place, anytime, you gotta know for you I'll fight. And then the music changed, and Izuku groaned out loud. Mina-kun, you said we'd use my music today. The pink-skinned hero in training grinned while Long Shot by Kelly Clarkson played from the speaker. I felt like you needed more variety after all. Also, we are using your music today. I didn't put this song on the playlist. You didn't, but it is on your phone. She giggled as she held said object in the air for him to see. You really need to learn to lock your phone better, silly. Your password was super easy to guess. All Might is seriously the first and only thing I tried, and I got an immediately. Interesting taste in music, by the way. You've got all sorts of artists on here I wouldn't have pegged you listening to. Mina-kun. Alright. I'll shut up now. You're still doing the songs I picked though. How about this one instead? When a familiar Fall Out Boy song began, Izuku relaxed slightly. He didn't mind this choice. I was just an only child of the universe, he sang as he walked forward. And then I found you. Cue left arm sweep, an identical one with his right following just after, and then I found you. You are the sun and I am just the planets. He brought his arms and hands us up the air before doing 2 slow spins, spinning around you. You were too good to be true. He pointed forwards. Gold-plated, but what's inside you? Adding some turns and shimmies in, but what's inside you? I know this whole damn city thinks it needs you. His voice grew a bit firmer as he threw his hands up, as if gesticulating to the world before him. He put them down a moment later when he sang the next lyric though. Instead he pointed at himself, eyes closing for just a moment as he let his head tilt to one side. But not as much as I do. Yeah, jumping up with a clap. He moved left, right, forwards and backwards while throwing in arm movements. They weren't super complex since he was trying to balance out his singing and dancing, but he found it worked rather well. Cause you're the last of a dying breed. Write our names in the wet concrete. I wonder if your therapist knows everything about me. I'm here in search of your glory. There's been a million before me. That ultra kind of love you never walk away from. You're just the last of the real ones. The line is repeated multiple times before moving on to the next verse. I am a collapsing star with tunnel vision, but only for you. He fought off the obvious thoughts trying to make themselves known. While the song had used to remind him of All Might, which it still did to a lesser extent, it had become associated with the blonde not too long after their emotional fight outside a while back. My head is stripped just like a screw that's been tightened too many times when I think of you. His arms wrapped around his head loosely and dramatically before he dropped them and threw them outwards. I will shield you from the waves. If they find you, I will protect you. Just tell me. I am the only one, even if it's not true. Yeah. Just as he prepared to go into another movement, Izuku was hyper-aware of the door to the gymnasium bursting open. Yo, guys, I have a message from Mirio. The song continued playing as Mina and Izuku curiously met the red-haired hero in training halfway across the room. They didn't need to ask again about the message though, because as soon as they were in front of one another, Kirishima broke the grin on his face to speak. Mirio and Eri-chan just stopped by the dorm to tell us they were going to be with Mirio's class for a while. Apparently he got called in to help with some of their preparations for the festival. He wanted to know if we wanted to spend some time with Eri-chan after dinner for a few hours while he visits with Nejire and Tamaki. I told him yes, of course, but I just wanted to let you both know as well. Mina clapped her hands excitedly. Oh, I love Eri-chan. We're horn buddies, you know. She's going to have so much fun watching us dance and listening to the band team tonight. Realization dawned in Kirishima's eyes. Oh yeah, that's right. The dance team is practicing on the gymnasium floor tonight since it's supposed to rain. Yep, the band team will be having their own practice on the stage while that's going on, so Uri-chan can listen and watch everything from the stage too. Awesome. I'll talk to the guys on the staging team about tagging along. We haven't really seen or heard any of you practice much since we've been so busy with our stuff. Izuku listened to them chat for a few seconds while he let the news sink in. He was happy Iri would be with them tonight, but part of him was a little stressed. He wanted her to have fun while she was there with them. Sitting there and watching them was bound to be a little entertaining. Yet he felt like something was lacking. He wanted to something special for the girl. Hey, the greenette found himself saying. There was a telltale spark in his eyes that his friends knew meant that he had an idea. After we get some practicing in tonight, do you think everyone would be okay with a little dance party? Kirishima and Mina looked at each other briefly before blinking at him in shock. Then, all at once, their smiles were all teeth. Dance party. Here you go, Midoriya. Your own personal behind-the-ear microphone. Gyro said with an easygoing smile as she held out the sleek black device. Hatsum from the support department made the two of us these after you told her you would be singing in the festival. They are seriously the coolest things I've ever seen. I tested mine a little while ago, and the sound transmits amazingly. They're wireless, have a battery life of like 12 hours, and connect to any stereo system with Bluetooth. I've never owned something this high quality. The greenette could tell she was trying to hold back how excited she truly was about them. Her eyes were shining as she waited for him to take his. Amazing. This was really kind of her. Izuku commented as he took the ear mic from Gyro and put it over his ear, putting it in the back of his mind to thank Hatsum as soon as he saw her next. He adjusted the small arm that held a minuscule yet powerful speaker an inch from his mouth. She really worked too hard for her own good. I take it the microphones you set up on stands over there are for Kaminari and Yaoyorozu then? Yep. Anyway, let me show you how to turn these bad boys on. There's a few different modes they have. After spending a minute being shown how to turn his ear mic on and off among a few other things, Gyro connected their ear mics to the speakers set up on the stage. In the center of the gymnasium, Mina was having the rest of the dance practice a few moves that still needed work while the staging team sat with Iri near the open area at the front of the stage. Izuku could see Iri sitting next to Todoroki, leaning against his left side, listening to Kirishima go on about something or another. When he noticed the small smile on her face, his heart nearly melted. He loved that little girl's smile more than anything. When he felt a tap on his shoulder, he turned around to see Gyro looking at him with understanding eyes. I haven't tested the sound in here with these microphones yet. Want to sing a quick duet? That way you can get a feel for the sound too. Izuku nodded. Sure. Are we going to use one of the ones for the festival, or? She shook her head. Let's mix it up a bit. Pick something we both know and can sing without instruments. Preferably something softer so we can try bending our voices to see how the sound carries. So a love song maybe. Those usually fit your description. That's fine with me. Have one in mind. He thought for a moment. Do you know the acoustic version of You're the Reason? The original was on this American television show, but I vaguely remember it. Victorious, right? A cousin of mine loved that show. I don't remember how that particular song begins though, so can you start us off? He nodded, suddenly shy as they turned their ear mics on. After a moment he cleared his throat. The noise echoed out of the speakers, capturing everyone's attention for just a moment before they went back to what they were doing. They would have to get used to random sounds, music, and such being played for a short while. They were practicing after all. I don't want to make a scene, Izuku started quietly. I don't want to let you down. Try to do my own thing and I'm starting to figure it out that it's all right. Keep it together. He grew a bit more confident as Gyro began mouthing the words before jumping in. Wherever we go. And it's all right, oh, well, whatever, everybody needs to know. Now they were both singing, each of their hands straying to the device in their ear and adjusting the mic as they went into the first chorus. You might be crazy, have I told you lately that I love you? You're the only reason that I'm not afraid to fly. Gyro's eyes slipped closed first, Izuku's following shortly after. It helped them focus on their singing, the lack of visual information leaving their minds to bring their hearing to the forefront of their senses. And it's crazy that someone could change me. Now no matter what it is I have to do, I'm not afraid to try, and you need to know that you're the reason why. The other students and Iri listened in awe as they harmonized perfectly. Their voices complemented each other's flawlessly as said voices played from the speakers and filled the room. I don't even care when they say you're a little bit off. Look them in the eye, I'd say I could never get enough. 'Cause it's all right. Keep it together wherever we go. And it's all right, oh, well, whatever everybody needs to know. Izuku opened his eyes a fraction to see that everyone had stopped what they were doing to listen to the duo sing. With timid movements he moved a little so he could glance at Bakugo, who was sitting at the drum set with his eyes closed as he listened. You might be crazy, have I told you lately that I love you? You're the only reason that I'm not afraid to fly. And it's crazy that someone could change me. Now, no matter what it is I have to do, I'm not afraid to try, and you need to know that you're the reason why." Gyro, on the other hand, found herself too wrapped up in the music to be curious about how the others were reacting. This meant she didn't take notice of where Kaminari stood a few yards away from her, his guitar strung around his neck as he gazed at her fondly. If only he knew this song made her think of him. Just a little bit. If it was raining, you would yell at the sun. Pick up the pieces when the damage is done. You say it's just another day in the shade, but look at what a mess we made. They sang the last few lines of the song only for the room to burst into applause once they finished. There were few whistles among the clapping as well, and the attention which would have had them blushing at an earlier point in time slowly coaxed out elated laughter from the singers. "That's quite enough." Gyro spoke into her mic, amused. The grin on her face was apparent to everyone around her. "We're actually going to start practicing now. What we just did was a warm-up. Now is when the real struggle begins." And so the band and dance teams got to work. Mina began running through the routines in order of what needed the most work to the least amount of work. While she helped people one-on-one throughout each repeated sequence, the band team did a run-through of every song in the order they would be playing them in for the festival. This meant the first few songs focused on Gyro and Yaoyorozu singing, while Izuku and Kaminari took over near the middle and end. After singing every song once, which was a feat in of itself, they began tackling the biggest problems that were noticed. Gyro stood in front of her classmates, a notepad in her hand where she'd written down comments in between songs. "Takoyami, I think some of your strings are a little tight. A few of the notes sounded higher than they should be. Retuning them before each major show on festival day would be wise. Kaminari and I will be doing the same." "Duly noted. I will make sure to tune my guitar before the next practice as well," he assured. "Yaoyorozu, you can sing your parts a little louder in tracks 1 and 2. I know you're doing the backup, accenting parts, but the beauty of them can only stand out when the audience hears your voice with mine. It's difficult to focus on singing and playing an instrument, but I know you can do it." The tall girl smiled back at Gyro, eyes bright. "Of course, I'll work on being a bit louder next time, do not worry." "Kaminari, you're adding in a few extra notes in Midoriya's songs." The blonde groaned lightly. "Yeah, I noticed. I got a bit distracted while singing with Midoriya and sort of changed my part on accident. I'll make note of the parts I did that and next time we play them so I don't do it again." "Great." She then turned to the other blonde in the group. "Bakugo, you're hitting the cymbals a lot harder than usual during the final track. May I ask why?" Deku's voice during the last verse before the final chorus of that song was pissing me off. "What?" Izuku asked, mortified. "I told you, Kaken, my voice doesn't really go well with that part, so whatever, nerd. Earphones. I'll make sure to lessen up on the cymbals after you've helped Deku get that part down better." The girl in question sighed. "We'll work on it, Bakugo. Anyway, Midoriya, I was going to say you did really well on your 2 songs. Other than working on perfecting the part Bakugo is talking about, I'd say all you need to worry about is adding in some moves while singing like Mina showed you." "Right." The group worked on a few of the song's parts for roughly half an hour longer. After about 2 hours of total practice, everyone agreed to take the popsicle break Kirishima had planned for hours prior. "Line up everybody. Get your delicious frozen treat over here," the redhead called as he strung out the huge pack of ice pops like a giant rainbow accordion in front of him. Eri gazed up at it in wonder. "You guys deserve it after all of your hard work." He was met with an overwhelming response. "Thanks, Kirishima." Despite it raining outside, it was still rather warm out. And just like he'd stated, singing and dancing was hard work. With the generous help of Todoroki, those on the staging team handed out said popsicles to everyone before setting up for the dance party they were going to have. "Dance party," Eri said, puzzled from where she sat once again on Izuku's lap. In her hand she held the wrapper from a green apple ice pop, fingers slightly pink from how cold it had been. "I thought you guys were practicing for the festival." "We've been practicing almost non-stop," Uraraka explained. "So we thought we should take a break tonight and have fun. It'll be even more fun with you here." The child seemed less than enthused. "But I don't know how to dance," she said quietly. "So you came to the rescue first. You don't have to know how to dance to have fun at a dance party, Ribbit. It's more about moving around to the music and having fun than actually dancing. A lot of us will probably just jump around, honestly. We've been practicing serious dancing for over a week, so it'll be nice to just move however we feel like. Eri-chan, you can always dance with me if you want," Mina assured from where she finished her 3rd popsicle. "We can spin around in circles until we almost puke." "Or not." Uraraka broke in with judgmental look, the mention of puking rubbing her the wrong way. Finally Izuku decided to speak up. "You can do whatever you want to, Eri-chan," Izuku said with a soft smile. "No one here will make you dance, but I know a lot of us here would love to dance with you if you want to." Do you want to share a dance with any of us? There was a small stretch of time where no one around them spoke. In the background, Gyro was setting her computer up to the speakers and getting the party playlist pulled up. Once roughly a minute had passed, Eri finally looked up, a determined look in her eyes. Can I dance with you first, Deku-san? His smile lit up the room around him. Of course, I know a good song too, since Mirio told me you two watched Zootopia yesterday. Eri's eyes widened. Which song? He merely grinned as an answer. You'll see soon, don't worry. With that he whispered the title to Uraraka, who got up to make the request to Gyro. When she returned to the group, she let them know it would be the first song up once everybody was ready to begin. A couple minutes and a few Popsicle rappers later, they were repeated 4 times as it out of the speakers. The volume turned up high enough to carry across the auditorium and overpower the voices of those wanting to sing along. Gyro did leave the 2 microphones set up on stage for anyone wanting to join in with the music though. She of course put her new prized possession away, although Izuku left his in his ear and turned off. He planned on singing along with some of the music later, if only for Eri's benefit. I messed up tonight. I lost another fight. I still mess up, but I'll just start again. Izuku sang while he and Eri linked hands. I keep falling down. I keep on hitting the ground. I always get up now to see what's next. They began slowly moving so that they were spinning around in a circle, arms outstretched to make it as big as possible. Birds don't just fly, they fall down and get up. Nobody learns without getting it wrong. Around them, several students were jumping around and jamming out to Shakira. Among them, a few of the girls delightedly had a few of the guys spinning around like toddlers. Aoyama twirled around the room, leaving sparkles in his wake. I won't give up. No, I won't give until I reach the end, and then I'll start again. No, I won't leave. I want to try everything. I want to try even though I could fail. I won't give up. No, I won't give until I reach the end, and then I'll start again. Eri laughed as Izuku spun her around in a pirouette, her hair landing messily over her face for a moment when she came to a stop. No, I won't leave. I want to try everything. I want to try even though I could fail. Tsuyu, Gyro, and Yaoyorozu gradually joined in as the song progressed, a few of the guys like Shiro, Kota, Kaminari, and Takoyami hopping in once they threw caution to the wind. Oh, try everything. Oh, try everything. Oh, try everything. Oh, surprising those around him. Izuku scooped Eri up into his arms after another impressive pirouette. With his strength, he easily settled her onto his shoulders, walking around his classmates as they moved in their own ways. Look how far you've come. You filled your heart with love. Baby, you've done enough. Take a deep breath. Don't beat yourself up. Don't need to run so fast. Sometimes we come last, but we did our best. As they moved across the room, Izuku noticed Sato and Shoji were dancing in place, and all two trying hard mind to moving between the two as if he was not being allowed to move closer to where nearly everyone else was dancing. He didn't think much of it though. He trusted his classmates to not be unnecessarily cruel to the short boy, unless Minta was having another one of his perverted episodes again. I won't give up. No, I won't give until I reach the end, and then I'll start again. No, I won't leave. I want to try everything. I want to try even though I could fail. I won't give up. No, I won't give until I reach the end, and then I'll start again. No, I won't leave. I want to try everything. I want to try even though I could fail. They had been weaving amongst the others, his classmates taking turns grabbing Eri's hands as Izuku walked by and doing a quick spin with her on his shoulders. It warmed his heart to hear her laughter as they moved from one person to the next. Everyone looked so happy. I'll keep on making those new mistakes. I'll keep on making them every day. Those new mistakes. As the song came to a close, Izuku squatted down to allow Eri to gently slide down his back. They joined Uraraka, and several others where they let themselves basically moved however they felt like it. None of them were trying to look good or dance well. They were having fun even at the cost of looking silly, but there was no one around to judge them. Oh, try everything. Oh, try everything. Oh, try everything. Oh, try everything. The room erupted into excited, elated chatter for a few seconds before the next song on the playlist began. Izuku heard Gyro warn the others that she kept the music PG on account of Eri. He also heard her mention having time to play a T-rated dance playlist Mina put together after Mirio came to pick Eri up. All of the best dance songs are generally inappropriate. Okay, the pink-skinned girl said defensively. We could play Toxic again though. Then Midori and I can do our dance from yesterday. Izuku protested immediately, face scarlet. No way. Oh, I'm just messing with you. She grinned cheekily. He was not amused. Before he could say anything else though, the next song started up and around him people were reading to move once more. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone? Baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? Just as Izuku turned to dance with Eri again, Uraraka and Tsuyu rushed to his side. Yeah, I know it's hard to remember the people we used to be. It's even harder to picture that you're not here next to me. You say it's too late to make it, but is it too late to try? And in our time that you wasted, all of our bridges burned down. Mind if we have the next dancery-chan? The brown-haired girl asked with a polite smile. You can keep dancing with Deku-kun if you want though. Sue and I don't mind waiting. I've wasted my nights, you turned out the lights, now I'm paralyzed. Still stuck in that time when we called it love, but even the sun sets in paradise. With a small nod, the little girl reached out her hands, one for each of the female heroes in training before her. The older duo asked her something Izuku couldn't hear over the sound of the music. A moment later, however, Eri was giggling as she was made weightless. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone? Baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist. Uraraka was now lightly spinning the younger girl in the air just a bit above herself. See you hopping along underneath where she floated. I would still be holding you like this. All those fairy tales are full of it. One more stupid love song, I'll be sick. Before Izuku's heart could melt any more at the adorable sight, he felt rather than saw someone grab his wrist. It was only after a few seconds that he realized Hagakure was standing in front of him. She was wearing a simple t-shirt and shorts, but from the angle of her shirt sleeves he could tell she was flailing excitedly. Dance with me, Midori. Sure thing, Hagakure-kun. What about Ajiro-kun though? Oh, you turned your back on tomorrow cause you forgot yesterday. I gave you my love to borrow, but you just gave it away. You can't expect me to be fine. I don't expect you to care. I know I've said it before, but all of our bridges burned down. Kiri was getting really into dancing and accidentally stepped on his tail, so he's sitting out for a few minutes until it stops hurting. He told me he was fine and to keep dancing though. Todoroki-kun is keeping him company right now and icing his tail, so let's dance. I've wasted my nights, you turned out the lights, now I'm paralyzed. Still stuck in that time when we called it love, but even the sun sets in paradise. Izuku wouldn't have called what they ended up doing dancing per se. All they really did was jump up and down a bit while circling each other, occasionally locking arms for the heck of it. Still, the sound of their laughter rose above the sound of music around them. He didn't even notice Bakugo watching him silently from the side of the stage where he was the only one not dancing. I'm at a payphone trying to call home. All of my change I spent on you. Where have the times gone? Baby, it's all wrong. Where are the plans we made for two? If happy ever after did exist, I would still be holding you like this. All those fairy tales are full of it. One more stupid love song, I'll be sick. Now I'm at a payphone. The rest of the song played without much change in energy. Hagakure went back to Ajiro after thanking the greenette for dancing with her, and soon after Izuku found himself dancing with Kaminari and Minda to 1,000 miles. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, just making a way through the crowd. Nearly everyone dancing, then struck an obnoxious pose, striking another after every piano part in between the next few sentences. And I need you. Kaminari pointed at Minta, his other hand on his heart as if love struck. And I miss you. Minta threw out his arms towards Izuku, who put both palms up in air as if lost as to what to do. And now I wonder, if I could fall into the sky, do you think time would pass me by? Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight. After that, Kirishima and Mina pulled him into the most dramatic version of I Need a Hero he'd ever been part of. Where have all the good men gone? And where are all the gods? Mina sang into one of the microphones. She pretended to faint into Kirishima's arms as she continued singing. Where's the streetwise Hercules to fight the rising odds? Isn't there a white knight upon a fiery steed? She suddenly pushed herself up out of Kirishima's arms in order to grab the other microphone, tossing it to the spiky-haired boy as she finished the verse. She pointed at Izuku and did a twirling motion with her free hand. Late at night I toss and I turn and I dream of what I need. Hit it, Midori. Izuku blinked. What was he hitting, exactly? I need a hero. Mina and Kirishima belted, the former rushing forward and grabbing the greenette's hands. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong, and he's gotta be fast. And he's gotta be fresh from the fight. Izuku fell into a fast sort of tango with the girl. They didn't keep it up for long though, Izuku gradually changing the style to something more akin to swing. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. He's gotta be sure, and it's gotta be soon, and he's gotta be larger than life. Larger than life. Then there was the Linkin Park song that came on. It was one song he would never be able to listen to the same again. As soon as the familiar tune had started playing from the speakers, Todoroki was grabbing Izuku's hand and pulling him with him to the microphone. Sing back up with me, the Fire and Ice user asked politely, yet firmly. The serious look on his scarred face caught the shorter boy off guard. Oh, of course, Todoroki-kun. He flipped his ear mic back on just as Todoroki brought one of the wireless microphones to his own face. Neither of them had a second to spare before the words came up. I'm tired of being what you want me to be, Todoroki began without much emotion. feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. I don't know what you're expecting of me, put under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. Izuku sang supportively. He would need to ask his friend how things with his dad were going some point soon. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. And then they were both singing together. Their voices slightly mismatched but still heard over the music somewhat pleasantly to the ear anyway. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. By becoming this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. As they went to continue, however, neither of them anticipated Bakugo storming up to them angrily. You two call that alternative metal? That's not even alternative rock. Can't you see that you're smothering me? Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. Cause everything that you thought I would be has fallen apart right in front of you. The explosive blonde grabbed the only other free microphone and jabbed a finger at them each in turn. I'll show you how to not ruin Linkin Park. Half and half bastard. Deku. Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. And then Bakugo joined in singing, his voice coming out low and gruff as he sang, just like when he yelled. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. The trio sang as one, their combined voices startling the class. Hiroshima couldn't help but record the once-in-a-lifetime show from the back. By becoming this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. And I know I may end up failing too. But I know you were just like me with someone disappointed in you. Bakugo had no chill as he more or less roared the lyrics out. Izuku couldn't help but wince at the style, since he remembered the soft way the other had sung just last night. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. By becoming this, all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Honestly, singing with Todoroki and Bakugo was extremely fun for Izuku. He felt like he hadn't bonded with the two of them like this outside training in a long time. They also sang decently well together, genre permitted. Suddenly Bakugo was waving at the other two singers, gesturing for them to stop singing before pointing at himself. I've become so numb, Bakugo sang before pointing at Todoroki. Heterochromatic eyes shined in understanding. I can't feel you there. He continued before the blonde was pointing at Izuku. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. The brunette finished. The trio repeated this one more time before the song finished. Once the song did end, Bakugo mumbled something about them being mediocre before stomping off somewhere else. Izuku could only stare after him. Was it him, or had Bakugo looked a little jealous when he first joined them? From there on out, Class 1A basically went with the flow with things and had fun. Some sang with the music, some grabbed microphones and put on more shows for the other students in Erie, and some merely danced. The only one who didn't seem too keen on joining everyone else was Bakugo, but that was quickly remedied by Mina pulling him in with the rest of the Baka squad and Zero challenging him to a one-on-one dance-off. Zero's plan of provoking Bakugo blew up in his face, literally, when the blonde's freestyle meant setting off small explosions to propel him in the air. Mistakes had definitely been made. As for Izuku, a few of his friends drug him into more dances. At one point, Aoyama had stolen him away from Tsuyu and Uraraka to join him in dancing to I Got a Feeling. Despite them becoming good friends over the past few weeks though, Izuku still had to endure the sparkling hero in training spinning him like a top. Aoyama-kun, please stop. Izuku begged when he began feeling nauseous. The other boy immediately halted the dramatic spinning, noticing he'd gotten carried away. Izuku also shared more dances with Eri when she wasn't with Tsuyu, Uraraka, Kirishima, Mina, and Todoroki. She had taken to them amazingly fast. Her getting so close to Todoroki would have startled Izuku had he not remembered their bonding moment a few nights before, along with the fact Todoroki was secretly good with kids. He had even joined Izuku and Uraraka to serenade the girl in a beautiful rendition of Battle Scars by Paradise Fears. This is an anthem for the homesick. For the beaten, Izuku began by himself, the lost, the broke, the defeated. A song for the heartsick, for the standbys living life in the shadow of a goodbye. And then Uraraka had made it to a microphone, hesitantly joining Izuku for the next few lines. Her confidence would grow after they'd made it to the chorus. Do you remember when we learned how to fly? We'd play make-believe. We were young and had time on our side. You're stuck on the ground, got lost, can't be found. Just remember that you're still alive. Todoroki grabbed the last microphone with plenty of time before the chorus to spare. When he readied himself to join and he couldn't stop a small smile from gracing his face, Uraraka was giving him a thumbs up, looking happier than could be at the other boy's arrival. It was such a small gesture, and yet it meant a lot. I'll carry you home, their voices sang together. In the same moment, Izuku stopped making circles with Eri and lifted her up in the air. She laughed as he held her aloft in the air, spinning her around slowly as she spread her arms out like a bird. No, you're not alone. Keep marching on. This is worth fighting for. You know we've all got battle scars. You've had enough, but just don't give up. Stick to your guns. You are worth fighting for. You know we've all got battle scars. Keep marching on. Not wanting to make her dizzy, Izuku gently placed the girl back on the ground. Eri immediately tackled him with a harsh hug. A few of his classmates laughed as he had the breath knocked out of him, which came out as a small yelp in his microphone. He didn't sing for a verse so he could just focus on hugging the girl in his arms. This is a call to the soldiers, the fighters, the young, the innocent, and righteous. We've got a little room to grow. Better days are near. Hope is so much stronger than fear. Uraraka and Todoroki made up for Izuku's break well. So if you jump, kid, don't be scared to fall. We'll be kings and queens in this dream. All for one, one for all. You can light up the dark. There's a fire in your heart burning brighter than ever before. I'll carry you home. No, you're not alone. Keep marching on. This is worth fighting for. You know we've all got battle scars. Izuku jumped back in and the trio continued on once again. You've had enough, but just don't give up. Stick to your guns. You are worth fighting for. You know we've all got battle scars. Keep marching on. Once they finished that song, he and his classmates danced to several songs like Call Me Maybe, Hot and Cold, and more. Todoroki had even been coerced into using his quirk yet again during the Katy Perry song. The sound of Class 1A's laughter overpowered the music easily when he'd created fire and ice when the words hot and cold came up solely for Eri's entertainment. Izuku would need to thank Todoroki for that. He would also need to get a copy of the video Kirishima took for quirk analysis purposes. Eventually, though, it was time for Eri to go home. As much as it pained them so to see her go after having so much fun, Mirio wishing he could have stuck around longer after taking part in a couple songs for 10 minutes longer than he'd planned. They needed to meet Aizawa at the gate for a ride. We'll try to visit Tuesday or Wednesday after classes, Mirio promised with his usual shining grin. Thank you for having her tonight, by the way. It was nice to be able to catch up with my friends. It was our pleasure, Izuku responded while some of his classmates hugged the little girl goodbye. Kirishima and Mina were even shedding dramatic tears, saying they would miss their horn buddy. See you in a few days, Eri-chan. I hope you had a good time. Eri tilted her head in surprise. I had more than a good time. It was great. I had so much fun, Deku-san. You and everyone have been working so hard for the festival, but despite all of that stress you still did all this for me. I didn't even do anything to deserve such kindness either. Thank you all so much. Her eyes began to fill with tears, and Mirio and Izuku never wrapped someone in their arms so fast in their lives. Oh, Eri-chan, please don't cry, Mirio requested quietly. People don't need to do anything to be worthy of kindness. Izuku agreed with the third year's statement. You deserve to be happy like anyone else. This was just as fun for us as it was for you too. And you don't worry about us getting ready for the festival. Like I said earlier, we all needed a fun break after all of the practicing we've been doing. I can't wait to see all of you perform, she said, cheeks wet. Your performance is going to be amazing. We can't wait for you to see it either, Izuku beamed. After saying goodbye, Class 1 was brought back into action by pumped-up Mina. We can't end the night on such a somber mood. Gyro-kun, switch the playlist over to mine, would you? It's time for us to really party. Ada cut in with his loud voice, arms doing that chopping motion he tended to do when he was in his class rep mode. Ashido, it is getting late. It will be time for curfew in half an hour. I think we should be heading in for the night, he advised while adjusting his glasses. Mina wasn't having it. No way, class rep. We have a solid 25 minutes before we need to head out. We can fit in at least 6 songs before then. But by the time all of the songs are over, it will still take a few minutes to. Whatever else he had been about to say to sway the girl's mind was lost when Gyro pressed a button on her laptop. The purple-haired girl merely sent a thumbs up to her friend as a familiar dance tune had several students singing along. Mina, for one, grabbed the wireless microphone from one of the stands and belted out the lyrics with the music. Shortly after, Hagakure grabbed the other one where she shared it with Kaminari and Gyro. Come on, turn the radio on. It's Friday night and it won't be long. Gotta do my hair. Put my makeup on. Mina ran a hand through her hair dramatically, Kaminari copying the movement and sending Gyro into a flurry of giggles as he swung his hips flirtatious like her too. It's Friday night and it won't be long till I hit the dance floor. I got all I need. No, I ain't got cash. All 4 of them pointed towards the other students, but I got you, baby. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I love cheap thrills. Most of the class shouted along with the chorus, albeit making the song just sound louder rather than better. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I love cheap thrills. The only one who wasn't singing was Ida, who crossed his arms dejectedly after being shot down by the rest of the class. His pride as class rep ached. I don't need no money as long as I can feel the beat. I don't need no money as long as I keep dancing. Uraraka and Izuku noticed their friend moping, and after sharing a glance they each grabbed one of his hands. Before he could protest, Uraraka had made him weightless. Come on, turn the radio on. It's Saturday and it won't be long. Gotta paint my nails, put my high heels on. It's Saturday and it won't be long till I hit the dance floor. And then Ada was being lifted into the air, hit the dance floor. I got all I need. Though I ain't got cash. Izuku and Uraraka slowly started skipping around in a circle, Ida's initial protests dying down into a grateful smile. But I got you, baby. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I love cheap thrills. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I love cheap thrills. Soon Uraraka had made Izuku weightless too. And after the two boys were carried for a bit, they returned the favor by lifting the laughing girl into the air to give her the same treatment. I don't need no money as long as I can feel the beat. I don't need no money as long as I keep dancing. The trio danced with each other until the song ended. All smiles and laughter even as they were pulled away to dance with others. Songs like I Kissed a Girl, Hips Don't Lie, SXY Back in Love Drunk played next. I used to be love drunk, but now I'm hungover. I'll love you forever, forever is over. We used to kiss all night, now it's just a bar fight, so don't call me crying. Say hello to goodbye. When the last of the 4 songs played, a few students belted the lyrics while headbanging and jumping around the stage. Everyone seemed to be getting a bit too rowdy for Ida's taste. He turned to Izuku to see if he could get some of them to calm down, but his eyebrows shot up into his hairline when he was the shorter boy dancing flawlessly with Uraraka and Tsuyu while singing into his mic. Cause just one thing would make me say I used to be love drunk, but now I'm hungover. I'll love you forever, but now it's over. When had he even turned it on? How hadn't he heard his friend's voice over the recorded music? All the time I wasted on you, all the bullshit you put me through. Did Izuku just curse? Ada was sure he was about to have a heart attack. I'm checking into rehab cause everything we had didn't mean a thing to you. Then, what would be the last song of the night? Mina and Kaminari grabbed the microphones in order to sing over Give Me Everything and improvise their own lyrics. Me not working hard. Yeah, right, picture that with a Kodak. Or, better yet, go to UA, take a picture of me with a Kodak. They grinned as the other students roared in approval. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want y'all know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Mina, Sparky, 1A, tell us right. Tonight, I want all of you tonight. They sang together. Give me everything tonight. For all we know we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Don't care what they say. Kaminari soloed. All the games they play. Nothing is enough till they handle love. I want you tonight. I want you to stay. I want you tonight. Then Mina took over, the boy's voice dropping out as he wrapped an arm around Gyro with a blush. He wanted to ask if she'd sing with them. Grab somebody SXY. Tell him, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. As Mina continued the next part by herself, Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. He had been so focused on watching those singing with the music that he hadn't noticed Todoroki's approach. Midoriya, dual-colored eyes met his own green ones. Yes, Todoroki-kun. Take advantage of tonight cause tomorrow I'm also doing bad. Perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. Dance with me. Izuku smiled, oblivious to the pair of red eyes staring at him from afar. With a nod, he took Todoroki's splayed hands before leaning back and spinning around together for a bit. This is insane the way the name growin'. Money keep flowin', hustlers move aside. So, I'm tiptoeing to keep flowin'. I got it locked up like the pro-midnight. The greenette burst out laughing, which brought another sincere smile to Todoroki's face. Put it on my life, baby. I make you feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, Dale. Excuse me. Gyro and Kaminari joined Mina suddenly, their faces close as they both sang into the same microphone. And I might drink a little more than I should tonight, and I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And, baby, I may make you feel so good tonight, cause we might not get tomorrow. Todoroki pulled Izuku close to his chest after a spin almost went out of control. It was the last straw for the boy, silently steaming several yards away though. Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Just as the two boys were about to break apart and try another type of dance, Bakugo wrapped a possessive arm around Izuku's waist. Izuku's eyes widened at the gesture. He glanced between Todoroki, the hand on his side, and finally at the glaring face now practically right in his own before letting out a shrill yelp. Hey Kaken, what are you doing? I'm also curious as to what's going on, Todoroki agreed with an eyebrow raised. They hadn't been dancing together for very long at all. Don't care what they say or what games they play. Nothing is enough till they handle love. I want you tonight. I want you to stay. I want you tonight. Bakugo showed Todoroki his middle finger in lieu of answering. At the boy's eye roll and Izuku's "that's mean, Kaken," he finally spit out an explanation. You call that dancing? Isahat. I'll show you what it's supposed to look like. Deku, follow my lead. Izuku's had to bite back a squeak. Follow your lead. But what about Todoroki-kun? The only answer he received was being pulled dangerously close into Bakugo's personal space. Said owner of the space growled lowly as he fought to grab both of Izuku's hands. Grab somebody SXY, tell him hey, give me everything tonight, give me everything tonight, give me everything tonight, give me everything tonight. From his classmate's perspective, it seemed like Bakugo was trying to drag a struggling cat across the stage. Izuku looked completely terrified and unwilling to dance. And with the blonde snapping at him, it seemed like it wouldn't get better anytime soon. Will you stop freaking out for 2 seconds and just follow my lead like I told you to? If you stopped grabbing me hard enough to leave bruises and actually told me what style you're going for, then maybe I'd actually be able to listen to you, Izuku argued back. His eyes flashed emerald with defiance. After a small staring contest, Bakugo begrudgingly loosened his grip. Only then did Izuku calm down enough to get his heart rate under control. Having Bakugo's hands on him right now was doing things to him. Reach for the stars. And if you don't grab him, at least you'll fall on top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gone fall on top yo girl. Freestyle, Bakugo said over the music. Izuku tilted his head questioningly. That could mean anything. Just trust me, would you? Damn nerd. What I'm involved with is deeper than the mazes. Baby, and it ain't no secret. My granny's from Hasu, but I'm from Yusutafu, and I don't get money like best jeanist. The greenette rolled his eyes. Why was the explosive blonde so dramatic in everything he did? All right, Kakin. Put it on my life, baby. I make you feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, Dale. One hand landed on Izuku's side while the other grasped his own hand. Before he knew it, he was being pulled in various directions as Bakugo led him in a dance similar to the tango, ballroom, and waltz all at the same time. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight, and I might take you home with me if I could tonight. He was pulled flush against the blonde's chest, his face lightly meeting the black fabric of the other boy's shirt before he was pushed away again. And, baby, I may make you feel so good tonight, cause we might not get tomorrow. They added in some complex footwork, to which Izuku had to really focus to keep up with. When and where Bakugo had learned to move like this was beyond him. He wasn't nearly as good as Mina, sure, but it was still impressive. Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Izuku was spun around yet again, but this time when he was grabbed, he found himself being dipped. His spine curved into an arch as a strong arm held him aloft in the air. Ruby eyes stared into his quickly reddening face for a moment just before he was pulled back up. Don't care what they say or what games they play. Nothing is enough till they handle love. I want you tonight. I want you to stay. I want you tonight. Some side-to-side movements were introduced then. Izuku easily following the others' flow into a hand grab that sent them pushing and pulling away from one another, swapping opposite hands before repeating the moves again. Grab somebody SXY. Tell him hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Izuku grinned as the song was finishing up. Sure, he was sweaty, tired, and a nervous wreck because he was dancing almost hip to hip with Katsuki, Bakugo of all people, but he was having fun dancing with his one and only crush. Moreover, Bakugo was sending a grin of his own right back at him. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight, and I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And, baby, I may make you feel so good tonight, cause we might not get tomorrow. This is bad, Izuku thought to himself as the last dozen seconds of the song played. I think I'm falling even deeper in love with him. What did you just say, Deku? Fear akin to what he'd felt the day Shigaraki approached him in the mall fell over him. Had he just spoken out loud? Izuku was in training to become a hero. No, a pro hero. The #1 hero, the symbol of peace. He already had his provincial license. He'd faced danger again and again in the form of the League of Villains, the Hero Killer Stain, and the 8 Precepts of Death. He'd nearly died a few times, fought until he scarred himself, yet was strong enough to take down even some of the nastiest villains. As nervous and timid as he could be at times, he was nothing if not brave. He never gave up. It was because of all these experiences and attributes associated with the young hero that even Bakugo was vaguely caught off guard when the greenette simply ran away. The moment Izuku realized he'd spoken aloud, he activated one for all full cowling in order to make a quick escape from the gymnasium. Bakugo had expected him to at least stutter out that his mumbling had been accidental, which it almost always was. He deserved some kind of explanation either way. Who did Izuku think he was revealing to someone that he was in love with them just to bolt like a scared deer? And if it wasn't enough, his mic hadn't even been turned on, which meant everybody else in his class was staring at him awaiting details on what had just occurred. Dude, Zero voiced as most of the class wrenched their eyes away from the door Izuku had exited. What the heck did you say to him? I don't think I've ever seen him run from you like that before. Not even during that first fight at the beginning of the year. And you looked terrifying back then. Deku-kun looked scared. Uraraka spoke sadly. It only took her a moment for her protective side to come to light though. putting her hands on her hips and eyebrows furrowing in anger as she marched towards the explosive blonde. You'd better go fix whatever you did, Bakugo. I know you guys have been on better terms lately, and I cannot fathom what you could have said to him to make him take off like that, but you're going to talk to him and apologize for whatever you said to upset him. I didn't say anything. Bakugo growled defensively. Explosions escaped his palms, but Uraraka stood her ground. He accidentally mumbled something he didn't mean to, so shut the hell up about his actions being my fault. Really? His classmates blinked. Some were surprised, and some were suspicious. What did he say to you for him to run out like that? Ida questioned. It must have been something for him to act so uncharacteristically. He looked quite red too. Was he feeling unwell? Perhaps. It could be that he overexerted himself with today's events and it hit him all at once. I do hope he's okay. Minda shook his head, a hand coming to his chin as he showed off a suggestive look. I bet he said something embarrassing like which girl in the class he has the hots for. Suyu tilted her head thoughtfully. In a less derogatory way that could have been the case. Is that what happened, Bakugo? When Bakugo's face took on an obvious shade of pink, his classmates became even more confused. None of them had the opportunity to figure out why the usually angry boy was embarrassed though, unless it was for Izuku. With a string of curses, Bakugo turned on his heel before blasting himself off of the stage and stomping out of the gymnasium. Uraraka and Ida turned to the members of the Baka squad once he was out of earshot. You guys are better friends with him than us. Do you know what might have been said to him to make him honest to God blush like that? Kirishima shrugged. We're close, but not even I can get everything out of Bakugo. I do think it has something to do with his relationship with Midoriya though, not some crush on a girl thing. Wrong. Suddenly a peal of laughter turned everyone's attention to the sparkling blonde boy near the back of the stage. Eyes looked at him curiously until he straightened up, wiping away a stray tear from the corner of an eye. All of you are really too blind to see it, aren't you? See what? Aoyama grinned, a finger rising to his lips. It is none of my business to say. This is something Midoriya-kun and Bakugo must deal with among themselves, if you catch my drift. He watched as the gears turned in their heads, realization dawning on those closer to the two boys before the others. The looks on their faces once they connected the dots were hilarious to see. All of those songs about his hero. Not all of the songs were referring to All Might. He even said it himself that first night when he sung some of them for us. Gyro whispered. He's always been so amazed by Bakugo. He admires him more than I admire his manliness. His reaction when he got kidnapped was pretty heart-shattering. Ribbit. How did we not see the signs? Ida berated himself and Uraraka. None of you knew? Todoroki asked, his voice betraying his amusement. It was quite obvious. The entire class turned on him on shock. How of all people here did you know? Kaminari shouted. Did Midoriya tell you? Todoroki shook his head. Midoriya and I spar a lot. And after a few sessions I brought up how his movements emulate those of Bakugo's. It didn't take more than a few minutes of his mumbling of all things from Bakugo's skills throughout the years to knowing his favorite food to guess maybe he felt more than just admiration for him. After hearing him talk about Bakugo this and Bakugo that, I honestly expected for the blonde to realize it far before Midoriya accidentally told him, which is what I guess must have happened with that mumbling habit he has. Midoriya is quite hopeless despite his amazing heroic qualities. Minda seemed like he was about to faint. But Midoriya would always get all blush why around girls. How could he be gay? Gyro sent him a scathing glare. Bisexuality exists too, you little pervert. Bakugo though, of all of the dudes to fall for it had to be that hothead. Oh no, what if Bakugo breaks his heart? Midoriya is a cinnamon roll who won't be able to take a harsh letdown. Kaminari bemoaned. Hagakure seconded him. Suyu made a noise, deep in thought. I don't think Bakugo will reject his feelings in the end. While I do worry about how a relationship between the two would continue to work out, I think they will end up together after a bit of struggle. The getting together part is what is going to hurt the most. In the end, struggle, hurt the most. What do you mean? Mina worried. The green-haired girl sighed. I'm pretty sure Bakugo is going to do something foolish like tell Midoriya his feelings are wrong and that he's being delusional. And until he gets over his little crush that they will need space. As academically smart as Bakugo is, he's also not used to feeling a lot of, well, feelings. His emotions are usually some variation of anger, frustration, and the occasional guilt or satisfaction. For Midoriya to admit he likes him more than that of a friend is probably overwhelming. He's not going to know how to handle that affection. Yaoyorozu frowned. He's going to reject it because he's never had to deal with it on this level. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Uraraka seemed sick after the exchange, and she hadn't overused her quirk. Turning to Ida, she tugged on his nearest hand. Yes, Uraraka. We should go check on Deku-kun before bed. If what Sue guesses comes true, then he's going to need some of his friends tonight. In Izuku's room, Suyu had been right. Izuku lied on his bed trying to stop his tears from flowing. His arm was wet with failure at this, his eyes reddening as his tear ducts worked harder than they had in a while. The most recent conversation was still fresh in his mind, and every second the sadness in his hollow chest threatened to send more tears. "You can't be in love with me, Deku," Bakugo had started with after catching up to Izuku and forcing them to talk in the younger's room. "I don't care how amazing you think I am. I will never be good for you. And with the way you constantly are hurting yourself following in All Might's footsteps, neither of us should burden each other by getting into a relationship. We'll only end up hurting each other." "That's not true, Kaken. There are plenty of hero duos and heroes in relationships. I know it would be challenging at first, but it's not going to happen. We are not going to happen." The first tears collected in Izuku's eyes. Anger became apparent in them as well. "You're absolutely sure about that?" The question was more of a plea, to which Bakugo answered with regret lacing every syllable. "Yeah, I am." Izuku felt the unrequited feelings sear his heart painfully. "Fine. If you're going to reject me, you should at least tell me you just don't like me in that way instead of going with the other countless reasons we might not work out. I never said I didn't like you back. Sheet, I care about you more than anyone else in my life, even my own parents. But if you return my feelings, then why can't we? Because I'll never be who you need me to be," Bakugo shouted, tears springing to his own eyes in frustration. "You spent our entire childhood chasing my back, and sooner or later you'll be ahead of me. I'll only drag you down to my level. Hell, you haven't improved your quirk in a while, and for all I know it's because you're still too focused on me. That's not. If you would just stop following me, then maybe you'd be closer to becoming the next symbol of peace like you're destined." "Kaken, I can only become the symbol of peace because of you. Without you pushing me to give it my all and do my best no matter the hardships, I wouldn't be here. Don't you get it? You can't let the past go. But I have, and I'm telling you that I really, really like you. Why can't you give me a chance? Give us a chance. Your head is still stuck in the clouds after all these years. Maybe in your fantasy we'd be together and happy, fighting side by side against villains, even be #1 heroes together, but life doesn't cater to your every need or desire. You knew that the day you were deemed quirkless." Izuku flinched. "Please don't walk away because you're scared, Kaken." "I'm not effing scared. Don't lie to me." Bakugo let out a small explosion intending to get Izuku to shut up. Instead, Izuku surged forward after his friend's hands stopped sparking and chanced pulling the angry boy into a tight hug. Bakugo did not return the gesture, yet he didn't push him away either. "I'm scared too, you know." "Shut up, Deku. Kaken, can't you be selfish this one time and listen to your heart instead of your brain?" "Shut up, Deku." Izuku lost his patience a second before Bakugo did. "No." Finally having had enough, Bakugo pushed Izuku away before grabbing the other boy by the front of his shirt. Red eyes glared into unwavering green as Izuku stood his ground. That tough facade shattered in an instant when Bakugo crashed his lips to his own in a rough first kiss. The feeling caught Izuku off guard, his brain stalling and body relaxing at the sensation. He could feel his hands reaching for Bakugo to pull him closer. However, the kiss barely lasted a few seconds. Before Izuku could bring himself to grab onto the blonde, he was already being shoved away again. "I'm sorry." With those two foreign words as his parting ones, Bakugo fled Izuku's room before the fallen boy could pick himself off of the floor. "Why does he have to be so stupid?" Izuku spoke to his ceiling, head throbbing from crying for so long. From his phone he had his heartbreak playlist playing, which probably wasn't improving his mood. The lyrics of Impossible by Chantel made him want to shove his face into his pillow and scream. "I remember years ago someone told me I should take caution when it comes to love. I did. And you were strong and I was not. Wasn't that the truth? My illusion, my mistake. I was careless, I forgot. I did. And now when all is done there is nothing to say." There was, but Izuku had no idea what to tell Bakugo to change his mind. "You have gone in so effortlessly, you have won. You can go ahead, tell them. Tell them all I know now." Shout it from the rooftops. Write it on the skyline. All we had is gone now. Tell them I was happy. And my heart is broken. All my scars are open. Tell them what I hoped would be impossible. Impossible, impossible, impossible. He was probably becoming dehydrated at this point. He'd always been a heavy crier, a trait his mother and he shared. Still, he didn't want to go downstairs where he knew his curious classmates might be hanging around overly concerned for his well-being as always. He wasn't ready to talk to them yet. He would probably just burst into tears all over again. His lips still tingled too. As fate would have it though, the universe was against his wishes. Just as he told himself he needed more time to calm down, a soft knock at his door sounded. "Deku-kun." Uraraka's worried voice came from the hallway. "Can Ida-kun and I come in? If not, then please just tell us how you're doing. It is past curfew, but I do not think I can sleep without being assured you are okay after seeing you leave the gymnasium so quickly. We're your friends, Midoriya. You can talk to us." Curse Ida-kun for using the same words I used on him, Izuku thought hopelessly. He knew he needed to talk to the two of them. They were his best friends. It was about time he came clean, if not for their sake then for his. "Come in." When Uraraka and Ida entered, they made sure to close the door behind them before rushing to their friend's side. Almost immediately, Izuku burst into tears at the obvious concern on their faces, and suddenly the three of them were pulled into a group hug. They stayed like that for some time as Izuku told them about his longtime feelings for Bakugo and how they had developed. This meant he told them everything. The time when they were best friends as kids, the downfall that took place when he was deemed quirkless while Bakugo had gotten an amazing quirk, the years of bullying this had caused not just by the blonde's hands but others who followed his example. He didn't even leave out the incident at their middle school about the room before moving on to the story of the slime villain everyone had seen on the news. Even as he got into his perspective during the heroes versus villains battle in their foundational hero studies class, the two consoling him kept quiet. He could tell at times they wanted to say something, sometimes very badly, but they stayed silent for his sake. Soon he was telling them about how he'd felt during their final exam against All Might, how frustrated he'd been when Bakugo admitted he would rather lose than work with him, and how that had hurt worse than any explosion he'd ever been hit with. The admiration and genuine care Izuku expressed for Bakugo as he spoke were beginning to make sense to the two listening to his perspective. "Uraraka-kun, you were there when Kaken got taken by the League of Villains," he said brokenly. "When he vanished in the warp gate, he told me to stay back. The look in his eyes when he told me that wasn't anger. He looked terrified, but I don't think he was really scared at that moment for himself. I could have reached him, could have been pulled in along with them. But after everything that had happened between Shigaraki and I, as well as my injuries, Kaken knew something I would understand until later. If I had gone through that gate after him, I might not have survived. In the state I was in, I would have been absolutely useless. Shigaraki told me the next time he saw me that he would probably finish me off. And how would my death have helped rescue Kaken? It wouldn't have. So the fear in Kaken's eyes when he told me to stay back was because he was scared for me rather than himself. For a while I had been losing hope that Kaken actually cared even a tiny bit about me. Part of me was beginning to become convinced that he really did hate me. But how can someone who doesn't care about me be scared for my life? He continued telling them about their encounters, one of which being the fight that led to them both getting detention. The meaningless fight it had started out as had become all but meaningless when it ended with them becoming proper rivals. But we didn't just become rivals then. We had always been rivals despite it being a healthy rivalry or not. After that fight we finally started talking to each other. It might have taken years and years. I might have given him too many chances to get to that point. But that night we slowly started becoming friends again. Of course Kaken is still Kaken. Even so, I could feel those feelings of love begin to suffocate me all over again as if they'd never stopped. And then tonight, he admitted he cared about me more than his own parents. He kissed me. It was only after he told me we would never happen though, and before he apologized. He's never apologized to me my entire life. And never. Once he was finished explaining everything, nearly an hour had passed. Ida was getting tired, but Uraraka knew they couldn't leave their friend like this. "Deku-kun," she started after the trio had pulled away from one another. "If what you're saying is true, then Bakugo does like you back. That means you can't give up now. You just need to get it through his thick skull that your feelings are real, and that you two can work if you just try. You're not going to let him go now after everything you just told us, are you? You're the Deku that does his best. The Deku that can do anything, even this." Ida placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, squeezing lightly. "I agree with her. While I never could grasp your feelings towards Bakugo before, after hearing your story, I think I am beginning to see the connection. It still pains me to know how horribly he treated you in the past, even if it was somewhat of a misunderstanding on his part. If he is who you want in your life to make you happy though, then I trust your decision. You are strong, Midoriya. You can take care of yourself should the relationship between you two revert back for worse. However, you have taught me people can change. The changes Bakugo is going through are slow, but he is becoming a better person, and it is because of you." Izuku let out a small laugh, a smile gracing his wet, red face. With a shaking hand he put his hand atop Ida's. His other hand found Uraraka's open palm. "Thank you," he stated sincerely. "Both of you are the best friends I could ask for. I love you guys." "Oh, Deku-kun, we love you too. Midoriya, you are too kind." After much humbleness, the two visitors went to leave. It was only at the doorway that Ida thought to warn his friend about the rest of his classmates. "By the way, the rest of our classmates questioned Bakugo after you left tonight. While he didn't answer any of their inquiries, we all managed to put two and two together about your mutual feelings for one another, and we anticipated Bakugo would be rash at first, leading to your rejection. I would advise you just ignore everyone tomorrow, as they most likely will be able to read the energy of the room and will try not to mention Bakugo in your presence. Anyway, try to get some rest." With that the duo left, leaving Izuku blushing and gaping at the door. Everyone knows. The next day. To say the following morning was awkward would have been an understatement. "Good morning." Izuku smiled at his friends as he stepped into the classroom. He greeted Uraraka, and Todoroki in turn before Aoyama stopped him, a handkerchief of assorted cheeses being shoved into his hands. The gesture, while a tad strange, warmed Izuku's heart. After politely thanking him and biting into a block of cheese for good measure, the brunette made his way to his seat behind Bakugo like he would any other day. It was only once he'd sat down that Shiro, who sat beside Izuku, noticed a lone earbud in one of his ears. Listening to music this early morning, Midoriya, you really have been spending too much time with Gyro. Izuku smiled sheepishly. It was forced just like the one he'd given upon entry to the classroom, but no one dared to comment on it. Gyro-kun is pretty cool. As for the music, listening to it has many beneficial qualities. The short walk to class was peaceful to say the least. What are you listening to? The smile on his face faltered. The question was born from curiosity, but Izuku didn't want anyone to know the depressing songs that made up his heartbreak playlist. If anyone ever found out he had a playlist like it in the first place, he would be beyond embarrassed. It's nothing. Just the music for the upcoming performances. He felt bad for lying, but it was for his friends' sakes as well as his own. If they knew he was listening to such sad songs, they would just worry even more. What hurts the most was being so close and having so much to say, played from his single earbud, and watching you walk away, and never knowing what could have been, and not seeing that loving you is what I was trying to do. Izuku really needed to pull himself together. From there the tension in the room settled down some, his answer satisfying Shiro. He put his earbuds away a few minutes later when the door opened to reveal an ever-tired Aizawa inching his way in clad in his telltale yellow sleeping bag. As he began his lecture, most of Class 1 gradually forgot about the crisis two of their classmates were currently going through. That was until later in the day during their foundational hero studies class being taught by Aizawa and All Might. They just had to pick that day for a supposed to be low-stress game of tag. The objective is simple. Their homeroom teacher began in an almost bored tone. One of you will be it while the rest of you will have to avoid that person like the plague. If you are tagged, you are not allowed to tag the person who tagged you back. The game ends in half an hour and those who remain untagged throughout the game. And if the original person who is it does not get tagged back once tagging their first victim, wins. Hagakure, you're it to start. Several students groaned at that. Hagakure cackling as she took off her gloves, leaving her completely invisible to everyone. She would be tagging somebody in no time. After that it would be a simple game of hide and go seek for her, except there would be no way to find her once she tagged the first victim. All Might spoke up just as Aizawa was going to tell them to begin. And don't forget to utilize your quirks. If someone who is it comes after you, you're allowed to use your quirks to escape or even fight the person off. No seriously hurting each other though. Have fun. Fun, he said. If only he'd known how chaotic having a class of heroes in training playing tag in a limited area would turn out to be. As Hagakure would have it, Anjiro was tagged first. "Aw man," he said with a wry grin, "I should have known you'd come after me." "Oh well, good luck out there, okay. You might be invisible, but you might want to be careful of people's quirks." With that he took off, his tail propelling him in the direction he'd seen Shiro, Kaminari, and Mina take off in. Halfway through the game, nearly half of the class had been it at some point. Anjiro had tagged Kaminari, who in turn happened upon an all-too-trusting Kirishima, who tagged Minta, who miraculously ran into Koda, who then got Aoyama mid-monologue, who used his laser to blast him straight into Yaoyorozu, who tricked Todoroki into tagging himself, who finally had made it a point to go after a strangely more reserved Bakugo. It had taken him nearly 5 minutes of using his ice and fire to outmaneuver the blonde. And one of the prop buildings had its windows blown to pieces, but once he had tagged the explosive teenager he couldn't help but feel some pride. He knew Izuku was hurting because of Bakugo's hard-headedness. Making the blonde lose was almost a form of revenge with how serious he was about winning. And then things took a turn for the worse. Izuku, who had been on the move with Uraraka and Tsuyu, ran around the corner of the building Bakugo and Todoroki were currently standing. The trio of newcomers looked between the two boys apprehensively. It was only after Todoroki pointed to Bakugo and stated he's it that anyone started moving. When they did start moving, however, everything happened fast. Tsuyu immediately wrapped her tongue around Uraraka's waist and flung the girl back around the building. As she prepared to do the same to Midoriya, she caught explosions from the corner of her eye. Bakugo was rocketing towards her faster than she would be able to get away. She was fast when it came to jumping, sure, but she was nowhere near fast enough to evade an intent Bakugo who had just lost the game. Just as she was prepared to be tagged though, a ripple of power came from the boy standing next to her. "I don't think so, Kaken." The force of Izuku's kick created air pressure that not only took Bakugo by surprise, but the classmates that were nearby as well. From the shadows Takoyami hummed in surprise as the raw power he'd witnessed. That was not a move they had ever seen him use before. They knew he had been getting in some training in the mornings, yet to have a new move that powerful showcased during a game of tag was something else. The move was also long-ranged, which was completely different from Izuku's usual close combat fighting style. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock as he came to a realization. The move reminded him so much of one of All Might's punches that it only reaffirmed his guess that Midoriya had to be his secret love child. Maybe his friend would never tell him the truth, but he would believe it until proven otherwise. Bakugo used explosions from his gauntlets to break his fall. He still landed quite a distance away though, a spark of anger lighting up his eyes. What the hell was that, Deku? Have you been holding out during our sparring sessions? We haven't sparred for over a week, Kakin, and I've been working on that move for only about 5 days. Why, are you worried you won't be able to tag me now that I've improved a bit more? Yeah, right. Prepare to die, Deku. With that, the blonde threw himself forward, changing course in midair to come from the side rather than an all-out assault. What he didn't expect was Izuku to flick his middle finger similar to how he used to do when he'd first gotten his quirk. The resulting billowing force that came from the attack wasn't the 100% the blonde was expecting. Perhaps just over 22% since the output felt a little stronger than his most recent 20%. His finger wasn't broken or even bruised either from what he could tell. Izuku had improved since the last time he'd asked, it seemed. A grin cut across the blonde's face, red eyes simmering in challenge rather than anger as they locked onto Izuku's own burning green ones. The shorter boy's entire demeanor screamed desire for a fight. For a moment, Bakugo thought perhaps his friend had taken the rejection worse than he'd originally guessed he would. That he was choosing to fight because he was angry or upset. As he stared into his eyes, though, he realized that wasn't the case. Izuku wasn't burning with anger or sadness. He was burning with determination. He sought this fight because he wanted to prove himself. Another meaningless fight? Ha! Bakugo called from across the road. From his periphery, he noticed several other classmates watching them in mute worry. It seemed they wanted to step in, yet understood this was between the two of them only. Powering up one for all at a lower capacity, Izuku's body glowed white with power. You could say that. From the observation room in a nearby building. Oh dear. All Might groaned as he watched the two most problematic students of the class hurtle towards each other. From where he stood next to Aizawa watching the events from the screen, he had to say he was proud of Izuku. The move he'd used to stop Tsuyu from getting tagged was nearly perfectly executed. On the other hand, the way the two are going at each other now is worrisome. Something is definitely different between the two. They've been getting along rather well lately though, so did something happen without me knowing? The energy and stakes of this fight seem much higher than they should be for such a simple exercise. The underground hero next to him merely sighed, a hand coming up to rub the bridge of his nose in irritation. These two kids are going to be the death of me. I should just expel them both now and be done with it. Don't be too hasty, Shouta. They are just playing a very serious game of tag, it seems. That's not the point. Knowing them, they're going to just keep fighting instead of letting the game go on as planned. This was supposed to be a low-stress exercise. But just look at them. They're destroying building after building. This is not a healthy way to work things out among each other. They are still technically playing tag though. Sure, it would be child's play for Bakugo to go after someone else, but Midoriya seems to be who he's decided to target, and they are technically allowed to use their environment to their advantage. This isn't a mission, so any destruction is allowed. Maybe fighting like this will help settle whatever little quarrel they got into this time. Aizawa turned to glare at All Might as if he were the biggest idiot in the world. Little quarrel? Yagi, do you have any idea what is happening between those two boys? What do you mean? They're proper rivals, I know, and I believe they are becoming friends. Why? You seriously have no idea. The dark-haired adult clicked his tongue. Even present Mike and Midnight are more perceptive than you, and that's saying something. All Might frowned. Was there a development I might have missed? Surely it isn't something too bad. Was it another fight like from before the internships? Not really a fight per se, from what I gathered from some of my most chatty students. He would need to give Hagakure and Mina a talk about gossiping. It appears the two have feelings for one another. Romantic feelings. This was a surprise to All Might. He had always thought he had a thing for Uraraka, perhaps even the young Todoroki. After spending a few seconds processing the news, part of him did see the connection between the two more clearly. Suddenly his successor harboring romantic feelings for the other made sense. Bakugo returning those feelings though. Now that All Might could not fully comprehend. Well, he managed to stutter out awkwardly. Good for them. As long as they both are happy and treat each other right, then. It seems Bakugo rejected Midoriya last night. All Might froze. Then, after slowly turning to face the other teacher, he spoke. He what? Now All Might wasn't a perfect man. While he did do decades worth of hero work and saved more lives than he could count, he could blunder. His refusal to make amends with Sir Night-Eye long before the incident that brought them together being just one of his mistakes. It was also true that he didn't get angry all too often outside of dealing with villains. Right then, however, a fierce feeling of protectiveness surged in his chest that he'd never felt before. Midoriya wasn't his biological son, but he loved the boy like his own. If you're going to say to stop the exercise because you want to speak with either one of them, forget it, Aizawa warned tersely. This is something they need to figure out. If you butt your head into their romantic life, then chances are you are just going to make things more strained. A loud boom made itself known then. The entire building they were in shaking from the force of whatever had caused the sound. The adults immediately turned their attention back to the screen before their eyes went wide. There in the middle of a pile of rubble that used to be a 2-story building was Bakugo. Broken concrete and glass littered the ground around him where he lied on his back in a small crater. A few other students gaped at the destruction, eyes all zeroing in on the figure slowly making his way towards the fallen blonde. Said figure was out of breath and trembling, but his eyes seemed to glow as he made his way to stand before Bakugo. "You went easy on me." The words were so quiet Bakugo almost didn't hear them. "You went easy on me," Izuku repeated brokenly. His eyes welled up with tears as he attempted to glare at his childhood friend and crush. "Why, you've never gone easy on me. And you did it knowing I wanted to prove how much stronger I've gotten." "Why, Kaken, all I wanted to do was show you I have improved, and that you're not the reason I wasn't getting stronger. You were supposed to fight back." Bakugo stayed silent, his lips sealed shut as Izuku clenched his teeth. I guess this was just a meaningless fight after all. With that, Izuku walked away, turning his back on the blonde fully. He brushed past a stock-still Ida who had been observing the fight nearby in case he needed to intervene. "I'm going see recovery girl," Izuku stated tonelessly. The class rep nodded. Anything he wanted to say to help his friend would have to wait until they were in their own company. Back at the dorms, after school. "I ruined the exercise, didn't I?" Izuku moaned in anguish. "Not really," Uraraka comforted. "After you left, Kirishima went to see how Bakugo was and got tagged again. He got Mina and the game went on from there, although everyone decided to leave Bakugo alone for the rest of the game. He seemed more despondent than usual. I think he was just really lost in thought." Izuku nodded mutely. Todoroki and Ida didn't offer anything either, so Uraraka sighed before trying to lift the mood again. "You proved yourself to Bakugo like you wanted though, didn't you? Those new moves you used were insane. I mean, you literally blew him away. Multiple times." "He was holding back," Todoroki stated bluntly. At this, Ida and Uraraka seemed skeptical, but Izuku merely murmured in agreement. Both of them were holding back, to be honest. Midoriya was still respecting the rules of the exercise by making sure not to physically hit him. While he did indeed keep Bakugo from touching him, therefore tagging him, he could have done more damage than just demolishing an entire building and breaking several windows. Bakugo could also have attacked more powerfully, but he chose not to. Ida hummed in thought. Perhaps he was going easy on him unconsciously. Part of him might have been guilty about rejecting him last night. Or maybe after realizing his feelings for Midoriya he decided he didn't want to really hurt him. They did kiss last night, Uraraka mused, so maybe that has something to do with it. Todoroki's brows furrowed. He turned to Izuku, eyes doubtful. "You kissed Bakugo." The brunette blushed deeply. "He kissed me, actually." After he said he doubted my feelings for him to be anything more than a delusion. A few seconds of silence passed before the fire and ice user suddenly spoke. When he did, his tone was incredulous, as if he didn't understand how no one had thought of his idea beforehand. "Midoriya, if he rejected you because he doubts his feelings for you, then why not just do something to prove yourself sincere? Surely he'd have to rethink things then. He also doesn't think he's good enough for Deku-kun," Uraraka added. "What would he do to prove to Bakugo his feelings and intentions are true, and that he is good enough for our friend though? Surely it would take more than a simple conversation or small gesture to get the point across. I also feel like it would take more than just Midoriya to convince him of this," Ida said. Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka brainstormed a few things aloud, but none of their ideas seemed good enough. None of the ideas seemed grand enough to break through Bakugo's stubborn head and in turn soften his heart. That was until Izuku suddenly yelled, "That's it," before jumping off his bed and onto the floor. "Guys, I have an idea that just might work. It's going to be a bit embarrassing, but I think if it goes well Kaken will finally listen to me. The only problem is I'm going to need a lot of help." Ida raised his hand in question. "How much assistance do you require? The three of us here will surely help in any way we can, rest assured." Izuku smiled, gratitude for his friends overflowing as the other two nodded in agreement. "For what I'm planning, I'm going to need the whole class to help me out. Do you three mind discreetly asking everyone to meet in the gymnasium after dinner? Kaken will probably go up to his room to do homework alone as long as everyone pretends to be busy with their own thing right after we eat. And then we can slip away without him catching on." "Of course we can do that," Uraraka ensured with a fist punch to the air. "But what exactly are you going to do to make Bakugo swoon?" The brunette sheepishly pointed to the ear mic sitting on his dresser. "I'm going to sing, after dinner, in the gymnasium." "Oh my gosh, this is going to be like High School Musical, but better because we're in it," Hagakure gushed. Her enthusiasm spilled over to the rest of her classmates. It seemed every one of them wanted to help either Izuku or Bakugo out. If they get together, then there will be more girls for me, Manga tried to give as his explanation for helping. Everyone knew he just wanted Izuku to be happy though. Even if he was a pervert, Izuku was still his friend. It's more of a flash mob than a musical, but I am still totally all for it. Mina grinned. Gyro nodded. Izuku and I will put together a remix of what songs we're all going to sing then. We can probably get done tonight actually, since I did my homework before dinner. What do you say, Midoriya-kun? That works for me. I already have some song lyrics picked out, so after splicing things together to flow better we can probably email it to everyone tonight. Is everyone okay if we assign parts to you all beforehand? That way I can just tell you which part or parts before we practice tomorrow. His classmates agreed after a few requests, a couple of them being vetoed by either Gyro, Izuku, or the entire class. Okay, so we meet here tomorrow after dinner again. What if Bakugo notices we're all missing though? Izuku held up his phone a bit guiltily. I sort of texted Shinsu-kun to act as a bouncer of sorts for tomorrow already. We were going to spar after class as it was. And he said he'd be happy to keep Kaken from finding out about the surprise as long as he could watch our impromptu performance. Sounds good to me, Gyro said with a shrug. Alright everybody, we meet here tomorrow a little bit after dinner. We practice until we get it down. After that, Kirishima fetches Bakugo and Midoriya-kun sweeps the explosive idiot off of his feet. Everyone got that? Yeah. Practice had been brutal at first. Guys, we're going for a performance like in Pitch Perfect or Victorious. Get your head out of those cliché Disney Channel preteen musicals and move like you actually care whether or not Midori gets laid. Mina-kun. As if Izuku wasn't mortified enough. He was literally putting together an impromptu song and dance number in order to get his crush to take him seriously. Are you sure we can't sing the song we suggested yesterday? Kirishima asked with puppy eyes, his bottom lip wobbling. Beside him Kaminari, Mina, and Siro were also looking at Izuku and Gyro pleadingly. We even changed the lyrics to better fit your situation. Izuku almost caved in, but luckily for him Gyro wasn't as easily swayed. She knew this was about Izuku, as enthusiastic as the Baka squad was about their idea. It just wouldn't fit the mood of the serenade. By the time an hour and a half had passed they had made considerable progress. Everyone knew where they were supposed to be at what points during the routine, what they were supposed to sing and with who when the time came, and the minimal moves they were taught to support Izuku's own were pretty solid. Gyro and Izuku had their ear mics on, the speakers were in place, and Minta was already seated in front of Izuku's computer ready to press the start button for the music. Koda was giving Gyro a thumbs up where he stood by the lighting control board. That meant all there was left to do was wait until Kirishima texted Mina that he'd successfully retrieved Bakugo and was on his way to the gymnasium. You feeling ready, Deku-kun? Uraraka asked as everyone scrambled to get into position. Mina had just gotten a text from Kirishima saying they had left the dorms, which meant they had about a minute to get in place. As ready as I'll ever be. His voice shook with nervousness. While he was sure this would work, part of him was still terrified that he would mess everything up. The girl standing before him noticed, pushing aside the feelings she'd been harboring for him for some time. She took a deep breath before pulling him into a hug. You're going to do great, she spoke as he immediately returned her gesture. He didn't know how much he needed that hug until he'd gotten it. Just remember who you're singing to, okay? Don't pay attention to what anyone else is doing. We know our parts and are here for you. Trust us not to let you down. I will, Uraraka-kun. Thank you. They pulled away a moment later, Uraraka walking away just as Izuku noticed Shinsu coming through the main entrance. They'll be here in less than 30 seconds, he stated tonelessly before going to stand on the sidelines next to Minta and Tsuyu. Izuku closed his eyes. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down a bit, he opened his eyes and set his gaze on the door. When Bakugo all but kicked the door in, a moment later hardened green met a surprised red. It was now or never. A few seconds before. Was that zombie eyes I just saw go inside? Bakugo questioned the redhead next to him. Said friend shrugged like he hadn't seen the obvious purple-haired teenager go inside the gymnasium from across the way. At the lack of response, Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Something is off, the blonde thought to himself. Kirishima is almost never this quiet. And for zombie eyes to be here for a supposed class rehearsal doesn't make any sense either, since he's in the general education department. Not to mention everybody else in class was already there to begin with. This has that stupid nerd written all over it. He's planned something, hasn't he? It didn't take more than a few more seconds to find out that he'd been right. The moment he kicked the door to the gymnasium open, he noticed that amidst the low light Izuku was standing center stage in a plain t-shirt that read tuxedo on it. What caught him more off guard though was the fact that most of his classmates were set up as if in place to sing, which didn't make any sense at all. Just as he opened his mouth to ask Kirishima what the heck was going on, Izuku cut him off. By singing, no less. Another day is going by. I'm thinking about you all the time. He began along with the music gyro and he had spliced together the night before, but you're out there, and I'm here waiting. Gyro and Uraraka joined in then, either one of them at Izuku's side. The feeling of them standing beside him boosted his confidence immensely. And I wrote this letter in my head cause so many things were left unsaid. But now you're gone and I can't think straight. This could be the one last chance to make you understand. Suddenly Kota took his cue to flick up the rest of the stage switches in the back, illuminating the gymnasium and bathing it in light. Immediately his classmates started clapping along to the beat. I'd do anything. The trio sang and Izuku walked forward to the end of the stage, just to hold you in my arms, to try to make you laugh. Somehow I can't put you in the past. I'd do anything just to fall asleep with you. Will you remember me? Cause I know I won't forget you. The song switched then, the entire atmosphere changing as everyone stopped clapping. Gyro and Uraraka stopped singing in favor of Yaoyorozu's soft voice complimenting Izuku's. The lights dimmed again. Now there's gravel in our voices. Glass is shattered from the fight. In this tug of war you'll always win, even when I'm right, they sang morosely. Cause you feed me fables from your head with violent words and empty threats. And it's sick that all these battles are what keeps me satisfied. As Bakugo listened, he felt himself tensing to leave, a part of him wanting to turn around and walk out before Izuku could finish whatever endearing, stupid mishmash of songs he'd decided to sing. A hand on his shoulder stopped him though. Hiroshima's red-eyed gaze bore into Bakugo's own. His usually aloof, happy face set in serious determination. Just gonna stand there and watch me burn. But that's alright because I like the way it hurts. The blonde listening clenched his fists as he listened. Izuku knew what this song was about, didn't he? While Bakugo had apologized for what he'd done in the past, the reminder still rubbed him the wrong way. The feeling of guilt that sprung to his chest had him tugging his arm away from the redhead only for his friend to harden his arm and grip. Just gonna stand there and hear me cry. But that's alright because I love the way you lie. I love the way you lie. Oh, I love the way you lie. Bakugo, please stay until the end, Hiroshima pleaded. I know this isn't what you expected, but at least hear him out entirely. Zero and I will make sure you listen otherwise. Whatever you need to say can wait until the end. Okay. Please. The threat and plea were clear as day, the former of which would have normally pissed Bakugo off, as it was something about it coming from Kirishima had him begrudgingly backing off. He supposed he could allow himself be serenaded. It wasn't like enjoyed listening to the nerd's voice or anything. So maybe I'm a masochist. I try to run. Izuku's eyes slipped closed, but I don't want to ever leave. Till the walls are going up in smoke with all our memories. Yaoyorozu faded out just as the music changed once more. Mina and Hagakure jumping in to stand by Izuku, each with a microphone in hand. This instrumental was much livelier than the previous. The sound of violins filled the room, and Bakugo found himself really looking at Izuku as he moved in sync with the two girls singing with him. I swear, you're the only reason I keep breathing. I swear, you keep on giving me the reason to keep believing. The three did a few simple one-armed movements as they stepped forward or side to side languidly. It was a bit in contrast to the passionate looks on their faces as they sang. Finally, I'm worth it. Though I'm not perfect, it still feels right, and I keep on giving, trying to make a difference in my life. I don't know another way to show everything I can be for you. You're all that I'll ever need. They did a slow spin before standing in place. I'll give you the best of me. Bakugo watched in stubborn silence as Kaminari was given the microphone Uraraka had been using in the first song. The guitarist seemed to be readying himself to jump in at a moment's notice. Oh, I'm not leaving. No, I won't be turning around. I want to know you now. Your love, it won't let me down. Just as anticipated, the two girls spun out of the way the same moment Izuku stepped back to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaminari. The two locked eyes before quickly pushing away from each other, arms outstretched as if trying to keep themselves a certain distance apart. Please don't stand so close to me. I'm having trouble breathing, the duet performed. They brought a hand to their chests, simultaneously moving even farther apart from one another. I'm afraid of what you'll see right now. I give you everything I am. All my broken heartbeats until I know you'll understand. They turned to face each other from where they stood at either end of the stage. Opposite arms were thrown out towards each other before bringing their hands up to the side of their heads. And I will make sure to keep my distance. Say, I love you when you're not listening. And how long can we keep this up? The blonde standing next to Kirishima nearly blanched when he saw Todoroki grabbing a microphone from Mina. Just as a quieter guitar tune started up, he and Izuku met each other in the middle of the stage. Oh no, this couldn't be more unexpected, and I can tell you I've been moving in so slow. Don't let it throw you off too far, cause I'll be running right behind you. Bakugo huffed at the words. To him they had a double meaning. For one, they made him think of how Izuku's been literally chasing his back since they were kids. He'd done it the day in the woods, the day of their final exam, and so many times in between. In another sense, the lyrics made him think of how far Izuku had come since they were 4. The timid, crying Izuku that defended the other weak children growing up was still there. However, he wasn't weak enough to find himself too hurt in the crossfire anymore. Unlike when he was quirkless, he could defend himself. He was still timid at times, and his crying habit cropped up now and again, yet he was definitely someone Bakugo respected. Even if Bakugo could still beat him in a serious fight after their scuffle during tag, it was obvious it wouldn't stay like that forever. Izuku wasn't really running behind Bakugo anymore. They were leaping and bounding together, neck and neck, picking each other up along the way. Bakugo remembered their meaningless fight weeks ago when he'd thought Izuku had finally outrun him, that he'd been left behind. For once in his life, he'd never felt such relief at being so undeniably wrong. Izuku hadn't left him behind in the dust of his own improvement. He'd been standing just in front of Bakugo with a helpful hand outstretched. The greenette would never abandon him like Bakugo had growing up. Could this be out of line? Izuku swallowed. Could this be out of line? Todoroki echoed. To say you're the only one breaking me down like this, they finished together. You're the only one I would take a shot on. Keep me hanging on so contagiously. Bakugo was still deep in thought when he noticed Kirishima slip away from his side. The changing out from Todoroki singing to Shoji and Sato went mostly unnoticed since the two only really repeated the lyrics Izuku sang for emphasis. They stayed near the back of the stage where they had been the entire time. And I'll miss your laugh, your smile. I'll admit I'm wrong if you'd tell me. I'm so sick of fights, I hate them. Let's start this again for real. Izuku was just as lively as ever though. His face and body movements were rich with expression as he meandered around the stage. It was actually interesting to watch, all of Bakugo's attention following the other boys' movements without fail. He was so glad the greenette was up on stage and not doing something silly like running down to him. The blonde wasn't sure if he'd be able to take it if he did. So here I am, I'm trying. So here I am, are you ready? So here I am, I'm trying. So here I am, are you ready? The music changed again. The instruments quieting down in an abrupt decrescendo. I will never let you fall. Takoyami and Ajiro's deeper voices mixed with Izuku's. I'll stand up with you forever. I'll be there for you through it all, even if saving you sends me to heaven. 'Cause you're mine. My true love, my whole heart. Please don't throw that away. 'Cause I'm here for you. Please don't walk away, and please tell me you'll stay. Then, completely throwing Bakugo off, Kirishima and Shiro starting singing all by themselves. What was even worse was the fact that they were making their way towards him. Sometimes you wonder if this fight is worthwhile. The precious moments are all lost in the tide. Yeah, the two boys sang pretty well as they closed in on their friend, but they were nowhere near as musically inclined as several who had sung before them. They're swept away, and nothing is what it seems, the feeling of belonging to your dreams. And then they were striking dramatic poses, entirely serious despite looking rather silly. Bakugo merely stared at them in mild second-hand embarrassment as they proceeded to sing their hearts out. Listen to your heart when he's calling for you. Listen to your heart. There's nothing else you can do. They clutched the area over their hearts passionately. I don't know where you're going and I don't know why, but listen to your heart before you tell him goodbye. Another abrupt song change later found Ida of all people gripping a microphone. He stood next to Izuku nervously, eyes glancing at his friend every few words like he was going to be told he'd messed up. Maybe I was wrong for trying to pick a fight. I know that I've got issues, but you're pretty messed up too. Either way, I found out I'm nothing without you. Of course, Izuku was nothing if not reassuring, an elated smile on his face when he spared a look at Ida before launching into the next verse. 'Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me, and honestly, my life, Izuku sang with Ida echoing him, would suck without you. Being with you is so dysfunctional. I really shouldn't miss you, but I can't let you go. Oh yeah. Aoyama swapped with Ida then. The blue-haired student, looking relieved to be out of the spotlight, made a wrong turn once or twice. Izuku and the sparkling blonde began softly. Dug my way out, blood and fire. Bad decisions. That's all right. Welcome to my silly life. As the song progressed, they raised their voices and allowed some of the vulnerability to slip away. It turned out they are actually very good together when it came to performing. Mistreated, misplaced, misunderstood. Miss no way, it's all good. It didn't slow me down. It really hadn't. Mistaken, always second-guessing, underestimated. Look, Izuku locked eyes with Bakugo as he prepared to jump down from the stage. I'm still around. As they went into the chorus, all of the greenette's attention was on Bakugo. The words he was singing now were important. Pretty please don't you ever feel like you're less than perfect. Pretty please, if you ever feel like you're nothing, you are perfect to me. Well, perfectly imperfect as someone could be. You're so mean, Aoyama echoed with flair. When you talk, he added in some movements as well, about yourself. You were wrong. Izuku was now only 2 or so yards away from Bakugo. His nerves threatened to throw him off as he took in the full attention he was getting from the other, but he managed to keep his cool. He couldn't afford to mess up now. Change the voices in your head, he continued with his echo. Make them like you instead. So complicated, look how we all make it. Filled with so much hatred, such a tired game. He flung a hand out to the side. It's enough. I've done all I can think of. Chased down all my demons. I'll see you do the same. Oh, suddenly the music stopped. Everyone's head turned to look at where Minta was supposed to be manning the computer, only to find Mina crouching down beside it instead. Minta was a few feet away, looking positively scandalized, shouting something about Mina having kicked him out of the way like a purple soccer ball. Gyro ignored the short boy as she attempted to cross the stage to intercept Mina before she finished what she was doing. Since Izuku was nowhere near them, he could only wait for what he knew was coming. With a sweat drop, he hung his head in momentary defeat. This is going to be so embarrassing, he thought sadly. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Shiro grinned as they surrounded a confused Bakugo like sharks. Each of them held a microphone that they'd lifted off of a few other students just moments before. Mina rocketing off of the stage to join the rest of the Baka squad just as the music to Girlfriend began. Hey, you don't have a boyfriend. No way, we think you need a new one. Hey, you, he could be your boyfriend. The quartet all pointed at Izuku in sync. Said Greenette was blushing a deep red while Gyro face-palmed hard at their antics. A few other classmates merely sighed. They should have expected them to carry out their idea anyway. Hey, you, we know that you like him. No way, no, it's not a secret. Hey, you, he wants to be your boyfriend. Then the three boys began circling Bakugo as they sang. Mina testing her chances of living by putting a hand on her friend's shoulder. You're so fine, friend of mine, you're so explosive. He thinks about you all the time. You're so ferocious. Don't you know his favorite hero is also All Might? Don't pretend. We think you know he's damn precious. Mina winked, and Bakugo took a step back at her bravado. A moment later, all of them stopped to throw an arm in the air to punctuate the last word of the next sentence. And hell yeah, you're our Lord Explosion Murder. We can tell you like him too, and you know we're right. They turned to each other then, rolling their eyes and waving their hands about as they sang the next lyric. You're like so, whatever, like you could do any better. We think you should get together now, they belted before pointing at Bakugo, and that's what Class 1A's singing about. Hey, Baku bro, Kirishima serenaded with an arm thrown around him teasingly, you don't have a boyfriend. No way, we think you need a new one. Shiro grinned. Hey, you, he could be your boyfriend. Kaminari finished before all of them joined together for the last bit. Hey, you, we know that you like him. No way, no, it's not a secret. Hey, Baku bro, make Deku your boyfriend. Mina was already back at the computer stopping the music before it could go on to the next verses. With a smile not unlike that of a content cat who'd just gotten its way, she put the remix back on with a shout of "We're at stage 11, people," before going back to her original position. Izuku pushed away any frustration and embarrassment he might have been feeling. He honestly thought what Bakugo's closest friends had just pulled off was pretty funny as well executed overall. While Gyro seemed a bit more annoyed for her remix to have been hijacked momentarily, Izuku simply continued with the plan. He was nothing if not adaptable. A deep breath later, he went on to sing with Gyro as planned. You're not alone, together we stand. I'll be by your side, you know I'll take your hand. When it gets cold and it feels like the end, there's no place to go. You know I won't give in. No, I won't give in. Bakugo couldn't help but want to punch something as he listened to the lyrics. So far all of the words had meant something. They had been carefully chosen, and Izuku was going above and beyond getting Bakugo to listen to them. Keep holding on, cause you know we'll make it through. Just stay strong, cause you know I'm here for you. There's nothing you could say, nothing you could do. They both knew this was true. There's no other way when it comes to the truth. So keep holding on, cause you know we'll make it through. A segment of music played, then changing the tune and mood slightly until Bakugo realized the song had changed completely. He also realized Izuku was the only one singing now. Cause something must have made you say that. What did I do to make you say that to me? Something must have made you so mad. What can I do to make you stay? Come back to me. Suddenly Izuku seemed to grow a bit upset. He forged on nonetheless, but something about the somber expression taking over his freckled face made Bakugo think he was getting to the end of this serenade. Hoping for a moment that I turn around, and you'll be coming after me, cause all that I can say is that it's obvious. It's obvious you're all I see, and I am feeling so small. It was over my head, I know nothing at all, and I will stumble and fall. I'm still learning to love, just starting to crawl. Bakugo jolted, then he realized there were two instrumentals layered on top of one another. While the beat changed into the recognizable song that had been popular a couple years prior, it startled him how well the music from the previous song melded with the piano of this one. Say something, I'm giving up on you. I'm sorry that I couldn't get to you. Anywhere I would have followed you. Say something, I'm giving up on you. The Greenette walked forward until he was standing less than a foot away. And I will swallow my pride. You're the one that I love, he sang while holding Bakugo's eyes, and I'm saying goodbye. This was it after all. Izuku had no idea what he would do if his crush rejected him after all of this. What else could he really do? He wasn't the sort of person to force his feelings onto another. Sure, he would be absolutely heartbroken over it. However, they would eventually go back to the way things were. Their relationship had taken so much stress throughout the years that even one love admission wouldn't be able to ruin it forever. Say something, I'm giving up on you, and I'm sorry that I couldn't get to you. And anywhere I would have followed you. Oh, say something, I'm giving up on you. Izuku gulped as the song came to a close. Would his plan work? Say something, I'm giving up on you. Say something. When the music died down, there was only silence. Most of Class 1 had their rapt attention on the two boys on the far side of the auditorium. Nearly everyone waiting in suspense as Izuku waited patiently for Bakugo to say something. Only Shinsu could school his face to pretend he wasn't holding his breath. Overall, it was nerve-wracking for everyone. Finally, just when Izuku's heart was readying itself for the final blow, Bakugo sighed. You really outdid yourself this time, didn't you, Deku? Not even I would have had the guts to pull something this elaborate off. Hell, you even got our classmates to help. I can't even be mad that you've completely outstaged what I had planned. Everyone in the auditorium save for Tsuyu found their minds reeling. What you had planned, Izuku repeated in confusion. His eyes widened comically as he turned around to see the green-haired girl standing off to the side the entire time under the guise of keeping Manga in check do something to the computer that was hooked up to the sound system. Before Izuku could voice his plethora of questions as to what was going on though, Bakugo gently took the ear mic from him. The feeling of fingers brushing his ear had whatever he was going to say dying in his throat. His skin tingled where the blonde had touched him. A moment later the ear mic was in Bakugo's care. Unlike you, I only picked one song, Bakugo stated nonchalantly. I honestly didn't want to do that much, but after talking to Frog Girl this seemed like the best way to get across what I want to say after I screwed up the other night. You can think of it as a response to that little show you put together too. Izuku could only gape, part of him wondering if he was dreaming. Or dead. Sure, Bakugo could sing, but that didn't mean he liked to. He also never thought the explosive teenager would sing in front of so many people. Also, I'm going to kick your ass for screwing up my original plan. It was only supposed to be the two of us and Frogger over there. Thanks to you, I'll never hear the end of this from these losers, he complained as he gestured to literally everyone else in the room. You heard me, right? If any of you interrupt me, I'll rip you a new one. Once he was done threatening the entirety of the class, another instrumental started up. This time Bakugo jumped in to fill in the lyrics. The entire time he sang, his red-eyed gaze never once strayed from Izuku. The best thing about tonight's that we're not fighting. It couldn't be that we have been this way before. I know you don't think that I am trying. I know you're wearing thin down to the core. Izuku had to keep himself from crying. He knew this song, which meant, but hold your breath, because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Don't make me change my mind, or I won't live to see another day. I swear it's true, because a guy like you is impossible to find. You're impossible to find. Everyone became vaguely aware of the sound of gross sobbing coming from somewhere in the room, but no one could quite pull their attention away from the scene taking place. This is not what I intended. Bakugo had never been good at handling his emotions, and he really did need to think before he spoke sometimes. I always swore to you I'd never fall apart. Their first two fights together came to mind. You always thought that I was stronger. I may have failed, but I have loved you from the start. The blonde reached a hand out, grabbing Izuku's almost shyly as he forged on. But hold your breath, because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Don't make me change my mind, or I won't live to see another day. I swear it's true, because a guy like you is impossible to find. You're impossible to find. So breathe in so deep. Izuku joined in then. Breathe me and I'm yours to keep. And hold on to your words. They harmonized together flawlessly, cause talk is cheap. And remember me tonight when you're asleep, because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Don't make me change my mind. I won't live to see another day. I swear it's true, because a guy like you is impossible to find. There was supposed to be another repetition of the chorus, but it was lost when Izuku couldn't contain himself anymore. The greenette cut Bakugo off by throwing himself at him shamelessly, crying his eyes out in relief. Kaken, Deku, calm your crybaby ass down. It's not that big of a deal. Why, yes it is. Kaken. Bakugo looked over the wailing boy's head at his classmates, eyes begging for someone to deal with Izuku for him. Instead he got sly grins, nonchalant whistles, a few finger guns, a wink, or was completely ignored in favor for quietly heading towards the exit. A minute later and the two boys had the gymnasium to themselves. Deku, Bakugo stated softly once they were alone. Pulling away, Izuku looked at the blonde with a grin brighter than any he'd ever seen before. Bakugo would never admit it out loud, but his nerd smile made him feel things. Fuzzy things. I'm so happy. I hoped you would reconsider, but I never anticipated you'd sing me a song. Kaken, you were so amazing. Bakugo blushed at the praise. Oh, shut up. Of course I'm talented, which is why after some thought I'm going to sing that one part in Singing to the Sky Like You Want It. We can't let the other classes hear nothing but perfection during the finale, right? The kiss Bakugo received was all the answer he needed. Aizawa was too tired for this. True, he was usually too tired for most things. But this, I honestly expected this from Bakugo. But between the two of you I had hoped you, Midoriya, would be the one to keep public displays of affection to a minimum. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly at that. Do you care to explain what exactly that was back there? I understand you two finally settled your differences and improved your relationship drastically. What I don't understand is why you thought it appropriate to kiss during a training exercise. To be fair, Aizawa-sensei, you did say the purpose of this exercise was for us to use our opponent's weaknesses against them. And in this particular situation my charm actually worked rather well as a distraction so Ajiro-kun could slip past unnoticed. Bakugo shrugged half-heartedly. Deku and Tail Guy did win fair and square. It's Tail Man, Kaken, or just Ajiro. Whatever, the elder man sighed. While I appreciate your adaptability to a situation, your charm, as you put it, only works in one extremely specific situation. Two, actually. What? The villain Toga Himiko would probably fall for my charm as well. She has a bit of a crush on me as far as I can tell. Or maybe she just enjoys seeing me when I'm covered in blood. Or maybe, you know what? I don't care. From now on keep that charm skill of yours out of training. End of discussion. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. With that Izuku walked away with a snickering Bakugo, who was trying to hide his snarky grin underneath his gloved hand. You're lucky it was him that chewed me out, you know, Izuku said dryly as they both began to make their way back to the locker rooms to change into their regular clothes. I think All Might wanted to give you the shovel talk then and there, but Aizawa-sensei convinced him that you weren't the instigator this time and that I was the one that needed to be talked to. I think All Might is prepared to give you the shovel talk at any moment though. Bakugo sobered up at that. Even a retired All Might was still a force to be reckoned with. Anyway, he continued while removing his white gloves, can you believe the festival is tomorrow morning? I think I'm getting nervous again. Our last run-through is tonight. And even if it goes as well as last night's practice, I'm scared I'm going to choke in front of all of those people. You know I'm no good in front of a crowd. By yourself you're not, definitely. Izuku gave him a blank look. Wow, thanks for the words of encouragement, Kaken. Let me finish, you damn nerd. I was going to say you're not going to be alone up there, so there's nothing for you to be worrying about. You'll be surrounded by friends and people who support you and all that lovey-dovey shit you always spout. So just calm down already. But I can't, Izuku whined. How do you stay so level-headed in front of hundreds of people? Deku, you're asking the Ahole who told an entire stadium he was going to be number one for advice. Unless you want the audience pissed at you, I'd advise just being yourself. You're going to do fine. We'll blow the rest of the student body away without breaking a sweat. Izuku smiled at his boyfriend appreciatively. I'm glad you have such confidence in me, Kaken. I just really don't want to disappoint anyone. I mean, even our parents are going to be there for the noon and evening performances. Your mom will be amazed no matter what. It's my old hag that'll throttle me if I mess up after all of those stupid drum lessons she had me take. Auntie Mitsuki does have a passionate personality. My mom and your dad should be able to make sure she doesn't go overboard though. That's what you think. You haven't seen her when she's truly pissed off. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. I've dealt with you for years. And as angry as she might be, it can't hold a candle to your temper, I'm sure. Deku, I got my effing temper from her. I'm the one that doesn't hold a candle to her. The brunette paled at that. Well, she'll probably be in too good a mood about us getting together to get that angry about something. Right. It was Bakugo's turn to falter. I haven't told my folks yet. Have you told Auntie and Co? I was going to wait until I saw her in person to tell her, but after some thought I had planned to call her later tonight to tell her. I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do and questions to answer, so a phone call works better if it ends up taking an hour for her to understand. After some of the things she was told throughout the years, she's probably not going to be completely accepting of our relationship. You know how protective she is of me. I can talk to her if you want me to, Deku. I know I messed up, and that I've done nothing to earn her trust, so if she wants to test me or something, I'll gladly let her. It's only fair. There's no need. Izuku quickly dismissed the idea. I'll talk to her tonight, and I'm sure everything will work out fine. What about Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Murasu? Your parents won't react badly, right? Of course not. The two had more or less changed into their regular clothes at this point. After taking a moment to tug his shirt on over his head, the blonde resumed. It's just, he paused. My parents know how much shit I talked about you growing up. I was angry so often and blamed you for everything remotely bad going on in my life that when I tell them we're together now, I'm worried they're going to think I'm doing this to hurt you, or that I've done a complete 180 when I really haven't. I was such a jackass to you, when you never deserved to. Did you listen to anything I said yesterday? Izuku cut him off, a scarred hand grabbing one of Bakugo's gently. The gesture was welcomed openly as Bakugo instinctively gripped the hand tightly. The past is in the past. We've all made mistakes and wish we had done things differently, but sometimes all we can do is learn, grow, and make better decisions in the future. You've already changed for the better so much, Kaken. Don't hold yourself back by remembering things you've already been forgiven for. When the time comes, just tell your parents with confidence. Your intentions will speak the truth. Trust me, they will understand. Bakugo let out a small huff of a laugh at that. A second later, the blonde was pulling the younger boy to his chest. Izuku having predicted it and moving so his arms circled the other's waist. You're such a sappy little sheet, you know that? To be fair, All Might can be exactly the same minus the little part. He's basically my surrogate father, so I can blame that on him. You were like that before you even met him, Deku. The next morning. Today was the day. Does everyone's class shirt fit? Dancers. The bottoms can be whatever you want as long as you're comfortable performing in them. Band and staging teams. We talked about black bottoms of some sort. The equipment is already in place, but we should get over to the gymnasium to warm up before the doors open at 8:45 and the performance begins at 9. There's a cooler with water bottles and a box of snack foods there too, courtesy of Yaoyorozu. Anyone is welcome to them. But if you're singing, I advise not having snacks too close to the performance. Does anyone else need anything before we head on over? Gyro received no nods, so with that, class 1 made their way out of the dormitory with anything they needed in hand. It was just after 8 o'clock. They should have been half asleep, seeing as most of them hadn't been able to fall asleep until almost 1 in the morning, only to get up at 7, but today was the cultural festival. After the time they spent perfecting their routines, the prospect of finally being able to show off the fruits of their labor had them invigorated even at such an early time of day. Today class 1 was going to shine. Feeling nervous, Gyro-kun, the purple-haired girl, acknowledged Izuku with a small smile. As they walked side by side, Bakugo not far behind with Kaminari as they discussed a few last-minute tips on how to play their parts, the two main singers assured one another about the performances ahead. A little bit. My parents are going to be out there, so I want to amaze them as much as everyone else. Your mother will be coming later to watch us too, right? Yep. She wanted to catch an earlier train to be here our opening performance, but the Bakugos had already made plans to pick her up and have breakfast before coming here. Kaken's parents and my mom should be here around 11 though. That works out well. You'll have plenty of time to greet them before our noon performance. Just remember, we meet back after the opening show at 11:30, okay? After that show is over, you'll also have a couple hours to spend with her before we get set up for the closing performance at 4. They chatted a little more until they reached the gymnasium. From there they split up. The dancers, musicians, and staging crew going to their respective places in order to get everything ready. Lighting adjustments were made to take into account the sunlight streaming in through the skylight windows. Instruments were tuned, vocal exercises were done, and dancers stretched all the while. After roughly half an hour, the students scrambled to get behind stage as the doors to the gymnasium opened. Almost immediately, the crowd they heard amassing outside the building became near deafening. "Wow, look how many people are coming in," Uraraka exclaimed. Beside her, Ida made a noise of agreement. There were already at least 200 people inside the gymnasium, and the stream of people in the doorway didn't seem like it was getting any smaller. There are indeed a large number of visitors and students coming in. This facility only houses a certain number of people before it exceeds the safe limit though. I hope our professors have taken precautions so that... Relax, Ida-kun. It was just an observation. She turned her attention to Izuku, whose eyes were scanning the crowd. Deku-kun, do you see Mirio and Eri-chan out there? Not yet. It's weird, because I'm pretty sure Mirio's text told me he was at the front of the crowd. He began mumbling under his breath. Uraraka had to stifle a giggle as she noticed 3 familiar forms walking towards him from behind. Aizawa looked unamused as Mirio held a finger to his lips while he and Eri quietly made their way over to sneak up on Izuku. Boo! At Mirio's somehow charismatic boo, Izuku shrieked, spinning around in an instant as his classmates erupted in laughter at his reaction. Even Aizawa's mouth twitched upwards at the sight. Mirio-kun, that was mean, Izuku admonished before turning his attention to the little girl. I can't believe you and Aizawa-sensei were in on that too. Anyway though, how are you feeling this morning, Eri-chan? I've missed you these past few days. He smiled one of his perfect smiles. And Eri-chan released Mirio's hand in favor of running to greet Izuku with a hug. I missed you too, Deku-san. I can't wait to see you all sing and dance. Aizawa-ni said Mirio-kun, and I could watch your performance from the front row too. Did he now? Izuku raised an eyebrow at his homeroom teacher at the new title, a few of his friends gossiping among themselves at the development before they received a challenging glare from the teacher. As it was, Izuku was thankful the restricted priority seating had been set up like he'd asked for. He'd had the idea for the first yard or so in front of the stage to be roped off for precaution anyway. But after learning All Might would be watching the performance alongside his mother, he'd gotten the idea to reserve some seating for everyone's parents should they come. He'd even talked Aizawa into getting permission for Todoroki's mother to visit so long as she was back at the hospital before a predetermined time. Todoroki had been grateful for that. There were extra seats on either side of the center stage for those of older age or difficulty standing for long periods of time as well. Those that were not reserved were open to the public should they need them, the rest of the space being open for people to stand. It created more space for visitors that way. 10 minutes until it's time to rock, people, Mina was suddenly shouting as she looked at the clock on the wall. Remember, if you forget your parts, just move with confidence. Nobody knows what you're supposed to be doing, so as long as you can fake it, you can make it. Remember to have fun too, Hagakure added cheerfully. Yeah, that too. The class broke into cheers, causing Izuku and Eri to join in as well. After a few more words, they split up. Mirio headed for the side stairs with Eri just as it was nearing the 5-minute mark. Izuku was about to go stand by his friends once more when someone called his name. Midoriya. Green eyes flashing as he looked up, Izuku noticed Aizawa gesturing for him to come over. When the younger came over, the elder spoke again. Mandalay informed me last night that she would be attending the festival with Kauta later this morning. She wanted me to let you know that he would like to see you at some point if you're not busy, which I'm guessing you won't be, save the performances. Maybe you can introduce him to the other munchkin that you've saved too while you're at it, he added like it was a command more than a suggestion. It would do her good to have a friend her own age. The same goes for Kauta. Izuku nodded animatedly. I think they'd both love that. Thanks for telling me, Aizawa-sensei. I'll be sure to find Mandalay and Kauta-kun as soon as possible. Good. Now get going, problem child. You've got 3 minutes until that curtain opens. Right. With that, the greenette went to join his classmates, and Aizawa made his way off of the stage to join his ward. A couple of minutes later, the lights dimmed substantially. The crowd fell more or less silent as they brightened back up a little bit, the forms of the students of Class 1 making their way to the stage being revealed. Those in the crowd grew louder once more as the dancers and musicians quickly got into place. They only quieted again when Gyro turned her ear mic on in order to address the crowd. Thank you all for coming, she greeted loud and proud, a welcoming smile on her face. As posted on the schedule for today's events, we'll be having 2 more performances after this one. All 3 of them will last roughly 20 minutes and feature unique songs, instrumentals, and dances composed by our class's very own Izuku Midoriya, Mina Ashido, and myself. In between performances, we'll have original music playing as well as a video composed of pictures and clips from how we put all of this together. Once again, thank you all for coming, and enjoy the festival. With that, she signaled the band team for the 4-count countdown. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the gymnasium erupted with music. Gyro began with her guitar part, her eyes closed even as Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, and the other guitarists joined in a few seconds later. It was when the dance team slowly raised themselves up from the ground they were kneeling on into standing positions that she opened her mouth. You're bold and always so courageous, I can never see you quit. Still, I suppose, there are days that you want to give up, but won't admit. She watched the dance team move in sync as she sang. In the middle of the dancers was Mina. Those on either side branching off in a V formation similar to that of a flying flock of birds. They started out with simple shuffles and shoulder movements as to work up to the chorus. If challenges are overwhelming, Gyro's eyes flittered to where Kaminari played a few feet to her right. And you feel you might just fall, I want to be there at your side to make you see we have been through it all. Yaoyorozu entered softly then, her voice complimenting Gyro's well. We only have one life, but when we are together we can win. Alone I'm weak, but with you nothing else can stop me. Strength from within. Gyro brought her arm around in a full circle, strumming dramatically as they launched into the chorus. In front of her, the dance team burst to life as they split up down the middle to form a straight line with Mina in the center, shouting out, I'm cheering louder, cause you make me feel this way. She sang passionately as her backup singer sang the lagging parts. Stand your ground and keep pushing on, you're my courage and make me strong. Shouting out, I'm cheering louder, can you hear me scream hooray? She pointed to the crowd for a hot second. When I lose myself in your eyes, I feel brave, I can run and fly. So let that passion grow, show the world your tomorrow. The crowd roared in approval, the dance team having also struck a pose while pointing at the audience. Before the students could get too excited, however, they continued on. Shall we start a brilliant adventure? Can we lose ourselves like this? Gyro strummed tamely as the dance team repeated the same movements as before. Though I suppose all of the doubts that we left behind will still exist. Although we may not be heroic or earn respect and more, I want to see every goal we're working towards, honor that we're fighting for. No matter if the others call you nothing more than a crazy fool. Yaoyorozu entered again just as Gyro met eyes with Kaminari. I guess I'm foolish too, but I won't leave your side. She did another over-the-top strum before singing loud into the mic. Cause will break the rules. This time the dance team split off into 3 groups. One was at the center stage while the other 2 went to either the left or right. shouting out, "I'm cheering louder, we can run 100 miles. It's okay if we stop and wait, just as long as it's only a break." The dancers sidestepped into spins, facing the crowd while bringing their arms up in the air. They surprised everyone by shouting hooray until the next verse came up, clearing their confusion. Shouting out, the cheer grows louder, I can't help but truly smile. Let that miracle deep inside, light the world as it comes alive. So take off fast again, excitement ahead. Yae Arazu sang the backup sounds as she played the keyboard, allowing Gyro to sing the lyrics over her. The endless losing hope tales, sighs of defeat that we exhaled. Gyro whispered into the microphone before the music grew louder once more. As it did so, she closed her eyes, her head tilting up as she belted out the last word of, "If we could embrace them, we'd never fail." The dance team scrambled to get in place for their next movement, the students hooking their arms over one another's shoulders in camaraderie. Mina was the only one not present in the makeshift human wall. It wouldn't be apparent why until a moment later. Though I still haven't found my power, but for now it's fine. Overcome every wall in stride, Gyro sang as Mina did a spinning backflip over her friends' heads. The pink-skinned girl let out a shout of excitement as she landed perfectly in front of the audience, which went wild at the display. "Then we'll laugh on the other side," shouting out, "I'm cheering louder, 'cause you make me feel this way." The two girls sang together, "Stand your ground and keep pushing on, you're my courage and make me strong." Shouting out, "I'm cheering louder, can you hear me scream hooray?" The dancers screamed hooray in time with the crowd, which had been signaled to shout along by the large cue card Ida held as he ran across the stage. "When I lose myself in your eyes, I feel brave. I can run and fly. Gazing into your eyes, I can run if I only try," she held. "So let that passion grow. Show the world your tomorrow." Izuku grinned from where he stood in a line with the dance team, his hands splaying over his heart along with everyone else he stood by. He hadn't wanted to change the lyrics to this song before a couple days prior. However, after getting together with Bakugo, he met with Gyro about updating the chosen opening song of the first performance. Thankfully, the changes were rather simple, and Gyro thought it was a good idea for the opening song to be longer than they'd originally planned for it to be. My True Hero was a lot shorter title than the original anyway. After all, you're my true hero. The instrumental played once more before ending with a bang of Bakugo's drums. In an instant, the entire gymnasium erupted in applause. The students of Class 1 smiled in relief, many of them calming down as the pressure of their first song went by without a hitch, even as they prepared to go on to the next one. Izuku in particular couldn't help but feel like he was on cloud 9. From the front row of priority seating, Eri's eyes were open wide in complete awe. Beside her, Mirio was practically shining despite the tears obvious on his face. Izuku understood why though. What with the soul-mending smile Eri had on her face, he couldn't fight away a few tears of his own either. In between the first and second performance, "Kauta-kun, this is Eri-chan. Eri-chan, this was the friend I was talking about earlier," Izuku explained. Mirio and Mandalay stood a couple feet away watching the meeting with twin looks of encouragement. Both children had been saved by Izuku one way or another, and both guardians felt like their friendship would help the kids heal more. The two children stared at each other for a moment, Eri peeking out from behind Izuku's leg while Kauta attempted to hide his face with his hat. "Anyway," Izuku continued patiently, "I was thinking I could bring us to get some caramel apples. It's my treat." That snapped the two children out of it. Eri lit up at the mention of candy apples, while Kauta huffed a dissatisfied noise while crossing his arms. "Caramel apples? Those sound gross. Can't we get ice cream instead?" "Hey," Eri spoke up as she walked out from behind one of her heroes, her form shaking, revealing how scared she was about speaking up for herself in front of this new person. "Apples are really good, so candy apples must be even better. Don't call them gross before you've even tried one." The younger boy seemed taken back, his face flushing pink with embarrassment as he tried to retort. Behind them, Mirio and Mandalay were trying to hide their amusement. "Well, you can't say they're not gross when you haven't had one before." Eri opened her mouth to argue, but luckily Izuku cut them off with his own laughter. At the sound like tinkling bells, the two kids looked at him sheepishly. When he finally calmed down, he wiped a tear of laughter from his face, green eyes shining with mirth. "How about I get you both candy apples to try? That way if either of you don't end up liking them, I can eat them instead. I'll get you two some ice cream afterwards if that happens." "Sounds good to me," Kauta grumbled while Eri just nodded. The trio left after that, Izuku having promised to meet Mirio and Mandalay back at the gymnasium before the noon show's practice. In the end, both of the children wound up enjoying their treats. "I told you candy apples would be yummy," Eri said matter-of-factly as Kauta finished his off before she was even halfway done with her own. The young boy rolled his eyes. "Whatever, how do you know Deku anyway?" Eri's hand froze where she had raised the caramel apple to her mouth to take a bite. Alarm bells went off in Izuku's head as she slowly lowered her arm, her face becoming clouded. "Eri-chan," he spoke softly while putting a supportive hand on one shoulder, "you don't have to answer that if you don't want to." "Yeah," Kauta suddenly cut in. It seemed he realized he might have overstepped his bounds. I didn't mean to be nosy. I was just curious, he admitted. Not too long ago Deku saved me from the guy who took my parents away from me, which is how I know him. He's my hero. Izuku's heart warmed at the boy's words. Those eyes once filled with hate and disdain now filled with gratitude and confidence. He was just to open his mouth to say how much the letter he'd received meant when he spoke first. Deku-san and Mirio-san rescued me from a bad man. He also saved me from myself. My quirk, she whispered sadly, is not really something I can control. The bad man who Deku-san saved me from used it to hurt others. Because I was saved though. Because Deku-san showed me my quirk could be used for good. I'm hoping one day after I learn how to control it I could use it to help people. I want to be for others what Deku-san is to the both of us. A hero. Kauta filled in, his face free from judgment. All it showed was understanding. Why yeah. The two children stared at each other for a long moment before the sound of sniffles had them turning their heads. When they noticed Izuku attempting to use one arm to cover his face, obviously crying his eyes out, the kids yelped in surprise. Deku-san, why the hell are you crying? Kauta-kun, that's a bad word, Eri admonished offhandedly. Her main concern being Izuku. It's not that bad, Kauta argued. Another voice suddenly broke in then, it being filled with a mixture of fond annoyance and amusement. Okay, you little brats, which one of you made Deku cry? Heads turned to see Bakugo walking over with his parents and Inko in tow. At their arrival, Izuku managed to wipe the rest of his tears away, eyes meeting his boyfriend's with a small grin. Hey, Kaken, neither of them made me cry. They were just talking about some things that made me really happy, so what you're saying is they both made you cry. How am I not surprised? Well, I cry all the time so I don't think it really matters that. Mitsuki cut him off this time. You are really just like Inko, aren't you, little Izuku? Back in high school she could kick ass one moment and then be crying over an injured bird a second later. You really picked yourself a handful of a boyfriend either way, haven't you, Katsuki? Be boyfriend. Kauta looked between Izuku and Bakugo like he'd been warped to an alternate reality. With a conceited sneer, Bakugo walked up and put his face in front of the younger boys. Deku and I are dating, short stuff. Got a problem with that. Before anyone else could break them apart, water shot out from Kauta's palms only to hit Bakugo square in the face. Everyone save for a cackling Mitsuki and sighing Marasu looked horrified. I don't have a problem with him having a boyfriend, Kauta said haughtily as Bakugo ceased. But I do question why someone like Deku would choose to date an ugly jerk like you. What the hell did you just call me? Bakugo screamed. Small explosions began popping from his palms, so it was all Izuku could do to handle the situation by stepping between the two boys. He raised his scarred arms into the air placatingly. Kaken, please don't hurt Kauta-kun. And, Kauta-kun, please don't call Kaken ugly or a jerk. But he is. Bakugo decided to share his opinion then. Listen here, you little sheet. This ugly jerk gets to make out with Deku whenever he wants, and before long I'll be the one taking Deku to be. Kaken, well it's effing true. Language. Inko worried while putting her hands over Iri's ears. The little girl just stood there eating the rest of her caramel apple while watching the proceedings in wonder. Izuku hid his now red face in his hands, completely embarrassed. Bakugo noticed this. Feeling a twinge of guilt, the blonde wiped his still dripping wet face off with an arm before gently prying his boyfriend's hands away from his face. I won't touch the brat, okay. I also won't say anything derogatory in front of others again if it makes you uncomfortable. Sorry. The greenette nodded gratefully, taking a step forward so he could rest his head on Bakugo's chest. Bakugo's hand found itself carding through green curls a moment later. The two of them remained like that for several seconds until Inko finally cleared her throat. I don't mean to interrupt, Izuku, but it's 15 after 11. Katsuki was saying on our way to find you that you both needed to be back at the gymnasium by 11:30. We should probably start heading in that direction now. Pulling away, Izuku nodded in agreement. You're right, Mom. We should all get going then. Kaken told you all about the priority seating in the front row, right? Mitsuki answered first. He sure did. Marasu, Inko, and I can't wait to see our boys on stage. You're singing the opening song, aren't you, Izuku? Izuku rubbed his neck shyly. I am. He's also dancing, Bakugo added. Personally, I'm pumped for the final show this evening. Our closing song is going to be Fu. Language, Inko reminded. Freaking amazing. It'll make sure the other classes know we're the best. I bet you're only saying that because you sing in that song too, Izuku commented. Correction, I'm saying that because it's a freaking great song and we sing the last few verses together. Oh, Katsuki, I never pegged you as a closet romantic. That's adorable, Auntie. Bakugo groaned at the green-haired woman. Everyone smiled at the embarrassed flush that took over the blonde's face, except for Kauta, who eyed him with a look of distrust and maybe a hint of jealousy. It was quickly swept away with a flush of his own when Eri wordlessly tapped on his shoulder and offered him her hand. Her other hand was being held by Inko. Deku-san's mom said it's safer to hold hands when moving through such a crowded place. She doesn't want us getting separated. Oh, Kauta breathed out, eyes avoiding Yuri's innocent ones as he awkwardly placed his hand in hers. She didn't seem to pick up on his shyness though. A couple seconds later they were holding hands without much care, a spiteful Bakugo holding his tongue only because of the look Izuku shot him as they linked their own hands. "You've got this, bro. Don't sweat it, Midori. You're going to kill it out there. We believe in you, Deku-kun. You'll do great, Ribbit. I'd say break a leg out there, Midoriya, but part of me worries you might actually do it. Instead I'll just wish you good luck. Relax, dude. You're going to be amazing. If you make me suffer from secondhand embarrassment out there by falling on your ass or something, Deku, I'm going to turn this performance into a fireworks show." After such kind words from Kirishima, Mina, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Todoroki, and Gyro, Bakugo's statement made Izuku giggle at the change of tone. It had a similar effect on the others as well, save Tsuyu and Todoroki, who merely regarded Bakugo's words with silence. "Thanks everyone," Izuku responded. He took a deep breath, his eyes closing for a long moment, before raising his fist into the air in front of him confidently. "Now let's get out there and do this." "Yeah," many of his classmates echoed back with equal if not more enthusiasm. It was about as loud as the cheer they'd done after being informed that the roof to the gymnasium was in fact retractable. Aizawa told his class he was fine with it if they wanted to utilize the function, and with the enjoyable sunny weather outside it had been a unanimous vote to open up the roof for the noon performance. They had been considering leaving it open for the evening show as well, but after the staging team talked they agreed it would have to be closed for the effects to work. That talk aside, when noon hit it was showtime. The dance team entered stage left, getting into position as the band team went to their respective instruments, the staging team readying themselves for their involvement. Izuku stayed close to Gyro while they walked out until he knew it was time for him to stop, a hand fidgeting with his ear mic self-consciously. He turned to face the crowd with determined eyes from the middle of the stage. "Thank you all for coming," Gyro greeted once more from her own microphone. "This is our second show of 3, the finale taking place later at approximately 4 o'clock. Be sure to attend, we're saving the best for last." With that she gave the signal for the countdown. 4 seconds later, the stage exploded with movement and sound. First, Izuku and Kaminari came in at the same time the instruments did. "Whoa," they repeated together, their voices harmonizing well as Izuku began slowly walking towards the front of the stage throughout the intro. At the same time, the dancers spread out around the stage. From their respective spots they performed shuffles in time with the beat. In addition to that, they also worked in varying arm movements. Those consisted of throwing their arms out to either side or in a diagonal direction with their palms flat and fingers together. Every so often they added in a quick spin, which was made more impressive by the fact the front line would do it first with the second line of students following just after. When the short instrumental came to an end though, the dancers began moving around the stage in complex paths. The entire time they trotted around energetically, occasionally jumping, skipping, or spinning, yet clapping to the beat all the while. It was at the transition Izuku began his solo, and the greenette would show off his lesser-known talents to the world. Well, it's strange my head is remembering. He started by bringing a hand up to his temple, how the airplane flying overhead. He raised said hand higher into the air while turning it palm up at the same time. Looks so effortless, but I cannot guess. His hand began to fall, why it lingers in my mind. He resumed walking as he sang the next sentence, going along the right edge of the stage in order to stay out of the way of his moving classmate. "Evening after this I'm a crying mess and to be stronger now my only wish," he sang before raising his head to look up towards the open sky, his arm following a moment later. "So I can finally have the bravery, so I can reach on up to the sky. This cruel fate, engraving," he continued. A hand curled into a fist and was placed over his heart while the other gesticulated in front of him. "It's carved into the stone, hoping it reveals itself all to me and then I will know just where to go. This moment," he repeated as if breathless. "This moment, I know that I can breathe, hanging on a feeling, believe in, my only meaning." He held the last note before spinning around, Kaminari joining him for the accenting lyrics and sounds while Izuku took on the chorus by himself. As he sang he practically ran across the stage. On the way to the other side he purposefully weaved between his friends during their routine like practice, their hands meeting at every encounter for a high five as well as occasionally twirling each other around. "I hear a voice a-calling, telling me to risk it." He high-fived Tsuyu and Shoji, asking if I have been going the distance. Uraraka and Minto were next, singing with a passion that I cannot deny. Mina pulled him into an easy spin before sending him on his way. My eyes are swollen with the tears that I've been crying. A hand met Ida's and Ajiro's, but to the rest of the world, ever smiling, Sato and Hagakure were last, singing for the courage that I'm dying to show. Just as he came to a stop at the left side of the stage he turned to face the audience, a hand rising into the air to show off the peace sign he was making. "With my peace sign up when I say goodbye, write a story of a hero." 10 seconds of instrumental played, allowing Izuku to catch his breath and for the dance team to get into place for their next movement. When the greenette began the next verse, the dancers were in a single line across the middle of the stage. Everyone was roughly arm's length apart as they shuffled from left to right, waiting for their cues from Izuku. Their next routine was basically a game of Izuku says as he walked from one end of the stage to the other once again. I didn't want to say I protected you. His eyes slipped closed as his body carried out the next few movements from memory. And you were never weak, I'm number 2. His classmates held up 2 fingers the same time he did. You are stronger than I have ever been. They mirrored his hand sweep next. And you mean more to me than you know. Everyone had their hands over their hearts. I have changed myself since the day I yelled. Their hands swept out to their sides, about how you go on by yourself, so if you have to laugh. His hands found their way around his upper arms. And the dancers did the same barely a second later. I should tell you that I'm afraid that I'm all alone. I'm kicking, I'm biting, impossible to breathe. His hands strayed near his throat before finding either side of his head. He executed a quick circle with his head before bringing his splayed-out hands to his stomach, going down below the depths of my troubled head. And I can feel my stomach heave. I see it. His head snapped up. I need it. It calms the blood that beats. If only I could touch it. A single arm stretched upwards as he neared the end of the stage again, acting as if he'd grasped whatever it was he was reaching for at the singing of the last word, enough that it's mine for keeping. This time he didn't run across the stage. Instead he joined the dance team, all of them performing a well-executed sequence of moves that involved leaping forwards, a spin, grasping hands with a neighbor to pull one another to the side, and so on. I hear a voice a-calling, telling me to risk it, asking if I have been going the distance, singing with a passion that I cannot deny. Whoa, Kaminari sang passionately. My eyes are swollen with the tears that I've been crying, but to the rest of the world, ever smiling, singing for the courage that I'm dying to show. Whoa, Izuku broke off from the group once more and showed off a peace sign for the second time. With my peace sign up when I say goodbye, write a story of a hero. Those watching roared in approval as Gyro absolutely shredded her guitar while the dance team snapped their fingers. It lasted several seconds until Izuku came in for his duet with Kaminari. The greenette closed his eyes as he sang, Kaminari doing the same from where he and Takoyami played a few accenting chords. At the same time though, the staging team executed their part too. From the center of the stage, atop the rafters, Kirishima began madly breaking away at a long mound of ice Todoroki had crafted earlier. Thanks to the fan Koda was holding in place, small bits of confetti like ice rained down upon the crowd as the singers and dancers went about their routine. Those days getting rowdy, getting bloody, I was all scraped, getting worn and getting dirty. Now I hear you talking and it all is coming back. I see it in my mind. He put a finger to his temple, my memories revived. I could apologize for sleeping in a chrysalis, and with every passing night I wish that I was leaving it, and I swear that I'll be back again. He belted the last word, his eyes snapping open to look out into the crowd. It didn't take long for him to notice those in the front row. His mother was looking up at him in awe, her wide eyes glistening with tears where she sat in between Mitsuki and she exuded a sense of pride in him that nearly made him falter. She'd never been very good at hiding her emotions, yet the obvious overwhelming pools of love and happiness she felt at the sight of his confident performance was almost too much for Izuku. Whoa. Then there was Eri, who looked just as floored as she had during the last performance. 2 seats down, Kauta seemed to be pretending as if he weren't all that impressed. However, the subtle way he moved his foot and bobbed his head made Izuku beg to differ. Even Aizawa and All Might seemed to smile at the performance. Izuku stuck the thought of likening their proud expressions to that of a doting father on his children away for later thought. He could analyze what he'd witnessed later and deal with his overactive feelings that would no doubt respond dramatically later too. Right now he needed to prepare himself for the finale. Aoyama, and he only practiced this once, so he prayed it would go well once again. Just as Izuku was about to repeat the chorus one more time, several streamers of Ciro's tape were let down from the catwalk above the stage. Before most of the steamers could touch the bottom of the stage though, Uraraka high-fived half of the other dancers to make them weightless. This meant Mina, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Hagakure swung from streamer to streamer while the males gripped said streamers from the bottom. The males made short work of grabbing the several dozen pieces of tape from either end of the room and meeting in the middle with them, the tape forming a giant V from the point of view of the audience. It looked uncannily similar to a peace sign. I hear a voice a-calling, telling me to risk it, asking if I have been going the distance, singing with a passion that I cannot deny. Izuku brought a hand to his mic to steady it as he sang his heart out, his eyes slipping closed with emotion. Behind him in the rafters, Aoyama concentrated his laser to fire the thinnest, weakest beam of light he could manage. When it hit the chuck of Todoroki's ice, they had carefully figured out the dimensions for prior. The effect was instantaneous. My eyes are swollen with the tears that I've been crying. He tilted his head back as beams of light rocketed high above him, showing off spectacularly in the sky like a firework. but to the rest of the world, ever smiling, singing for the courage that I'm dying to show. He took a quick breath before holding an arm up in the air yet again. With my peace sign up when I say goodbye, write a story of a hero. He formed a peace sign just as two girls hanging from either side of the V made from streamers swung to hang off of the sides. Their free arms were raised into peace signs as well. With my peace sign up when I say goodbye. He repeated with less music drowning out his voice, making it stand out more even in the open-roof gymnasium. Write a story of a hero. Bakugo and Gyro's instruments played for a few seconds longer, the conclusion of the song ending with a passionate flurry of notes. There was only a second of silence after that before the crowd erupted with applause. To Izuku's surprise, the front row even stood up to clap. At seeing his homeroom teacher, mentor, mother, and so many others he cared deeply about clapping for his classmates and him, he felt his lower lip wobble. He really didn't want to start crying in front of such a large crowd though. He'd done that at the sports festival, and he still wasn't over that embarrassment. Still, if one tear of emotion got through, who was there to blame him? After that, those in class 1 had some free time to check out the rest of the festival. To say they had fun during that time would have been an understatement. High from how well the last 2 performances had gone, and how excited they were for the finale, they had the time of their lives. They're going to check out the Ghost Labyrinth being put on by Zombie Eye's class, Bakugo told Izuku as he gestured to the Baka squad. Want to join them? The greenette looked over to where Kouta and Eri were chatting about something while his mother, Mirio, and Mandalay watched over them. Bakugo's parents were in line at a vendor nearby getting food. Once the 2 adults were back, the group planned on heading over to where the beauty contest would be taking place. Not only were Mirio and Eri rooting for Nejire to win, but Mitsuki was interested in seeing the dress designs. Everyone else was along for the ride. Inko met his gaze after a moment of him staring, a soft smile on her face as she gave him a small wave before doing a subtle shooing motion. Go have fun, sweetie, her face said. You deserve it. He didn't need to be told a third time. Sure thing, Kaken, Izuku finally answered. Mina, Shiro, Kirishima, and Kaminari had already begun walking away from them. You'll hold my hand if Shinsu pulls a jump scare, right? The blonde scoffed. You'll end up judo flipping me or some shit if he tries that. Your reaction time and right hook aren't for wimps like him either, so if you miss me you'd probably knock him out cold. I haven't reacted like that in a really long time. You may be strong, Deku, but that doesn't change the fact that you scream like a girl when you're faced with a jump scare. Kaken, that's mean. I am mean. What's your point? My scream is nothing like your Uraraka or Mina's. Mine is much shriller. The 2 boys looked at each other for a short moment before they both burst out laughing. Bakugo swung an arm over the other's shoulders as they made their way through the dense crowd of students and visitors, their friends only a few yards ahead of them. Roughly 10 minutes later, the 6 of them were walking close together as they made their way through Class C's well-made attraction. It's so dark in here, Shiro complained as they pushed past some fake cobwebs and black streamers blocking their path. Well, it is basically a haunted house, Kirishima replied, just after he said that a square of the ceiling disappeared only for Shinsu in a literal zombie costume, ragged clothes and fake blood gracing his face among everywhere else, to drop halfway out of the ceiling. He let out a loud yet somehow monotone yell that had Kaminari jumping into Mina's arms as everyone save Bakugo screamed in fright. After a few seconds of screaming, Shinsu and Bakugo couldn't hold back from chuckling as everyone else's reactions. Even as Izuku clutched Bakugo's hand hard enough to cut off blood from circulating to it, the sound of his chuckling gradually drew another bright smile from him. I've missed this feeling, Izuku thought as they continued to venture deeper within the attraction. Bakugo had yet to release his hand. Once they escaped the Ghost Labyrinth, Izuku and Bakugo ran into Ada, Todoroki, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Todoroki's mother. The boys were standing behind cardboard cutouts of different heroes who taught at the school, as well as the principal himself and even the building. At the sight of Todoroki staring blankly at them from behind the Nedzu cutout and Ada smiling brilliantly behind the cutout of their school, Izuku found himself laughing while Todoroki's mother snapped pictures of them with a soft smile. When the photo shoot was over, Uraraka noticed them. She turned around, a hand raised in greeting. Deku-kun, Bakugo-kun. Izuku felt his boyfriend's grip loosen slightly at the friendly honorific. It seemed the blonde was surprised. Hey guys, Izuku smiled. Midoriya, they have a cutout of All Might over there. Tsuyu pointed towards it. There's a line, but I'm assuming you'd like a picture behind it, Ribbit? Todoroki's having his mom use his phone's camera because it takes the best pictures. The greenette's eyes shined with excitement. Of course I'd like a picture. He turned to Bakugo then, the taller boy bracing himself for the question he knew he was going to be asked. Want to take one too, Kaken? Not really. Sooner or later they're going to be making a cardboard cutout of me. And by that point I won't need a picture behind a cutout of the #1 hero because I'll be #1. What a party pooper, Uraraka grumbled. Izuku wasn't fazed though. That's fine. I'm still going to get a picture with it. But now I can't wait until they make cardboard cutouts of us. Can you imagine being Todoroki-kun? I'll have to stop myself from smiling in that one if the time comes. Because he always looks so serious in hero mode. The boy in question frowned. Being a hero is serious business, Midoriya. I know, but you have a nice smile. It wouldn't hurt for you to show it those you're protecting from time to time. I agree, Shoto. His mother chimed in, one of her hands resting on his shoulder lightly. At her words, her son crossed his arms. There was no missing the dusting of pink on his cheeks. It was honestly the first time he'd ever seen the usual stoic boy a bit embarrassed. Uraraka, Ida, and Tsuyu broke in then, chattering about the funny expressions their friends had made in the past. Bakugo tried to keep up for a little while before he suddenly got tired of the conversation. In an instant, he was pulling his boyfriend towards the All Might cutout and telling them to just take the damn picture. Hurry the hell up, Deku. There are other things to do and see within the next hour. Okay, Kaken. After waiting in a line for roughly 5 minutes, Izuku stood behind the All Might cutout for a picture. Todoroki was coaxed into showing off a soft smile for the picture, to which his mother was very happy about. Hey, Bakugo. Kaminari happened upon them a little while later as they walked while munching on some stand food. There's an obstacle course over there that Kirishima and Shiro were trying to do, but no quirks are allowed and it's crazy tough. Monoma from Class B tried like 3 times before Tetsu had to drag him off. Bakugo looked at Izuku with a spark in his eyes that the greenette knew all too well. We can go to the obstacle course, Kaken, just don't rub it in Monoma's face when you win. I won't need to gloat for that copycat bastard to know I can kick his ass in anything. 15 minutes later, the Baka squad were hefting Bakugo into the air in celebration of his victory. According to the person running the course, he'd set a new record. Good job, Bakubro, Kirishima said with his usual bravado. I knew all we needed to tell you for you to try the course was to mention that someone from Class B tried and failed. Your drive to win is scary, but it makes it easy to talk you into things. Nina gossiped to Izuku while he watched his boyfriend, Shiro, and Kirishima chase each other through the crowd about something trivial. Kaminari had split up from them several minutes prior, having seen Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Hagakure leaving a nearby booth. Look at the time, he realized suddenly. His watch showed it was 5 minutes until they needed to be at the gymnasium to prepare for the final show. Jiro's going to be mad if we're not there when we plan to be. We're going to need to hurry if we want to make it back in time. Mina grinned, running forward to yell Racia, loud enough for the rest of the boys to hear. She didn't stop even as her friends shouted in protest that she had an unfair head start. Bakugo and Izuku didn't complain though. Instead, they took off running through the crowd like children, jokingly shoving each other as they dodged people enjoying the festival. 5 minutes later, all of them arrived at the gymnasium on time. Good luck out there, All Might told him just as 4 o'clock was near. The man looked more proud of his protege than ever. You'll do great out there no matter what, my boy. Your mother, Aizawa, Little Iri and Kauta, and myself included are also proud of the hero you've become. Even when you're not fighting villains, you're still saving people with a smile by putting their minds at ease and raising their hearts. You're going to be an amazing symbol of peace. Izuku had to wipe away the tears he felt gather in his eyes. Thanks, All Might. One head pat later, Izuku found Bakugo just at the 60-second countdown began. As the roof of the gymnasium was being closed, the greenette hugged his boyfriend from behind. Everyone is wishing me good luck, but I wanted to wish you some luck as well, Kaken. The blonde scoffed, yet it was fond. Thanks, Deku. We're going to blow everyone away out there. Izuku nodded. He believed him wholeheartedly. After all, with Bakugo by his side, they could do anything. The performance began a minute later. The entire gymnasium was dark at the beginning. The stage lights all off save for one spotlight that allowed the crowd to see the band team assemble. As the instruments were being readied to play, Jiro spoke to the audience one last time. Thank you all for coming to our final performance. We'd also like to thank you all for attending the festival. We hope you enjoyed your day and made a lot of good memories here, she said into the mic with a smile. This is Class 1A's send-off to you. A 4-second countdown came then, and the moment the music started, a lone figure glowed green in the darkness. His voice entered the same moment the music did. I'll cut through the mirage then. Izuku threw his arm out in front of him as he activated more of One for All, the light from his quirk lighting up the area around him. There's bright blue sky behind it. I'll spend forever flying. I'll be singing to the sky. Kaminari sang passionately as he strummed his guitar. I will make my mistakes, Izuku continued as he readied himself for the lights to come back on. It's fate. The right half of the stage lit up to reveal half of the dancers kneeling down. It's fate. The left half of the stage followed similarly. Achieve the future with our might. On the last word, the middle of the stage was also bathed in light. It was at that moment Izuku stopped his quirk, instead bringing his arm up and raising his fist to the sky. Hearts alight, still we fight. The guitar and drum part that took off there had the audience shouting out in approval. At the same time, the dancers stood up, getting into position on either side of Izuku in a V formation not unlike that used in the morning performance. The only difference was that Izuku was at the peak this time. Even the staging team was hard at work. Koda, Shiro, Kirishima, and Todoroki moving some of the spotlights around by hand while some of Koda's birds carried some out above the audience. Seeking out. The chorus began with the tune coming from Yaoyorozu's keyboard rising up over the other instrument. As he sang, Izuku moved as one with the other dancers. All the lies I've ever feared in oceans of tears. I say goodbye. Kaminari took over, cause time has passed. I leave today. No matter what I lose, I'm on my way. The dancers moved from a kneeling lunge they had shuffled to back into a standing position once more. When Izuku came back and they all turned to the side as one, their arms raised in an X and bringing them out as he sang the first two words. Frustration, humiliation. I need them. He raised his voice as they threw their hands into the air to reach my destination. Spotlights were repositioned so that only the middle section of the stage was the target, a wide circle of light that engulfed only the dancers and the band. I'll cut through the mirage then. There's bright blue sky behind it. I'll spend forever flying. I'll be singing to the sky. I will make my mistakes. It's fate. Half of the dancers pretended to fall to the floor. It's fate. The other half, with the exception of Izuku, went next. Achieve the future with our might. Hearts alight, still we fight. During the instrumental, the dancers jumped back up, getting into place beside Izuku once more. Those in the crowd watched with bated breath as the view of the boy who'd been so shy in the previous festival transformed. Despite the brutal, powerful quirk he possessed and had used to break himself for the world to see, seeing him on stage singing with a sense of life that invigorated everyone in the audience was something else. As he danced gracefully among his fellow classmates, his soft-spoken but passionate voice demanding they listen, hearts were being lifted. People often said that music is what feelings, thoughts, or emotions sound like. Had anyone ever said that music might be what being saved sounds like? Impossible. They moved as one left and right, to never make a sacrifice. Move forward and take flight. A literal leap forwards brought another cheer up from the crowd. And though I've lost, I know this ideal will be my guide through the darkest dark. The lights suddenly dimmed only to grow rapidly bright again, and brightest light. All of the dancers suddenly stopped at the next line, their upper bodies being the only thing moving as they performed a few head and arm movements. Don't you laugh at me, Izuku breathed, shaking his head. Laugh along with me. I need you to reach my destination. His head snapped up to face directly in front of him. As he launched into the next verse, he stepped closer to the edge of the stage and away from the dancers as they continued their routine. Cause I've been meaning to tell you. Those things I should have told you. The day that I first met you. He closed his eyes and sang his heart out, a clenched fist clutching his chest as he let his emotions come through in his voice. This song meant so many things to him. I'll be singing to the sky. I will make my mistakes. It's fate. As he swept an arm out, the dancers to that side dropped to the ground as if felled once again. It's fate. The same thing happened to the remaining dancers. No sacrifice will be too great. He dropped to one knee. Now, before it's too late, he finished by falling onto his back just as the lights died down again. All of the dancers lied there, looking out of the corner of their eyes towards the band team. The spotlights were on them as Bakugo's excellent drum part set up Gyro's solo. The other guitarists and keyboard backing her up just like they'd practiced. Those in the front row leaned forward with interest as Bakugo suddenly straightened up from his slouched position at the drums so he could place his face closer to the microphone that had been set up next to him. Then, to his parents' surprise, he opened his mouth and sang. This suffering. His voice was low yet tinged with emotion. It's like a storm over our heads. But I will still rise to my feet through the mud of ridicule and doubt. I'm trapped in this storm, and every time my dreams and my ideals are within my grasp. He closed his eyes for a moment even as he played. In the darkness, Izuku got back up onto his feet. The greenette walked forwards until he was standing at the edge of the center stage, his loved ones only a yard away. The more I grip, the more they slip through my fingers, leaving me with nothing but this warmth, telling me that we deserve to live this life and push beyond this stream of disappointment to where the light shines. Izuku activated his quirk just before the last few words, making some of those in the crowd cry out in shock as he lit up the area around him, singing louder than he had previously. And now the storm is ending. And then Bakugo and Izuku were singing together, the lights coming back on to reveal the still unmoving dancers scattered across the stage. I'll cut through the mirage then. There's bright blue sky behind it. Izuku raised his arms in the air before sweeping them out dramatically. I'll spend forever flying. I'll be singing to the sky, Kaminari repeated. I should have listened to my heart, it was dying to tell you. The two boys belted intensely, Izuku's hand going to his heart while the other gestured in front of him with emotion. The things I should have told you on the day that I first met you. I'll be singing to the sky. I will make my mistakes. The dancers prepared themselves to get up, half of them standing once more at the first It's Fate, and the other half joining them in the second It's Fate. They all began to walk to the front to stand on either side of Izuku. Achieve the future with our might. Hearts alight, still we fight. The end, the end. Gyro and Kaminari both came in to join the other two, their voices forming an echoing effect. Fight for the future until then. The dancers all raised a fist into the air, smiling brightly while the four singers harmonized as one. Hear our hearts, we ascend. Instrumental filled the gymnasium as the dancers locked hands and bowed, all of them looking down as the final few chords were played. The lights shut off in time with the very last chord, leaving the audience screaming in the darkness until a second later when Kota turned on all of the lights. Clapping went on for a while. Izuku breathed heavily even as he grinned at where Bakugo's parents were nearing, jumping up and down with joy, his own mother crying freely while a sheepish All Might comforted her. Kota just stood there clapping in awe while Eri had her arms in the air clapping widely while Mirio held her in place on his shoulders. Thank you once again. Gyro's voice cut through the applause to be heard over it, and good night. The students of Class 1 made to get off stage when the word encore made itself heard over all of the other voice. At its appearance, more people suddenly began shouting for them to do one more song. Gyro felt the stares of her classmates just as Izuku felt Gyro's own eyes on him. Did they want to do one more? Izuku ran over to where Gyro was motioning for him to speak with her, an idea already forming in his mind. Do you feel up to doing one more song? She asked him. Both of us can sing something if you want, but I'm not sure which one to pick. That one was a really good closer, so what about period? We recorded the instrumental that was played in between performances, but no one outside our class has actually heard the words. We could get the rest of the class on stage to just enjoy themselves while me, you, and whoever else wants to join and sings along. Gyro smiled broadly. Sounds like a plan, Midoriya. I'll go inform the band and dance teams if you want to run up and get the staging team down here. Right. As Aizawa watched his students gather on stage, the band team setting up a few microphones along the middle of the stage while several students stood by each one. He wasn't the only one in the crowd getting excited about hearing one more song by such a talented class. Finally, a couple minutes after Gyro had originally bid the audience goodnight, Izuku took a deep breath before speaking into his ear mic to address said audience. Hello everyone, we heard your request, and we decided we would all sing you one last song. You might have heard the instrumental earlier if you stuck around in between performances, but now you're going to hear the words that go along with it. We hope you enjoy it. Plus ultra. The returning cry nearly shook the gymnasium. Plus ultra. A moment later, Mina pressed a button on the computer now hooked up to the speakers, running back over to where the other girls save Gyro stood around a microphone. There was a 10-second delay before the music began. Several students shifted awkwardly, unsure of what to do at first. Many simply tapped a foot to the beat as they stood around the microphones. Their eyes were on Izuku and Gyro, who stood at the front of the stage a few feet apart from one another, bobbing their heads. Izuku might have been the one to write the song, but after hearing it for the first time barely a week ago, it was already one of Gyro's favorites. At last we're here at the halfway point, Izuku began by himself, in the heart of our endless journey. At last, while everything still is calm. Take a deep breath, Gyro held as her eyes slipped shut. We both have just began to grasp it, but it slipped out of our hands. Gyro interjected expertly. Izuku continued along with some of his classmates who had decided to come in as well. And we will learn from those fragile mistakes till nothing stands in our way. An unbreakable bond will forever link our hearts. They sang loudly, Bakugo and Todoroki begrudgingly sharing a microphone to join in. There's no spell, no hell, that will undo us. Oh, the girls sang into the mic as they got lost in the music. We have made it here at last in this never-ending dance, and we'll live through this period of time. At that moment, Uraraka rushed forwards, reaching her hands out to the front row. Eri-chan, Kauta-kun, grab my hands. While Kauta was far more hesitant than Eri, who practically leapt out of Mirio's arms, the two children felt themselves become weightless as they were brought onto the stage. It was with a joyous laugh that echoed through his mic that Izuku rushed forward to grab onto the now floating kid. Once their hands touched his, any small amount of panic they were feeling evaporated. They looked at him in awe, his kind green eyes filling them with hope. With their hero they were safe. It's love that rushes within my veins. Izuku spun Eri and Kauta lightly for a moment, bringing a bright smile to the girl's face while Kauta fought off a blush and a grin. It keeps me warm on my darkest days, just like this one single memory. May it not fade. Gyro joined in then, meeting Izuku's eyes in a silent signal for the upcoming duet. I will promise you that I'll do everything I can, and I will take you along. And this song, Izuku started while bringing Eri and Kauta to sit on his shoulders. Overflows, Gyro sang back. Like a wish, nearing close. Nearly every student came in for the next line. Everything in life sings along. Don't you dare look away from this one reality. Find the courage to stand up and fight. Turn your anger into strength. Izuku met eyes with Kauta meaningfully before they met with Eri's, melting sadness in its wake till you find your fate waiting here always. Oh, Gyro and a few others added in passionately. As they did so, Izuku crouched down to hand the kids off to Mirio. Uraraka saw this and deactivated her quirk so they landed gently in the third year's arms. So look ahead and carry on. Izuku stood up as he sang, his eyes closing as he took a deep breath. When he came in with the next line, it was like his voice was channeling his quirk. It's a glittering new world. People broke out in goosebumps, losing their breath for a moment as he sang his heart out. I am shaken to my core. Vulnerability snuck into his voice as his body moved on its own. His arms went to either side as he brought his clenched hands into the air to display them to either side. By the cries that call my name. They're the ones that I will never betray. His classmates echoed into their microphones just as fervently. Once that was done, they quickly made their way to the front of the stage until all 20 of them were standing side by side. Without saying anything, they joined hands as Izuku and Gyro finished singing the song. We have made it here at last. May this future never end. And we'll live through this period of time. Izuku couldn't help but grin as he sang. With one hand in his boyfriend's, the other in Uraraka's, and all of his loved ones close by, there was nowhere else he'd rather be. At our fingertips, the truth will align. They bowed as one, the audience's cheers becoming deafening. The day after the cultural festival, Saturday was a lazy day for most of Class 1A. After the success of last evening's performance, everyone had attended the closing ceremony in high spirits. Said spirits were lifted even higher when it was announced that several pro heroes would be giving out autographs near the exit. Those like Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, Death Arms, and several UA teachers made an appearance. Present Mike and Midnight even convinced Aizawa to sign a few things before the underground hero slipped away to return to the hospital with Eri and Mirio. Such a well-received surprise signing event prolonged visitors leaving campus by a good hour. But Principal Nedzu saw it worth the extra security. Anything to show the public that heroes cared about them amidst the worries of villains amassing. That's what the entire festival had been about in the first place, raising spirits and ensuring people UA and the hero community as a whole would do whatever it takes to keep people safe. Either way, by the time the festival was over, there was the issue of cleanup. Their class was responsible for cleaning the entirety of the large gymnasium they had used for their event. But the amount of trash left behind that they would need to pick up, not to mention the sweeping, mopping, and getting the equipment brought back to the dorms, they weren't even close to finishing the cleaning until it was nearly 10. By that point, everyone was starving. They had agreed to make a communal meal of stir-fry, which was fairly easy and quick to make despite there being 20 of them. Yet by the time they had cooked the food, eaten it, and then cleaned and put away the dishes, it was well past 11. Keep in mind they had also gotten up very early in the morning after staying up rather late the night before. It was safe to say the entire class passed out seconds after making it to their beds. All of this was why Izuku expected no one to be awake at roughly 8 in the morning. For some reason, though, he still heard a soft but careful knocking on his door, pulling him from his slumber. "Hello?" Izuku asked tiredly as he made to open the door. When he was faced with two different colored eyes, he found himself blinking in confusion. "Todoroki-kun. Good morning, Midoriya." "Same to you." He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, a friendly smile slipping onto his face. "Why are you here so early, though?" Though everyone would be sleeping until noon after the last few days. Getting more than 8 hours of sleep makes me sluggish for the rest of the day. I didn't inconvenience you too much by waking you up, did I? Not at all. I woke up a little while ago and just dozed off again. Don't worry about it. Would you like to come in? The dual-haired boy thought for a moment before nodding, following Izuku inside before shutting the door. They sat down on his all-might comforter a second later. "So," Izuku started once they were settled, "what's up? Can you teach me to dance?" "Well, that was unexpected." "Huh? You want me to teach you how to dance?" He pointed at himself incredulously. "Why? After watching our classmates the past week, I've grown the desire to learn some basic dance. It looks like a lot of fun. And I was hoping maybe I could show my mother a few moves I learned once I become decent at it. When I was young, she once told me how she loved dancing with her sister in high school. However, she has not been able to see her sister in years. Part of me wants to help her remember the feeling of having someone to dance with. It would make her so happy." Izuku shook his head. "That's very admirable, Todoroki-kun, but that wasn't really what I was asking. I meant, why are you asking me when Mina is the best dancer in the class? She literally taught everyone else what they know, me included. Wouldn't it make more sense to ask her for a couple of dance lessons?" Todoroki frowned. "As much as I admire her talent, her personality as a dance instructor is a bit louder than I would like. I felt more comfortable coming to you. If you don't want to though, then it's fine. I can ask Ashido." Wait. "It's fine, really. I was just confused, but your reasoning makes sense. She is a bit on the eccentric side. I understand why you'd prefer someone else. So you'll help me?" Izuku nodded. "Of course. When would you like to start?" "May we start right now?" The brunette fought back a sweat drop. Todoroki was as straightforward as ever. "Sure thing. Let me just put my clothes on, run to the bathroom, and grab a quick breakfast. Meet me outside the dorms in 10. I will be there." "Thank you, Midoriya." He let out a nervous chuckle. "Don't thank me yet. I've never had to teach anyone before, so you might need to ask Mina for help yet. 1 hour later, it turns out he wasn't a bad dance teacher at all. 1 hour into their impromptu lesson, the sun shining partway across the sky, Todoroki had definitely learned quite a bit. He was a fast learner. Izuku was patient whenever he was having difficulty with a move, and he was more than helpful when it came to correcting his movements. Not once did either of them find themselves frustrated. With the quietness of the morning, their lesson was peaceful. It was like they were doing yoga instead of dancing. That was until Bakugo threw open the front door of the dormitory with a scowl on his face. Deku, why the hell don't you have your phone on you? I texted you like 3 times and when I checked your room you weren't there. Immediately the 2 dancing boys stopped what they were doing. Izuku felt a bit guilty, having remembered he'd promised to eat breakfast with his boyfriend that morning once they were both awake. Sorry, Kaken. Todoroki-kun needed help with something. I must have forgotten to bring my phone with me when I got up this morning too, so that's why I never responded. We can make something for breakfast now if you want. Red eyes turned to Todoroki, who stared back impassively. I texted him 8:15. What did your annoying ass need at 8 in the morning? Huh, I wouldn't call my ass annoying. Todoroki responded in monotone, making Izuku choke on barely concealed laughter. I merely requested he teach me the basics of dance. He said yes. Bakugo crossed his arms, muscles tense. Then why didn't you ask Pinky to teach you? She's the one who taught Deku everything he knows. I feel no reason to explain myself to you. What was that, half and half bastard? Guys, Izuku tried to interject peacefully. There's no reason to get so worked up over this. Kaken, you and I can make something to eat right now. Todoroki-kun, we can practice some more later in the day. He was ignored. I think I might have crossed an imaginary line I hadn't known there to be. Either way, Bakugo, there's no need to let your jealousy rile you up this early in the morning. Midoriya, feel free to text me whenever you're free again. I don't have anything to do today anyway on account of supplemental lessons being moved to tomorrow. That's sure thing. I'll talk to you later. What did you just call me? Bakugo screamed, sparks dancing from his palms. Todoroki feigned confusion. Bakugo, of course, that is your name. Not that. You called me jealous, didn't you? Oh, is that not why you're angry with me? You had plans with your boyfriend this morning, and because I asked him to help me with something they had to be postponed. While I feel you're angrier than others would act in the same situation, I do feel partially responsible for your delayed breakfast date. For that I apologize for keeping him from you. I meant no harm by it. Despite being mildly impressed with the apology, Bakugo couldn't shake off the rage that came with being told he was behaving like a green-eyed monster. He wasn't jealous. He was just annoyed, although he had to admit he'd been a little concerned about Izuku when he didn't respond. His boyfriend always texted him back. His text alert was all might yelling smash at the top of his lungs. There was no sleeping through that. The fact that breakfast had to wait was whatever to Bakugo. He was more agitated by the fact Todoroki couldn't just ask Mina for help. Dancing was her thing after all, wasn't it? So why was he bothering Izuku? That ice-hot bastard needs to back off, he thought to himself. That nerd is mine now. The only problem was that nerd was friends WTH Todoroki. Good friends at that. They had become closer since the sports festival, Hasu, and so on. He was up there with Uraraka and Ada, 2 people he knew he could trust to keep his boyfriend in line as well as happy. He knew Uraraka had fallen for Izuku in the past, but she was too good of a person to pull anything. Ada was more like an older brother to Izuku anyway. Todoroki, on the other hand, Bakugo couldn't help but see him as a threat. He was good-looking, strong, smart, and if not a bit uncultured but in the attractive, lived under a rock way. His tragic home life further showed his endurance and strength both mentally and physically. Someone like that was someone he could see Izuku fawning over. After all, Izuku looked at Todoroki with a look similar to how he regarded Bakugo when they were kids. I don't want your sheedy apology, the blonde finally responded. With that he spun on his heel so he was facing the dorms. Deku, come help me make breakfast. After that you, me, and that red and white pain in my ass will meet back out here for dance lessons. If he's learning how to dance, he jammed a thumb towards Todoroki. Then I have to show him how much better at it I'll be even with an hour less of training. Izuku shook his head to the side as he went to meet his boyfriend at the entryway. What had he gotten himself into now? One breakfast later. If you're serious about joining us then you're going to need to stop glaring daggers at Todoroki-kun. It's distracting. Why? It's not like I'm staring at you. Because it's rude, Kaken. It's really not a big deal. Todoroki chimed in as they moved on to another dance move. I'm used to his unpleasant face. It doesn't faze me much anymore. What the hell did you just say about my face, you scarred freak? Izuku sighed for the upteenth time that morning. He was getting sick of this. That's it, you two. One more squabble and he couldn't say done. Todoroki wanted to learn this for his mother's sake. Izuku wasn't that heartless. And there was Bakugo, who was his boyfriend. If he told him to leave he would no doubt be upset underneath that angry exterior. He didn't want to hurt him like that. Still, the two of them were acting like children. Children, Izuku thought. That's it. What? Bakugo and Todoroki asked simultaneously. The greenette grinned broadly. The next time you two start getting into some petty verbal brawl, I'm going to talk to the teachers of the supplemental course about visiting those primary students you dealt with a few weeks back. I bet the class would love to see a song and dance number by future heroes. Enough of our classmates would definitely be up to it too. Something close to a grim determination rooted itself into the two boys being threatened. With the power Izuku unknowingly held over their teachers with his charm, there was no way an idea like that would be turned down. This meant they would have to make sure they didn't challenge Izuku's patience one more time, since the greenette would indeed follow through with his claim. Todoroki and Bakugo met eyes. Truce. It lasted all of 10 minutes. Honestly, Izuku hadn't expected them to behave for longer than 5, so he had to give them some credit. Still, he was nothing if not a person who kept his promises. That night, don't look so smug, Deku. You might have All Might wrapped around your finger. And for some reason Aizawa was oddly supportive of your idea, but now you're in charge of finding a song for us to learn a dance to in only 5 days. I already know what song we're going to dance and sing to. I thought of it while you and Todoroki set one of the bushes outside the dorm on fire. He retorted cheekily. It was only after Bakugo playfully pinned him to the bed and let himself go dead weight that he continued. I already messaged the idea to Gyro and Mina. We're working on coming up with a few alternate lyrics since some of them won't apply to the kids. They're around 6 years old, right? The hell should I know? They're primary school brats. I don't think they'll be impressed no matter what we end up performing anyway. Izuku made a noise of defiance. That's where you're wrong, Kaken. I picked a song even children won't be able to resist getting into. Bakugo was taken off guard when Izuku used his quirk to flip their position, his cheeks heating up at the determined look on his boyfriend's face. Determination was so freaking attractive. What song did you pick? Nope, not telling. That's a secret between Gyro, Mina, and I until we get stuff finalized tomorrow afternoon. Anyway, he trailed off with a peculiar expression taking place of his earlier determined one. You were really at Todoroki's throat today. Could it be that he was right when he suggested you were jealous when you discovered the two of us dancing this morning? You should know by this point you're the only one I have eyes for, Kaken. Instead of a verbal answer, Bakugo growled lowly in response. A moment later he leaned forward and began kissing the area around his boyfriend's Adam's apple, effectively knocking him over onto his side at the same time. That feeling, coupled with Bakugo's hand gripping him by the middle of his shirt, the other running through his green curls gingerly, completely distracted Izuku from what he'd just been saying. The sensation of lips on his neck was new. It sent fire to various places that had him blushing madly. Who's at your throat now, Deku? Bakugo rumbled against his skin before bringing his head up so they were eye to eye. When he noticed how red the greenette was, he couldn't help but smirk. Wow, you look a bit like a Christmas tree. Kaken, he whined. We agreed to take things slow. This isn't as slow, he stuttered when another long kiss was placed on the sensitive skin of his collarbone. Bakugo didn't know it was possible for him to feel more pride. We agreed on hand-holding, cuddling, and kissing. What did it feel like I was doing to you just then? You were kissing my neck, but... He was cut off by Bakugo's lips against his own. In an instant Izuku was wrapping himself around the blonde, pressing his body closer as Izuku gave the other boy's tongue access. It was all either of them could do to hold back moans. How could just kissing make them feel so good? See, Bakugo managed when he was finally able to pull himself away. His lips felt all tingly and a tad bit raw. Maybe he should invest in some chapstick. Just kissing. The next afternoon. You know, dude, some heroes have another job besides being a hero. Like how Present Mike is a hero, teacher, and runs a segment of a radio show. You could totally be a songwriter and singer on the side. Izuku blushed at the attention. The members of the band team were currently deciding on the changes to the chosen song. However, the group kept getting sidetracked. Kaminari-kun, while that sounds good and all, I think Gyro would be the one better fit to be a musical artist and hero. She's more talented than me when it comes to music. And she's a better performer. Going out in front of people isn't really my thing. Midoriya, you're aspiring to be the #1 hero. You can't say going out in front of people isn't your thing when you're going to be doing that your entire career. You know what I mean though. Protecting others and doing what I can to make people smile and feel safe is what I want to do. I want to achieve that by being a full-time hero, not being a musician. Not to say being a musician isn't a way to save people or make them happy. It's just not something I see myself doing long-term, you know. He attempted to explain. Writing and composing music was fun and important to him as a hobby, even though it was something he was good at, enjoyed, and would most likely do when the urge struck him in the future. His heart yearned for him to help people by being a hero just like All Might. I get that. You could always join me sometime for a few singles though, Gyro suggested. You could help me with the songwriting, instrumentation, etc. whenever you want. After the festival, I'm seriously considering making a few singles on the side. Maybe even doing some live singing on a show or something. Attention isn't really my thing, but the feeling during our performances was just. She trailed off, unable to put in words how right it felt up there on stage. Can I get in on this? I'd love to jam with you again. The purple-haired girl seemed a bit taken back by Kaminari's enthusiasm. After a moment, she gave the blonde a genuine smile. I'd like that. Takoyami took that moment to clear his throat. May I remind everyone that we were nearly finished with the revisions. Since we are all performing Wednesday morning, our classmates only have the rest of today as well as after classes tomorrow and Tuesday to learn the new lyrics. Not to mention the dance moves, Yaoyorozu added. Keep in mind most of us here along with the staging team have basically no experience dancing. Whatever we decide on for a dance routine should be all-encompassing, simple, and child-appropriate. We should probably do a run-through tonight too. Mina suddenly stood up, hands on her hips as she made the tisk sound a few times. Guys, there's no need to get worked up. I already have a vision of what we should do for the song. Midori, Gyro, just focus on recording our version of the song once we're done here so everyone can learn the lyrics while we practice the moves tonight, since everyone is singing and dancing this time. The instrumental being what we're dancing to, I know just what moves we can do to keep us all animated yet still focused enough to sing proudly. She flashed a peace sign proudly. Just leave it to me. In the end, they were glad they did. The routine she unveiled that night coupled the pleasantly received Class 1 parody music Izuku and Gyro had come up with perfectly. Those kids were definitely in for a show. Wednesday morning. This is it, Hagakure shouted excitedly after peeking behind the curtain Yaoyorozu had created. They were on a stage much smaller than what they'd performed on before. Their only audience being a large class of children, their teacher, and a few heroes that were interested in the little show Aizawa's class was putting on. There was no need for microphones since the room wasn't too big. The stage didn't have a curtain or any sort of setup other than the elevated platform. So Todoroki and Yaoyorozu had made do by making pillars of ice and a thin black curtain attached to either end of said pillars. Improvisation at its finest. Are you ready, Kaken? Said Blonde cracked his knuckles, a wicked grin on his face. Those brats are going to clap like they don't have control over their own puny bodies. We're going to blow them away, Deku. Izuku laughed at his boyfriend's enthusiasm. With you, Todoroki, Mina, and myself being part of the group closest to the audience, I don't doubt that at all. Despite your constant arguing, you and Todoroki-kun are great dancers now. Correction, nerd, I'm great at everything I do. Okay guys, Gyro was suddenly shouting as Ida dramatically pointed to his watch. The class rep was motioning people to gather near him. It's time to go out there. Once we're in place, I'm going to give the signal to their teacher to start the music. Is everyone ready? She was met with resounding enthusiasm from all 19 of her classmates. Yeah, then let's do this. With that, they raced out onto stage from either side of the curtain. They got into 2 rows of 6 and 1 with 8, with Uraraka, Tsuyu, Mina, Todoroki, Izuku, and Bakugo in front. Hagakure, Ajiro, Gyro, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro were in the second row, while the back row consisted of Sato, Koda, Shoji, Takoyami, Yaoyorozu, Ida, Aoyama, and Minta. Everyone in place. Gyro flashed a thumbs-up gesture in the air. 4 seconds later, the instrumental for the infamous Friends theme song began. Since there was a good several seconds of music at the beginning, they decided to begin with some lively movement. They bounded from one side of the stage to the other with rows 1 and 3 in the opposite direction. 2 was going in to create wave-like visual effect. They all planted themselves back in their original formation just as the singing part came up. They moved forward as one, sliding left and right while doing a few arm movements all the while. So no one told you life was going to be this great. They clapped rapidly, a few audience members clapping along since they recognized the song. It's not a joke, you know, we're heroes from UA. If you're in trouble, you know that we are here. They jumped to the side, shimmying as one before completing a spin. When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year, but we'll be there for you, the boys sang. At the same time, every group of 2 performed a move where one of the 2 fell into the other's arms. Izuku grinned up at Bakugo as he landed safely in his grasp, the later smirking even as he sang. When the rain starts to pour, the girls echoed after. We'll be there for you. Like they've been there before. We'll be there for you. And you can be heroes too. Everyone finished together before launching into the next verse. Back on their feet, every other column moved either backwards or forwards while throwing an arm out to the audience. The students of Class 1 pointed at the children staring at them in awe as they sang. You're still in school. That's cool, knowledge to be made. The best heroes are those who strive for something great. Your teacher told you there'd be days like these, when hard work is sometimes second to fun. That's why we're here singing this song, because this time the pairs grabbed each other's hands. They moved their arms in turn in a sort of pulley movement, later throwing in a spin and literal honest trust fall. We'll be there for you. The girls sang, the boys echoing this time around. When the rain starts to pour, we'll be there for you. Bakugo allowed himself to fall backwards, not the tiniest bit worried about Izuku failing and catching him. Alongside them, Uraraka caught Tsuyu, and Mina caught Todoroki. Like they've been there before. We'll be there for you. And you can be heroes too. The song took a more somber tone then, but while the singers echoed the tone, their dance remained just as energetic. No matter what your quirk is, they bent down, falling onto one knee, or even if you're quirkless, their right arms swept out to the side. With friends by your side, you have the potential to do anything. Half of the dancers stood up, reaching down to grab a student who was still on the ground. The latter group was pulled to its feet before they linked arms. Someone to face the day with, make it through all the rest with. Someone you'll always laugh with. Everyone turned their heads to either side, smiling at those around them. Even at your worst, they're best with you, yeah. If you're in trouble, you know that we are here. When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year. They dissolved the link then, repeating the various sliding, shimmying, and arm movements from the very beginning. This time, however, they made sure to keep clapping along with the beat. We'll be there for you. When the rain starts to pour, we'll be there for you. Like they've been there before. We'll be there for you. And you can be heroes too. The front row knelt, the second row crouched, and the third row remained standing as the young students before them clapped along with them. We'll be there for you. We'll be there for you. We'll be there for you. They threw their arms into the air, every other person doing jazz hands as they sang the last line. And you can be heroes too. Needless to say, the moment the song ended, Class 1 was met with excited cheers and clapping. Even the more reluctant of Izuku's classmates couldn't help but feel pride in their performance. They did a great job. Their audience seemed like they enjoyed it too. Izuku turned to Bakugo with his now common 1000-watt smile. I think they liked it. Don't you, Kaken? The grin on the blonde's face softened into a fond smile as he gazed into Izuku's green eyes. Quit selling yourself short, Deku. The little munchkins ate that sheet up. You're amazing, all right. Don't you dare think anything else. His comment was met with a joyous laugh. Maybe, just maybe, compliments like that would have Izuku seeking out Gyro for recording her offer soon rather than later. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.